Chapter 507. The Divine Continent Mystic Realm would only open for a month. Once the time was up, all the martial artists in the Mystic Realm would be attracted by a force and transported out of the Mystic Realm. A total of 1,590 martial artists of the younger generation had entered the Mystic Realm. However, the number of martial artists of the younger generation that came out was much smaller. There were only about 1,200 of them left. More than 300 martial artists of the younger generation had perished in the Mystic Realm. These martial artists of the younger generation were the elites of their respective domains, the geniuses of the Golden Age. Many of the younger geniuses of certain domains had perished, which was a huge loss. Among them, the ancient Shang region had suffered the greatest loss. Among the younger geniuses of the ancient Shang Empire, the top three, Shang Buchuan, Shang Xian, and Shang Yuelin, had all perished in the Mystic Realm and never returned. Who is it who killed the younger geniuses of my ancient Shang Empire? Shang Yuanji, the emperor of the ancient Shang Empire, clenched his fists and roared in his heart. The eyes of the honorable Shang Yuanji flashed across some of the younger geniuses. He was certain that if there was a murderer, it had to be one of them. However, he could not be sure who it was. The martial artists of the younger generation returned to their respective places. On the highest floor of the pavilion, Meng Yuanxing quickly received information about the martial artist with the surname Yi. Yi Tianhe had fled the crowd after entering the Mystic Realm. Ying Xiangyang had chased after him to no avail. When he came out of the Mystic Realm, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Star Dipper realm. Based on his ability to challenge those of a higher level, his strength was already at the elite level. Yi Xing had entered the Mystic Realm and defeated the eliminated elite, Beigong Yi Dao. After that, he had defeated the 6th elite, Wu Yuanzheng, on the stargazing Dao observation platform. After comprehending the Dao through stargazing, he had defeated Mo Tong, Ying Changkong, and Ying Xiangyang, who were ranked 1st, 3rd, and 5th, respectively, with his greater mastery of a level 3 array. The performances of Yi Xing and Yi Tianhe were the most suspicious of Meng Yuansheng. Meng Yuansheng pondered for a while before instructing, "Bring Yi Xing and Yi Tianhe to see me." Honorable Mo Jian accepted the order and left. Yi Tianhe was the first to be brought to the highest floor of the pavilion. Facing the supremacies, venerables, and even monarch Meng Yuansheng, Yi Tianhe was very nervous. He could sense that the auras of these people were terrifyingly powerful. Meng Yuansheng opened his third eye and sized up Yi Tianhe. "You were born in a low-grade empire and are already a 5-star venerable at the age of 20. You have the combat power of 7-star venerable, far surpassing the younger generation of a high-grade empire." Why? Yi Tianhe did not know the identity of Meng Yuansheng, but he knew that the person sitting on the main seat must have a high status. Yi Tianhe took a deep breath and said, Because I had some fortuitous encounters." Meng Yuanxing's tone was unquestionable. "Speak." Everyone's fate and fortune were their own secrets. However, Yi Tianhe could not keep his own secret. Being born in the royal family of a lower-rank empire was a noble identity compared to the cultivators of the lower-rank empire. However, it was nothing compared to the experts on the highest floor of the pavilion. Yi Tianhe did not dare not answer Meng Yuanxing's question. Yi Tianhe said, "When I was 17 years old, I had a fortuitous encounter in an ancient relic. I obtained the inheritance of a venerable one and a fruit as red as blood. After eating the fruit, my talent changed, and I was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort no matter what martial arts I practiced. Moreover, my cultivation was smooth sailing, and success came naturally when the conditions were right. A blood-red fruit that could change a martialist's talent? Meng Yuansheng, the supremacies, and the other supremacies were all astonished. This was a legendary treasure. The legendary destiny fruit could change a martialist's destiny. However, this was only a legend. It was a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. Meng Yuanxing asked, "Did your destiny change?" Yi Tianhe said, My destiny was originally a 6-star yellow destiny. After eating that blood-red fruit, it became a 9-star green destiny. A 9-star green destiny meant that one could become a 9-star supremacy or even a half-step monarch as long as there was a cultivation technique inheritance. It was the highest destiny below the monarch destiny. Meng Yuansheng did not care much about a 9-star green destiny, but the supremacies and venerables present were all shocked. Among them, the highest destiny was only a 7-star green destiny, which was far from a 9-star green destiny. Meng Yuansheng frowned and said, "Hand over your storage ring." Yi Tian's expression changed. "This, sir." Meng Yuansheng's expression froze. "Why? Do you dare refuse?" A terrifying aura suddenly enveloped Yi Tianhe, causing him to break out in cold sweat. "I dare not. I dare not," Yi Tianhe hurriedly said as he handed over his storage ring. Meng Yuansheng grabbed Yi Tianhe's storage ring and used his mind power to check the storage ring one by one. After a short while, Meng Yuansheng threw the storage ring back and said, "You have obtained a lot of good things. However, they're still not up to my standards." Meng Yuansheng waved his hand and dismissed Yi Tianhe. After Yi Tianhe left, Yi Xing was brought to the highest floor of the pavilion by Mo Jian. Just like when he had interrogated Yi Tianhe, Meng Yuansheng first opened his third eye and carefully observed Yi Xing. Yi Xing was shocked. He felt as though Meng Yuansheng's gaze could see through his body. It was extremely terrifying. Fire seed. Meng Yuansheng's expression suddenly changed, and he made a grabbing motion. The star fire seed in Yi Xing's Dantian star vortex was instantly attracted by a terrifying force and flew out, landing in Meng Yuansheng's hand. Yi Xing was furious. Meng Yuansheng had snatched away his fire seed without asking any questions. This was his greatest treasure. However, even though he was angry, Yi Xing was helpless. Meng Yuansheng was so young, but his status was higher than Mo Jian's. Yi Xing could easily guess his origin. He was definitely someone from the Great Yuan dynasty or even the Ming clan. The star fire seed could burn an ordinary supremacy to death. This was one of Yi Xing's trump cards. If it was a close combat battle, he could directly hug a supremacy and use the defense of his Scarlet Flame set to ignite the star fire seed to burn a supremacy to death. Such a terrifying star fire seed was like a toy in Meng Yuansheng's hands. It couldn't hurt him at all. Meng Yuansheng clenched his fist and grabbed the starfire seed. In an instant, Yi Xing lost his connection with the starfire seed. Meng Yuansheng said, "You are not qualified to possess a treasure like the starfire seed. It will definitely bring you a fatal disaster if you keep it. I will keep it for you first." After saying that, Meng Yuansheng stared at Yi Xing intently. "Why? Are you not happy that I am keeping it for you?" Chapter 508. Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat when he heard Meng Yuansheng refer to himself as a monarch. Although he knew that this young man had an extraordinary background, he had not expected him to be a monarch. However, regardless of who Meng Yuansheng was, his cultivation base, and his status, Yi Xing was naturally unhappy that he had snatched his starfire seed. However, Yi Xing did not have the qualifications to compete with Meng Yuansheng at this moment. Even if he was unhappy, he could only endure it. Yi Xing said, "I would be happy if a monarch is willing to keep it for me." The corners of Meng Yuansheng's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he kept the starfire seed in his body. "Yi Xing, you are a junior from the lower region and come from the most ordinary martial arts family. You are not even 20 years old. Yet you have already reached the 5th level of the Star Dipper realm, the combat strength of a 7-star venerable, and you have also become a level 3 array grandmaster. Why? What opportunities did you encounter? Tell me in detail so that I can answer your questions." Yi Xing suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "My heavenly fate is uncertain. I was very ordinary before the age of 16. However, when I was 16, my bloodline awakened and I was met by a traveling venerable. That venerable taught me and led me on the path of martial arts. However, that venerable was very elusive and would only occasionally come to meet me and teach me. The rest of the time, I struggled. After that, Yi Xing recounted most of his experiences in detail. Yi Xing's real secret was his super brain, the Sagittarius constellation, and the black hole constellation. Of course, he did not mention a word about these things. Yi Xing spoke about the starfire seed he had obtained in the fallen star secret realm, the array formation inheritance of venerable Qing Yun in the Qingyan ancient land, and the treasure of venerable Qi Yin in the Sky Corpse mountain range. In particular, there was a perfect explanation for Yi Xing's high cultivation base. It was because he had obtained a large number of corpse jades in venerable Qi Yan's burial ground. Furthermore, he had refined the death aura in the corpse jades through the starfire seed, allowing him to constantly absorb corpse jades to improve his cultivation base. After listening to Yi Xing's account, Meng Yuanqing tapped his fingers on the armrest next to his chair and stared at Yi Xing silently. It was not difficult to sense the hidden killing intent in Meng Yuanqing's eyes. After listening to Yi Xing's experiences, Meng Yuanqing realized that he was even more mysterious than Yi Tianhe. After all, Yi Tianhe had already become a star 3 years ago, while Yi Xing had been a star dipper. Meng Yuanqing was very suspicious of Yi Xing, but couldn't be sure. Be or not. Meng Yuanqing thought to himself. Yi Xing's superbrain was very powerful. Although he was nervous, his expression remained calm. Since He Biao had allowed him to participate in the genius selection, he believed that He Biao would not die there. Indeed, He Biao was watching from somewhere. He had already determined that Yi Xing was the demon star of troubled times and was a key figure in overthrowing the great Yuan dynasty. Of course, he would not let Yi Xing die. If Meng Yuanqing dared to make a move, Yi Xing's identity as the demon star of troubled times would be exposed. Then, He Biao would draw his sword against the great Yuan dynasty and kill Meng Yuanqing, the crown prince of the great Yuan dynasty. After a while, Meng Yuanqing asked, "Who is the venerate who nurtured you?" Yi Xing replied, "It's Venerable Chunyu of the Qingyu Empire." Meng Yuanqing instructed Mo Jian, "Bring this person over." Very soon, the emperor of the Qingyu Empire, Yu Chunyue, was brought to the highest floor of the pavilion by Mo Jian. Venerable Chunyu and Yi Xing had already exchanged statements. When Meng Yuanqing questioned them, both of their answers were flawless. This eased Meng Yuanqing's suspicions a little. Forget it. State Preceptor Sikong said that the demon star of troubled times this time could really shake the foundation of our dynasty. It doesn't matter if we kill the wrong person, but if the real demon star of troubled times is alerted and escapes this calamity, the gains would not make up for the losses. Anyway, as long as the demon star of troubled times attends the third genius selection, his identity will definitely be exposed. When the time comes, we can kill him to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Meng Yuanqing thought to himself as he waved Yi Xing and Venerable Qinyu away. Yi Xing. Mo Jian called out to Yi Xing before turning to Meng Yuanqing. Yuan Sage Monarch. Yi Xing has outstanding talent and is already a level 3 array grandmaster at such a young age. Can I recommend him to the Shui Feng Empire for grooming? The great Yuan dynasty's search for the demon star of troubled times had not been announced to the world. The Darstar sect only knew about this because they had channels of information and experts who were proficient in divination techniques. Therefore, logically speaking, besides the great Yuan dynasty, the other factions should not know about the search for the demon star of troubled times. Therefore, even though Meng Yuanqing had called Yi Xing and Yi Tianhe over for questioning, the marshalists of the Shui Feng Empire, the Black Crow Emperor, and the Sky Eagle Empire did not know about Meng Yuanqing's intentions. It was reasonable for Mo Jian to recommend Yi Xing to the Shui Feng Empire for grooming after seeing his outstanding talent. However, Yi Xing knew very well that the Dark Star sect had arranged for Wei Qingxian to stay in the Shui Feng Empire. The Shui Feng Empire and the Dark Star sect probably had a very deep relationship. Therefore, as a core member of the upper echelons of the Shui Feng Empire, Mo Jian should know a lot of things. Even though he wanted to recommend Luo Yunyang to the Shui Feng Empire in front of Meng Yuanqing, it might seem like he thought highly of Luo Yunyang's talent, but there was probably another reason behind it. The reason he did this in front of Meng Yuansheng was to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, Meng Yuansheng had investigated Yi Xing and obtained Yi Xing's starfire seed. If Mo Jian recommended Yi Xing to the Shuefeng Empire behind Meng Yuansheng's back, Meng Yuansheng might not be happy about it. Meng Yuansheng nodded. Mo Jian looked at Yi Xing and said, "Yi Xing, are you willing to study in the Shuefeng Empire's capital college?" Wei Qingxian was studying in the capital college of the Shuefeng Empire. Mo Jian's invitation was most likely He Biao's idea. Therefore, Yi Xing naturally wouldn't refuse. "I'm willing." Mo Jian smiled and waved his hand. "You may leave first. Follow the younger generation of the Shuefeng Empire and return to the Shuefeng Empire." After leaving the pavilion, Venerable Chen Yu and Yi Xing heaved sighs of relief. Since Meng Yuansheng had asked so many questions and had even called Venerable Chen Yu over, it was clear that he was very suspicious of Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing was relieved, his anger didn't die down. Even a monarch would covet the starfire seed. It's obviously a priceless treasure, yet he snatched it away for no reason. Humph! Today, you are a monarch, while I am merely a 5-star venerable. You snatched my treasure, and I was powerless to resist. However, one day, I will reach the peak of the martial path in the Star Continent. Even a monarch will be beneath my feet, and the great Yuan dynasty will be overthrown. What belongs to me will eventually belong to me, and you will pay the price with your life. Monthly votes are too pitiful. I beg for monthly votes in tears. Chapter 509. Yi Xing was actually going to study in the Blood Edge Empire's Royal College, instead of returning with the true Xian Domain martial artists. This shocked the true Xian Domain martial artists. However, considering Yi Xing's performance in the Genius Trials, it was normal for Yi Xing to be favored by the experts of the Blood Edge Empire. The Blood Edge Empire was an upper-rank empire and one of the 3 strongest powers in the East Divine Continent. They had a mystic class, upper-middle class cultivation technique inheritance. Yi Xing wasn't a member of the royal family of the Blood Edge Empire, so he couldn't learn the highest level of cultivation technique inheritance. However, given the conditions of the Blood Edge Empire, a mystic class lower class cultivation technique inheritance could be cultivated to the peak and become a 6-star reverend. A 6-star venerable was an overlord-level existence even in a middle-rank empire. As for the true Xian Domain, the 2 strongest powers in the upper 10 regions were only low-rank empires, and the strongest was a 3-star reverend. Thinking about Yi Xing's future, the true Xian Domain martial artists were all envious. The Genius Trials had ended a month ago. Now, the younger generation had all left the Divine Continent's secret realm and returned to their own regions. The true Xian Domain's martial artists embarked on their return journey. Yi Xing, on the other hand, arrived at the Blood Edge Empire's Wuda's location. Yi Xing was also a celebrity in the Genius Trials. No matter if it was the Blood Edge Empire's younger generation or elders, they all knew who he was. Yi Xing was actually recommended by Reverend Mo Jian to study in the Royal College. This surprised many of the younger generation in the Blood Edge Empire. The Blood Edge Empire's Royal College had never had a student from the lower regions. Even students from low-rank empires were rarely seen. Wei Qingxian was from the lower regions, but her identity in the Blood Edge Empire's Royal College was Zi Xian, a descendant of the Zi clan. Yi Xing's gaze met with Wei Qingxuan's among the younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire martial artists. The 2 of them smiled knowingly. Wei Qingxian was one of the prettiest girls in the Shuefeng Empire Academy. She and Mo Mingwei were known as the 2 beauties of the academy. They were the dream lovers of countless students. However, everyone knew that the number 1 genius of the academy, Mo Tong, was interested in Wei Qingxian and had been pursuing Wei Qingxian. Mo Tong was a core disciple of the royal family. He had a noble status and was also the number 1 genius. Naturally, no students dared to compete with Mo Tong. Although they liked Wei Qingxian very much, they kept a respectful distance from her. At that moment, Wei Qingxian and Yi Xing looked at each other and smiled. Their smiles were filled with affection. This caused the younger generation of the Shui Feng Empire to feel extremely displeased. If Wei Qingxian was with Mo Tong, they would accept it wholeheartedly. But if she was with an outsider like Yi Xing, they would not accept it. In the Blood Edge Empire, talented juniors would enter the Blood Edge Empire's Imperial College to study. Therefore, all the juniors present were from the Blood Edge Empire's Imperial College. In the Blood Edge Empire, there were a total of 40 people participating in the genius selection competition. Among them, more than two-thirds were males. Among them, two-thirds were unhappy with Yi Xing because of Wei Qingxian. According to the total number of people, more than half of the younger martial practitioners didn't like Yi Xing. Among them, Mo Tong was the most unhappy. He had a deep hatred for Yi Xing in his heart. In the Divine Continent Mystery Dimension, you were just using the array to show off. Oof. Let's see how arrogant you can be in the Blood Edge Empire. I will fight you fair and square and trample you under my feet. I will let you know who the true number one genius is. Mo Tong thought to himself viciously. With his influence in the Blood Edge Empire, forcing Yi Xing to fight with him wasn't a problem at all. Furthermore, if the two of them were to fight on the stage, it would be a competition of strength, not the might of formations. The use of formations was definitely prohibited. In this way, Mo Tong believed that he could defeat Yi Xing and regain his lost face. At that time, he would humiliate Yi Xing in front of all the students of the empire. He would return the humiliation that Yi Xing had given him tenfold. Under the leadership of Honorable Mo Jian, more than 100 juniors and seniors of the Blood Edge Empire boarded a ship and returned to the Blood Edge Empire. This ship was huge and could accommodate more than 1,000 people. With more than 100 people on board, it seemed very spacious. The ship flew in the sky and broke through the wind. It was extremely fast, much faster than supreme-grade flying spiritual treasures. This ship was a large flying Xian treasure, and its grade was as high as Xian middle grade. The ship traveled dozens of miles in a breath's time. The practitioners were very stable in the ship. At this speed, they could cover 2 to 3 million miles in a day. While the ship was flying, Mo Tong stopped in front of Yi Xing and shouted, "Yi Xing!" Yi Xing was chatting with Wei Qingxian and was in a good mood. He glanced at Mo Tong indifferently and asked, "What is it?" Mo Tong glared fiercely at Yi Xing and bellowed, "When we get to the Capital Institute, do you dare to be a man and fight me in the combat arena?" Yi Xing's lips curled. "Are you asking for a beating?" Mo Tong's face immediately turned green. Yi Xing's words had rubbed salt into his wound and infuriated him. Mo Tong shouted, "What kind of martial expert are you to bully others with your matrices? If you have the ability, don't use your matrices. Fight me with real swords and spears. I, Mo Tong, will let you know what a real expert is." Yi Xing only smiled and did not reply. In the Divine Continent Mystery Dimension, Yi Xing had used his matrices to defeat Mo Tong, Ing Changkong, and Ing Xiangyang because he did not want to be in the limelight. This did not mean that Yi Xing was weak. Yi Xing did not think much of Mo Tong's ability. Yi Xing had no interest in fighting him in the arena. However, Yi Xing's silence was seen as cowardice and fear in Mo Tong's eyes. This made Mo Tong inexplicably excited. He sneered, "Yi Xing, all the junior brothers and sisters are watching. Are you such a coward? You don't even have the courage to fight me in the arena?" Mo Tong laughed loudly. "Ha ha! If you don't dare, fine. Say that you are a coward 3 times in front of everyone, and I will let you off." Mo Yang, who was at the side, jeered, "Senior brother Mo Tong, how would he dare to go up the arena with you? Isn't that just looking for a beating? I think he will definitely choose to be a coward." Everyone quiet down and listen to how Yi Xing calls himself a coward. Hee hee. Yi Xing shook his head and sighed. His disdainful gaze gradually shone and locked onto Mo Tong's eyes. He said, "Since you are asking for a beating, I will fulfill your wish." "What time? Say it." Mo Tong was overjoyed that Yi Xing had accepted the challenge. In his opinion, there were not many people here. Even if Yi Xing shouted, "I am a coward" 3 times, it would not be enough to vent his anger. Only when he could trample Yi Xing under his feet in front of all the students of the Blood Edge Imperial College would he be truly satisfied. Mo Tong grinned. Ha, great. Since you are new to the Capital Institute, I will give you some time to familiarize yourself with the environment. In 10 days, at noon, we will meet in the arena. The reason why he had given Yi Xing 10 days was not to let Yi Xing familiarize himself with the environment, but to spread the news. Mo Tong wanted every student in the Capital Institute to see with their own eyes how he was going to beat Yi Xing up. The fourth watch has ended. The monthly votes are dismal. This does not make sense. The bitterness of staying up late to write. The bitterness of begging for monthly votes. Chapter 510. In less than a day, the ship arrived at Imperial Edge City from the Divine Continent Mountain at the border of the Bloody Edge Empire. The Blood Edge Empire College was located in the center of Imperial Edge City, next to the palace. The ship landed on the college's square. As a student recommended by Mo Jian, Yi Xing was valued by the college's higher-ups. He was given a place to stay the moment he arrived at the college. In sects, there were outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. In academies, there were also ordinary students, elite students, and core students. Students below the perfected person level were ordinary students. 1-star to 6-star perfected persons were elite students. Students above the 7th stage of the astral star realm were core disciples. The division of cultivation wasn't absolute. Some geniuses with great potential could break through the division of cultivation. Before becoming a perfected person, they could become an elite student with the same combat power as a perfected person. Before becoming a 7-star venerable person, they could become a core disciple with the same combat power as a 7-star venerable person. Even those with great potential, such as 6-star green fate realm and above, could become a core disciple the moment they entered the college. For example, Wei Qingxian was only a martial sage when she entered the Blood Edge Empire College. Technically, she was an ordinary student. However, she was a 9-star green fate realm student, so she became a core disciple immediately. Yi Xing had the same combat power as a 7-star venerable person, so he was also a core disciple immediately. There were many ordinary and elite students, but only 100 or so core disciples. This was because students would graduate when they reached the age of 35 or become a venerable person. There were few core disciples, but they were treated well. Every core disciple had their own pavilion. There were a total of 30 peaks that belonged to the core disciples. Each peak had 10 pavilions. Yi Xing was assigned to the 7th peak and the 7th pavilion. Wei Qingxian was assigned to the 8th pavilion of the 7th peak. Their residences weren't far from each other, so they were considered neighbors. Yi Xing, are you okay with the duel in 10 days? Wei Qingxian asked worriedly outside the 7th pavilion of the 7th peak. Mo Tong was the first of the top 10 prodigies and the top junior in the entire East Divine Continent. Although his title was a little exaggerated, he was still very powerful. Even the top venerable 7 stars might not be able to defeat Mo Tong. If it was Wei Qingxian, she had full confidence that she could defeat Mo Tong. Wei Qingxian knew that Yi Xing's ability to challenge those of a higher level was not inferior to hers. However, Yi Xing's cultivation was 1 level lower than hers. He was only a 5 stars enlightened master. Yi Xing revealed a faint smile. His eyes were full of confidence. Defeating him is more than enough. Wei Qingxuan's lips also curled into a smile. It seems that I was worried about you for nothing. As she spoke, Wei Qingxian took out a small booklet and handed it to Yi Xing. She said, "You're new to the Shuefeng Empire Academy, so there are many things you don't know. Here's an introduction to the academy. Take a look." All right. Yi Xing took the booklet. He was indeed unfamiliar with the Shuefeng Empire Academy. Wei Qingxian returned to her residence. Yi Xing entered the 7th pavilion and started reading the booklet. The Shuefeng Empire Academy was established by the first emperor of the Shuefeng Empire. It had a history of more than 7,000 years. All along, the academy had nurtured the most outstanding geniuses of the Shuefeng Empire. Since the first emperor, 99% of the emperors and supremacies of the Shuefeng Empire had studied in the academy. There were a few more important places in the academy. They were the weapon repository, Shuefeng Hall, Mission Hall, and Cultivation Tower. The weapon repository was where the academy stored its weapons. The worst weapons were low-grade spiritual weapons. There were mid-grade, upper-grade, and supreme-grade spiritual weapons. It even had dark weapons. The weapons in the weapon repository could be exchanged with merit points. A low-grade spiritual weapon cost 100 merit points. A mid-grade spiritual weapon cost 500 merit points. An upper-grade spiritual weapon cost 2,000 merit points. And a supreme-grade spiritual weapon cost 10,000 merit points. Contribution points could be earned through completing missions, ranking in the top few in the academy tournament, raising one's status, and so on. For example, Yi Xing, who became a core student, received a reward of 5,000 contribution points. The Shuefeng Hall was where the academy stored its cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. They ranged from low-grade spiritual level to upper-grade spiritual level. There are even dark-level cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Similarly, the martial arts techniques in the Shuefeng Hall also required merit points. The points required to exchange for cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were the same as the points required to exchange for weapons. The points required to exchange for martial arts techniques were halved. In other words, 10,000 merit points were required to exchange for a supreme-grade spiritual level cultivation method, but only 5,000 merit points were required to exchange for a supreme-grade spiritual level martial arts technique. Yi Xing's merit points were enough to exchange for a supreme-grade spiritual level martial arts technique. The Mission Hall, as the name suggested, was the place where the academy issued missions. Similar to the sect missions, there were all sorts of missions. The most important way for students to earn merit points was to complete the academy's missions. The Cultivation Pagoda was a cultivation paradise. Below the Capital Institute was a huge stellar spirit meridian. The Cultivation Pagoda was built on top of the Stellar Spirit Meridian's Spirit Meridian. A Level 4 Spirit Gathering Array had been set up by a Level 4 Array Grandmaster, which continuously drew up the Stellar Spirit Chi from underground. Cultivating in the Cultivation Pagoda was much faster than cultivating in other places. There were a total of 9 floors in the Cultivation Pagoda. Among them, the first to 6 floors each had 100 cultivation rooms. From the 7th floor onward, the number of cultivation rooms was reduced to 50. The 8th floor only had 10, and the 9th floor only had 2. Cultivating on the first level, because of the abundance of star energy, a martial artist's speed of absorbing star energy was 20% faster. Every time they advanced to a higher level, the speed of absorbing star energy would increase by 20%. If they were to cultivate on the 9th floor, the speed would increase by almost 2 times. This was an extremely frightening speed and would save a lot of time. For example, it would take 3 years to break through to a certain realm. However, if they were to cultivate on the 9th floor of the Cultivation Pagoda, they would only need a little more than a year. For martial artists in their prime, time was their potential. The faster they broke through, the more time they would have to continue on the path of martial arts. Yi Xing closed the booklet with excitement in his eyes. I already have a dragon blood spear, but I'm still missing a pair of gloves. As for the supreme grade spiritual weapons, there's still one that I don't know. My cultivation speed is already fast. If I were to cultivate in the Cultivation Pagoda, my cultivation speed would be even faster. Cultivating in the Shuefeng Kingdom Academy is indeed more than 10 times better than cultivating in a small place like the true Xian Domain. After I've dealt with Mo Tong, I'll go back to the true Xian Domain and secretly move the Ye family and the Falling Star sect away. Then, I'll be able to cultivate in peace here. Sigh. The monthly votes are so heartbreaking. The more I explode, the more I fall behind. My passion for writing is all gone. I'm crying. Chapter 511. With 5,000 merit points in hand, Yi Xing was ready to go to the weapon repository to exchange for a supreme grade spiritual martial art. His upper grade spiritual martial art had reached the transformation realm, and its power had reached the limit. Although it was enough for now, as his cultivation increased, his advantage in challenging those of a higher level would gradually disappear if he did not cultivate a supreme-grade spiritual martial art. Only by cultivating his supreme-grade spiritual martial art to the completion realm, or even the transformation realm, could Yi Xing maintain his advantage in martial arts. On the morning of the second day at the Blood Edge Academy, Yi Xing planned to go to the weapon repository. However, someone from his 7th Peak and 7th Pavilion came and disrupted his plan. It was Reverend Mo Jian. Yi Xing already knew that Reverend Mo Jian was also the dean of the Blood Edge Academy. As the backbone of the Blood Edge Empire, the importance of the Blood Edge Academy was obvious. The dean's position in the Blood Edge Empire was probably second only to the emperor. Reverend Mo Jian. Yi Xing was surprised that Reverend Mo Jian would come to find him. "Come with me," Reverend Mo Jian said after seeing Yi Xing and flew into the sky. Yi Xing flapped his flaming wings and followed immediately. Yi Xing followed behind Reverend Mo Jian and flew in the Blood Edge Academy. The place where he stayed was the core student area, and many core students saw this scene. It's the new core student, Yi Xing. Why would the dean go to find him personally? How strange. He was recommended by the dean. Looks like the dean has a whole new level of respect for him. He's not even 20 years old, but he's already a 5-star true master and has the battle strength of a 7-star venerable. This person's talent is indeed monstrous. It's reasonable that the dean thinks highly of him. He does have the potential, but he is a little too arrogant. I heard that he made use of a spirit design to humiliate Mo Tong in the Divine Continent Mystery Domain. Mo Tong has made an agreement with him to have a showdown at the battle arena in 10 days. Oh, today should be 9 days later. At that time, he will definitely be thrashed badly by Mo Tong. Reverend Mo Jian brought Yi Xing deeper and deeper into the academy. At first, he could still see other students, but slowly, the surroundings gradually quieted down, and there was no one else in sight. The Blood Edge Academy occupied an extremely large area. In the depths of the academy, there were lofty mountains and precipitous ridges that stretched on endlessly. "Where's revered Mo Jian taking me?" Yi Xing was surprised. Up ahead, a huge palace appeared in Yi Xing's vision. This palace was located between two valleys. If one wasn't close enough, it would be extremely difficult to discover it. The direction that Venerable Mo Jian and Yi Xing were flying towards was precisely this hall. Entering the main hall, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. He immediately saw an acquaintance, He Biao. The He Biao in front of him was not as wild as it was in the Azure Cloud Mountain range. It was wearing clothes on its upper body, but its black hair was still draped over its shoulders. It still had a sense of wildness. My guess was right. Reverend Mo Jian is someone from the Dark Star sect. Yi Xing thought. "Sir Emissary, I've brought Yi Xing." Reverend Mo Jian bowed slightly to the Black Tiger King and said. The Black Tiger King nodded and said, "You may leave." After Reverend Mo Jian left the hall, Yi Xing quickly walked over to the Black Tiger King and said, "Brother Black Tiger." The Black Tiger King nodded at Yi Xing and said, "I told you not to show off too much during the second genius election. You are really, that brat Ming Yuansheng must have already paid attention to you." Yi Xing said, "If I deliberately hide my strength too obviously, I'm afraid that it will be even more suspicious. Either I don't participate in the genius election, or I'll definitely attract attention if I do. This is something that can't be helped." The Black Tiger King grinned and said, "That's true. Anyway, the Great Yuan Dynasty can confirm that you are the demon star of troubled times. No matter how they guess, they will wait until you participate in the third genius election before making a move. At that time, it doesn't matter if they are 100% certain. Furthermore, even if they make a move on you in advance, it will be futile with me around. Hee. If that brat Ming Yuansheng couldn't control his killing intent and made a move on you yesterday, I would have killed him. I would have used his fresh blood as a sacrifice to fight against the Great Yuan Dynasty. Even if you don't participate in the Destiny rankings or enter the extraterritorial star continent. Since you're the demon star of troubled times, there should still be hope for you to overthrow the great Yuan dynasty if you grow up under the protection of the Dark Star Church. Yi Xing was surprised. He didn't know that the Black Tiger King had been secretly guarding him yesterday. Now it seemed that the person who had walked through the gates of hell wasn't Yi Xing, but the Meng Yuansheng. The Black Tiger King now had the strength to contend with the great Meng monarch. The reason he didn't openly go against the great Yuan dynasty was because of Yi Xing, the demon star of troubled times. The Black Tiger King wanted to wait for Yi Xing to grow up before going against the great Yuan dynasty. However, if Yi Xing's identity couldn't be protected, the Black Tiger King could only draw his sword against the great Yuan dynasty. The crown prince of the great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuansheng, had a special status. If the Black Tiger King took the lead and killed Meng Yuansheng, it would definitely cause a sensation. Of course, this would definitely cause the great Yuan dynasty to retaliate crazily. However, no matter what, if the Meng Yuansheng had dared to make a move on Yi Xing yesterday, he would have died. The Black Tiger King patted Yi Xing on the shoulder and said, "Participating in the destiny rankings, fighting for the Star Continent's providence, and going to the extraterritorial Star Continent to gain experience will be very beneficial to your growth. Since the great Yuan dynasty hasn't made a move on you, I won't openly go against them. Everything will develop as per normal. Since you are the demon star of troubled times, I believe that as long as you participate in the destiny rankings, you will definitely be able to seize the Star Continent's providence. In the past, the Star Continent's providence belonged to the marshalists of the great Yuan dynasty. If you seize the Star Continent's providence, you will also be seizing the great Yuan dynasty's providence." Yi Xing's eyes flashed, revealing a brilliant light. If he could participate in the destiny rankings, then he would definitely seize the great Yuan dynasty's providence. Yi Xing nodded to the Black Tiger King and asked, "Brother Black Tiger, why did you ask me to come here? Aren't you afraid that the great Yuan dynasty will discover the relationship between the Blood Edge Empire and the Dark Star sect?" The Black Tiger King said, "I don't go outside and no one sees me. Who would know that I'm here?" Yi Xing was surprised. "Then how did you come here?" The Black Tiger King smiled slightly and said, "Didn't I say that after this tournament, I will give you a great opportunity? Follow me." Yi Xing's eyes lit up. The Black Tiger King had indeed said that. What great opportunity! Yi Xing's heart was filled with questions. Seeing the Black Tiger King walking toward the back of the hall, he quickly followed. At the back of the hall, there was a stone door. After opening it, a passageway led directly to the cliff behind the hall. After walking for over 2 miles, the two of them arrived at a cavern about 100 meters wide. This cavern was empty, but there were runes carved into the ground. This was a 4th-grade transmission array. Second update, please roll on the ground and beg for monthly votes. Chapter 512. To be more precise, this was a complete level 4 teleportation array. A complete level 4 teleportation array could send people thousands of miles away, and the Blood Edge Kingdom was located in the center of the East Divine Continent. In other words, this teleportation array could send them to almost any place in the East Divine Continent. Yi Xing looked at the teleportation array on the ground and exclaimed, "We're going to go to another place through the teleportation array?" Black Biao King nodded and said, "Didn't you ask me how I came here? I came here through the teleportation array. Now, let's go to the Dark Star sect." Yi Xing was surprised and said, "The Dark Star sect is located in an extremely secretive place. The great Yuan dynasty has always been searching for it. Why are you bringing me there now?" Black Biao King said, "The great fortune I'm giving you is in the Dark Star sect. Do you know what's the most precious thing in the Dark Star sect?" Yi Xing shook his head. "How would I know?" Black Biao King smiled and said, "It's a body refining technique, a divine level body refining technique." Even with Yi Xing's firm mind, he couldn't help but stare. Divine level body refining technique? A top-grade mystic level technique could only allow a martial artist to cultivate to the limit of the king realm. quasi-god and true god above the king realm required a divine level technique. Although it was only a divine level body refining technique and not a cultivation legacy, this still shocked Yixing. Cough. Black Biao King coughed lightly and said, "To be precise, it's an incomplete divine level body refining technique. It's only at the high-grade mystic level. There's nothing beyond that. Moreover, the high-grade mystic level body refining technique isn't complete." Yixing let out a sigh of relief. This sounded much more reasonable. Otherwise, the Dark Star sect wouldn't be bullied by the Great Yuan dynasty if they had a divine level body refining technique. Yixing's heart moved, and another question flashed through his mind. He asked, why does the Dark Star sect have an incomplete divine level body refining technique? The Black Biao King said, "It was passed down by my sect's founder. Didn't I say before that my sect's founder came from outer space? In reality, he came from a high-ranked continent, the Dark Star continent, and was a disciple of the five-star sect, the Dark Star Temple. Due to an accident, he came to the Star Continent through a spatial crack and appeared in the Azure Cloud mountain range. When he was traveling through the spatial crack, he injured his foundation and cut off his future path of martial arts. Since the Star Continent didn't have any elixirs to heal his injuries, he was unable to leave the Star Continent and founded the Dark Star sect in the Star Continent." Yixing sucked in a cold breath and said, "Five-star sects with true gods. A martial saints faction would not be considered a martial saints faction. Only a perfected person's faction would be considered a one-star faction. Venerable forces were 2 stars, king forces were 3 stars, and so on. Quasi-god forces were 4 stars, and true god forces were 5 stars. The Black Biao King nodded and said with a sigh, "According to my sect's founder's records, his destiny was a 3-star blue destiny. If nothing unexpected happened, he could have at least cultivated to become a 3-star quasi-god. Unfortunately, he accidentally came to the Star Continent and even damaged his martial arts foundation, cutting off his path of martial arts. Unfortunately, the Star Continent did not have any spirit medicine that could heal his injuries, so his cultivation had stopped at the 2nd level of the Star Sea realm for his entire life. However, his strength was frighteningly strong. Although he was a 2-star king, he was not inferior to a 4-star king. 1,500 years ago, my sect's founder once fought with the Great Yuan dynasty's supreme king, Meng Yi, in the Azure Cloud mountain range. The battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend, destroying the mountains. In the end, my sect's founder won by half a move and beat Meng Yi until he holed up in the Great Yuan dynasty's capital for the rest of his life, never coming out. The Dark Canyon is the mark left behind by my sect's founder's attack. It contains a complete dark force. 1,500 years ago, a great battle between kings. Yixing suddenly remembered a legend that his master, Hua Tianfeng, had told him. The Azure Cloud sect was exterminated because of a great battle between 2 kings. This legend was actually true, and the origins of these 2 kings were frighteningly great. One was the founder of the Dark Star sect, and the other was the Great Yuan dynasty's 3rd 4-star king, Meng Yi. Hearing the Black Biao King's words, Yixing also felt pity for the founder of the Dark Star sect. Originally, he was a monstrous genius who could have become a quasi-god, but in the end, he was trapped in the Star Continent, and his cultivation stopped at the 2nd level of the Star Sea realm. It was truly lamentable. The Black Biao King continued, "The inheritance left behind by my sect's founder was all learned from the Dark Star Divine Palace. However, he was only an outer disciple in the Dark Star Divine Palace. The cultivation inheritance he learned was the Dark King Arts, which was not the orthodox method of the Dark Star Divine Palace. The highest level he learned was the Dark Star Divine Body, which was the orthodox method. The highest level he learned was the Dark Star Divine Body, which reached the highest level of the deity level. Unfortunately, when my sect's founder was at the 2nd level of the Star Sea realm, he did not learn everything. Even the middle level of the Dark Star Divine Body was not completely cultivated. Therefore, the Dark Star Divine Body that was passed down was somewhat incomplete and could no longer be called the Dark Star Divine Body. I'm afraid it could only be called the Dark Star Shin Body. Ever since stepping into the Star Vortex realm, martial artists would focus on inner chi and ignore the physical body. Only after reaching the Venerable realm would they strengthen the cultivation of the physical body. However, they still placed more importance on the cultivation of the astral body. The body refining technique was an unorthodox technique in the Star Continent. Although warriors of the same cultivation level had stronger bodies and stronger abilities, the body refining technique was not valued in the Star Continent and was very rare. Because Yi Xing had strengthened his physical body many times, he was already outstanding among the enlightened masters. His strength was almost equivalent to that of a 4-star enlightened master. When Yi Xing's cultivation level was not high, his physical strength was very strong. However, as Yi Xing's cultivation level got higher and higher, his physical strength was not worth mentioning. This was the reason why body cultivation techniques were not valued. They would not improve as one's cultivation level increased. When the physical body was strong, it might be very strong at a certain time, but as one's cultivation level increased, it would gradually lose its effect, unless there was a higher level body cultivation technique that could maintain the constant improvement of the physical strength. However, in this way, not only would it consume a lot of energy, it would also delay the normal cultivation of martial arts. Moreover, body cultivation techniques were rare. Where would there be so many body cultivation techniques to cultivate? However, the Dark Star Shin body of the Dark Star sect could be cultivated to the middle level of the profound realm. In other words, one could cultivate the physical body to the King realm. The King realm was already the peak of martial arts in the Star Continent. This Dark Star Shin body was worth cultivating. Yi Xing asked, "Brother Black Biao, have you also cultivated the Dark Star Shin body?" Black Biao King patted his chest and said, "Of course. I have already cultivated the Dark Star Shin body to the limit. Just the strength of my physical body alone is enough to defeat those of the same level. Coupled with the complete dark force and the astral power, I am able to compete with 4-star kings. The conditions for cultivating the Dark Star Shin body are very harsh. We need to go to the Dark Star sect. We will teleport there directly. I am persevering. The 3rd update is here. There will be a 4th. Please continue to vote." Chapter 513. The Black Biao King waved his hand, and 100 star crystals flew out. Yi Xing was stunned when he saw the star crystals. They weren't medial grade star crystals, but superior grade star crystals. Superior grade star crystals were very precious. They were the energy source for level 5 arrays. Furthermore, they could quickly replenish the astral energy of a monarch. A great success level 4 transportation array should require medial grade star crystals to activate. However, superior grade star crystals shouldn't be a problem either. The higher the energy barrier, the better. However, it wouldn't work if it was too low. For example, inferior grade star crystals couldn't activate the array. 1 superior grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 medial grade star crystals. The 100 superior grade star crystals the Black Biao King tossed out were equivalent to 10,000 medial grade star crystals. Different transportation arrays consume different amounts of energy. The more star crystals used, the farther the transportation array would be. 1 transportation would consume over 10,000 medial grade star crystals. It was clear that the transportation array would be very far. The Black Biao King set up the array and determined the location. After a certain distance, he beckoned Yi Xing over. "Come here." Yi Xing walked over to the Black Biao King's side. Soon, the Black Biao King activated the array. The transportation array on the ground released a dazzling light. This light became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's vision was completely covered by a dazzling white light. After about 10 breaths of time, that dazzling white light dissipated. Yi Xing discovered that he had already arrived at another place. The previous transportation array was in a cave hall. Now, he was standing on a similar transportation array. However, this time, he was in a large hall. Was he already at the Dark Star sect? "Sir Emissary," The martialists in the large hall greeted the Black Biao king respectfully when they saw him. Yi Xing sized up the person who spoke. This person's aura wasn't any weaker than Mogn's. The Dark Star sect was indeed a 3-star sect that could contend with the Great Yuan dynasty. The martialist guarding the transportation array was actually a supremacy. Of course, this was because the Dark Star sect was in the dark. Most of the time, they relied on teleportation formations to connect to the outside world. If an enemy invaded, it was very likely that they would come through teleportation formations. Therefore, it was not excessive to have a High Lord guard here, for safety reasons. The Black Biao king nodded to that person and said to Yi Xing, "Follow me." Yi Xing followed the Black Biao king out of the transfer hall. What entered his eyes was a verdant valley. The Dark Star sect's territory is protected by a level 5 formation. Don't try to fly, or you will be killed by the formation, the Black Biao king said. He followed the path outside the teleportation hall and headed towards the depths of the valley. This was a huge valley that was over 10 miles deep. Yi Xing saw a pitch-black tower at the end of the valley. Although he was walking, the Black Biao king's speed was still very fast. As he walked, he said, "That is the Dark Star Pagoda, the place to cultivate the Dark Star profound body. With your current cultivation, you can only cultivate the spirit level. Perhaps it should be called the Dark Star Spirit Body." Sir Emissary. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter martial practitioners from the Dark Star sect. They all had respectful expressions towards the Black Tiger King and addressed him as Lord Emissary. Adding the martial practitioners in the teleportation hall, Yi Xing had met a total of 4 martial practitioners since arriving at the Dark Star sect. All of them were astral reaching realm venerables and even venerable lords. Soon, the two arrived in front of the Dark Star Pagoda. The martial practitioner guarding the Dark Star Pagoda had an aura no weaker than the one guarding the teleportation hall. He was also a venerable lord. Sir Emissary, seeing the Black Biao king, he immediately walked over and sized up Yi Xing. Yi Xing faintly nodded in return. The Black Biao king asked, "Old Zhou, who is cultivating inside?" The old Zhou guarding the Dark Star Pagoda was surnamed Zhou and named Kunshin. He was an 8-star venerable lord. Zhou Kunshin walked a few steps closer to the Black Biao king and said in a low voice, "It's the young leader." Yi Xing couldn't help but be astonished. When this old Zhou said, "young leader," he lowered his voice. It didn't sound like a normal pronunciation. This made Yi Xing wonder, could it be that this young leader doesn't have a good relationship with Brother Black Biao? Young leader, Yi Xing could tell from the name that he should be the son of the Dark Star sect's leader. Brother Black Biao is the #1 expert of the Dark Star sect. He should be on the same level as the Dark Star sect's leader. The son of the Dark Star sect's leader shouldn't have the qualifications to be on bad terms with Brother Black Biao, right? Yi Xing was still somewhat astonished. The Black Biao king looked straight ahead and said, "He entered the Dark Star Pagoda so quickly. Seems like his Dark Star Xian body has improved again." Zhou Kunshin nodded and said in a low voice, "Young leader has already reached the 6th level of astral reaching realm." The Black Biao king's expression remained the same as he said indifferently, 29 years old, 6th level astral reaching realm. Not bad. He has broken our sect's record. 6th level astral reaching realm was a 6-star venerable. A 29-year-old 6-star venerable. Yi Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. This young leader's cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. Zhou Kunshin sized up Yi Xing once again and said, "This young master is the one the Star Emissary is looking for." The Black Biao king nodded. Yi Xing cupped his fist towards Zhou Kunshin and said, "I am Yi Xing, greetings, elder." Zhou Kunshin looked to be in his 60s, not young at all. Yi Xing originally wanted to call him senior, but he called Black Biao brother. This person's status was clearly much lower than Black Biao's. In front of Black Biao, Yi Xing seemed a bit inappropriate to call him senior. Therefore, Yi Xing changed the way he addressed him. Zhou Kunshin nodded towards Yi Xing and said, "Zhou Kunshin, young master, ye can just call me Old Zhou." Yi Xing faintly smiled. Right then, a light flashed in front of the Dark Star Pagoda, and a youngster appeared out of nowhere. No, to be more precise, it should be a youngster. He looked to be only 16 years old, very young. The youngster wore a black robe with stars embroidered on it. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and a white jade belt wrapped around his waist. His complexion was fair and clean, and his facial features were perfect, as if they were carved. There was almost no flaw in this person's appearance. Not only was he handsome, but he could also be said to be beautiful. He was more beautiful than many women. Even his figure was impeccable. He was about 7 or 8 years old, neither tall nor short. "Young master." Zhou Kunshan immediately cupped his fists and greeted. The young master's gaze went past Zhou Kunshan and landed on Black Biao. Then he sized up Yixing, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an arc. "Uncle Black Biao is back." "Oh." Uncle Black Biao brought an outsider to the Dark Star sect. "Looks like this kid is the demon star of chaos Uncle Black Biao was looking for." Uncle Black Biao actually found him before the Great Yuan dynasty. "This is really unexpected," the young master said slowly. Although he kept calling Yixing Uncle Black Biao, Yixing did not hear the slightest bit of respect from his words. Moreover, this person called him kid. If he was respectful towards Black Biao, then he would not be so rude since Black Biao had brought him here. This young master was extraordinarily handsome, but his words and actions were not as good as his appearance. It's the 4th update again. Last 2 days, I'm looking for monthly votes. I'm looking for free recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 514. Zhui Yuping, the young master of the Dark Star sect, was the person with the highest heaven's fate in the past 2,000 years. His fate was as high as a 3-star blue fate. In other words, he could naturally become a 3-star king. Even in the Great Yuan dynasty, such a heaven's fate was hard to come by in 1,000 years. In the entire star continent, Zhui Yuping was the only one with a 3-star heaven's fate since the Great Yuan dynasty's supreme king, Meng Tai. With such a high heaven's fate and being the son of the Dark Star sect's leader, no one could compare to Duan Yuping in terms of talent or status. Even the Great Yuan dynasty's crown prince, Meng Yuansheng, paled in comparison to Zhui Yuping. Zhui Yuping not only had a high heaven's fate, but his astrology was also powerful. His talent in martial arts was also extremely good. Even in the realm of venerable, he could fight above his realm. With such outstanding talent and a superior background, Zhui Yuping had always had his eyes above his head. In Zhui Yuping's eyes, even Liu, who was the pinnacle of the martial arts world in the Star Continent, was nothing. In his opinion, the king of the Star Continent would be trampled under his feet one day. Zhui Yuping's way of thinking was different from the Black Biao king. The latter knew how powerful the Great Yuan dynasty was, and that the Dark Star sect couldn't overthrow it. They could only place their hopes on the demonic star of chaos. As for Zhui Yuping, he didn't believe in the demonic star of chaos. He believed in himself. If there was a person who could overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty, then that person would be him, Zhui Yuping. What demonic star of chaos? Zhui Yuping didn't take it seriously. The Black Biao king looked at Zhui Yuping and said indifferently, "Your progress is quite fast. From the 5th level to the 6th level of the astral reaching realm, you only used a little more than a year." Zhui Yuping's face revealed a proud expression. "I have a 3-star blue fate. Isn't this normal? Meng Yuansheng could become a king before the age of 50. I can only be faster and earlier than him. The future number 1 person of the Star Continent will be none other than me." The Black Biao king smiled indifferently. Zhui Yuping was a genius among geniuses in both cultivation and martial arts. However, the Black Biao king didn't like him. He was too proud. Even if he did have the right to be arrogant, the Black Biao king just didn't like it. Moreover, the Black Tiger King was very clear about how powerful the Great Yuan dynasty was. Even the founder of the Dark Star sect and himself, who could already fight against 4-star kings, still had no hope of destroying the Great Yuan dynasty. In a one-on-one battle, the Black Biao king did not fear Meng Tai. In fact, the Black Biao king had the confidence to defeat Meng Tai. Just like that, 1,500 years ago, the founder of the Dark Star sect, had defeated the supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yi. However, the Yuan dynasty had been established for 10,000 years, and its foundation was too deep. Within the Yuan dynasty's capital, there was a terrifying killing array from the ancient era. Even 10 four-star kings would find it difficult to break in. Therefore, the Black Tiger King was very clear that even if Zhui Yuping became a 3-star king in the future and raised his strength to the limit, catching up to him, or even surpassing him, it would still be impossible for him to support the Great Yuan dynasty. Since even the imperial advisor of the Great Yuan dynasty believed that the Demon Star of Chaos had the possibility of shaking the Great Yuan dynasty's foundation, then the Black Biao King naturally placed his hopes on Yi Xing, the Demon Star of Chaos, and not the young master of the Dark Star sect, Zhui Yuping. Zhui Yuping was extremely proud and conceited. He believed that he was the destined one to lead the Dark Star sect, to become the overlord of the Star Continent. However, the Black Biao King did not think so, and believed that Yi Xing was the one. Therefore, Zhui Yuping naturally did not like the Black Biao King, and also did not like Yi Xing, the Demon Star of Chaos. Zhui Yuping only glanced at Yi Xing, and then ignored him. Yi Xing was only a 5-star enlightened being, and was not enough to enter Zhui Yuping's eyes. He did not even have the qualifications to be hated by Zhui Yuping, and only had the qualifications to be ignored. The Black Biao King looked down on Zhui Yuping's pride, and said, "The future of the Star Continent does not belong to you. It belongs to the Demon Star of Chaos." Kiki. Zhui Yuping laughed disdainfully, and his gaze once again turned to Yi Xing, and said, "What destiny do you have?" Yi Xing said, "I'm a 5-star green destiny now." In the Divine Continent's secret realm, Yi Xing had devoured Shang Buchuan's destiny, and evolved from a 9-star yellow destiny to a 5-star green destiny. However, in front of Zhui Yuping, this little bit of improvement was not worth mentioning. It was almost the same. Whether it was a 9-star yellow destiny or a 5-star green destiny, in front of a 3-star green destiny, they could all be called trash destiny. Zhui Yuping laughed disdainfully and said, "5-star green destiny, huh? Uncle Black Biao, it was difficult for this trash destiny to cultivate to my current level. The future of the Star Continent belongs to him." The Black Biao King's expression was normal. He believed in the words of the Demon Star of Chaos, and therefore, he believed in Yi Xing's future. The Black Biao King said, "His bloodline is atavistic, and his destiny is not fixed. As his bloodline continues to awaken, it will continue to improve." Previously, he was just an ordinary destiny, but now he's a 5-star green destiny. If his bloodline continues to awaken, in time, his destiny will very likely surpass yours. Zhui Yuping laughed and said, "Even if it's atavistic bloodline, there's a limit. Moreover, the chances of bloodline awakening will gradually decrease as one grows older. He's not young now, right? He's already an adult. Even if there's a chance of bloodline awakening in the future, how high can his destiny rise? A 6-star green destiny or a 7-star green destiny? Even if he defies the heavens and raises his destiny to a king's destiny, Kiki, to reach a 1-star green destiny, that's already 8 lifetimes of good fortune, but it still can't compare to my 3-star green destiny. What can he use to surpass me?" Zhui Yuping said the last sentence resolutely, and his tone was full of confidence. Yi Xing slightly narrowed his eyes. A 3-star azure fate was indeed a bit far away. However, the increase in his heavens wasn't due to luck or bloodline atavism. Instead, it was due to the actual power of the black hole. For Yi Xing, not to mention the king's destiny, as long as he had enough destiny to devour, it was not impossible for him to reach the quasi-god destiny in the future. However, this was only in theory. In reality, there were only 2 3-star green destiny martial artists in the Star Continent. One was the Grand Monarch of the Great Yuan Dynasty, Meng Tai, and the other was Zhui Yuping. It was almost impossible for Yi Xing to surpass Zhui Yuping's destiny, unless he could devour the destiny of martial artists outside the Star Continent. Yi Xing thought to himself, after the 3rd genius selection, the top 10 geniuses of the younger generation will all be able to enter the star continent outside the star continent and have the opportunity to meet the younger generation of the other star continents. It's not impossible for my destiny to surpass Zhui Yuping. The Black Tiger King slightly frowned. Zhui Yuping's destiny was too high, and it was indeed not easy to surpass him. However, the Black Tiger King still had unshakable confidence in the Fiend Star of Chaos, and said, "Just wait and see. I'll surpass him one day." Chapter 515. The corners of Zhui Yuping's eyes twitched as he sneered. "Then let's wait and see. In the Star Continent, only I, Zhui Yuping, can surpass others. No one can surpass me," Zhui Yuping said coldly as he walked away. After taking a few steps, he stopped and said, "Uncle Black Biao, one day you will understand that you are wrong." "What demon star of chaos?" "Humph. Even if there is a demon star of chaos in this world, it can only be me, Zhui Yuping." With that, Zhui Yuping strode away without looking back. Yixing looked at Zhui Yuping's back as his eyes lit up. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, "This guy is too arrogant. I'll work hard to find an opportunity to surpass him as soon as possible." Black Biao King had long been tired of Zhui Yuping's boasting and did not feel anything. After Zhui Yuping left, the Black Biao King said to Yixing, "Inside the Dark Star Pagoda, there's a king's intent left behind by our sect's founder. When you enter, you will obtain the cultivation information of the Dark Star profound body, and then you can cultivate inside. The cultivation method of the Dark Star Xian body is to fight. Constant and intense fighting allows the body to move and absorb the Dark Star power during the battle to continuously strengthen it. The pagoda is divided into 7 levels, and each level has an illusion array that corresponds to the 7 levels of cultivation of the low spirit level, middle spirit level, high spirit level, top spirit level, low spirit level, middle spirit level, and high spirit level, respectively. Yixing Goen, remember, when fighting in the Dark Star Pagoda, you must use the power of your body. If you use an array, no matter how many targets you kill in the pagoda, it will be useless for the cultivation of the Dark Star Xian body. Don't be afraid inside. Just fight to your heart's content. If you encounter any danger, the illusion array will teleport you out." While Black Biao King was speaking, Zhou Kunshan had already opened the door to the first level of the Dark Star Pagoda, and Yixing walked in. Boom! The door was quickly closed, and all the light was gone. There was only darkness left in the pagoda. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. This kind of darkness was like when Bai Xing used the black hole astrology. It was extremely dark. In this place, one couldn't see anything. However, after comprehending the grand momentum of darkness, one could use the grand momentum of darkness to sense their surroundings. The deeper one's comprehension of the grand momentum of darkness, the farther one could sense it, and the clearer it would be. Yixing's dark force had reached the peak of the minute's subtlety and was only one step away from the phenomenal success of heaven and man unity. He was more powerful than many overlords. When Yixing used the power of darkness, the surrounding darkness transformed into Yixing's sense of touch, allowing him to see everything clearly. From the outside, the diameter of the Dark Star Pagoda was only about 30 meters. However, Yixing could sense that it was several miles wide. There was indeed an illusory array here. Yixing was in an illusory array space. In the upper right corner of this space, there was a staircase leading to the second level. A ray of light flashed and entered Yixing's mind. In an instant, a piece of information appeared in Yixing's mind. It was the cultivation information of the Dark Star spiritual body. However, it was only the cultivation information of the spirit level, so it could only be regarded as the Dark Star spiritual body. As for the profound level, it could only be obtained after reaching the 5th level. After Yixing obtained the cultivation information, in less than 10 breaths, a dark figure appeared in this spacious, illusory space. This dark figure revealed the aura of the 1st level star vortex realm. It was the strength of a 1-star martial saint. What a pure dark star power! Yi Xing's eyes lit up. This dark figure was formed by the dark star power. This dark star power is condensed and does not dissipate. Its power is equivalent to that of a one-star martial saint. It seems that I have to break it so that my body can absorb this dark star power. Yi Xing thought. At this moment, the dark figure had already rushed toward Yi Xing and punched out. At the same time, the second dark figure appeared. Flaming Dipper Fist. Yi Xing also threw a punch, and a flaming fist projection shot forth, shattering the oncoming dark figure with a single punch. It was only a one-star martial saint. In front of Yi Xing, it could not withstand a single blow. The shattered dark figure turned into wisps of dark star power. Yi Xing used the cultivation method of the dark star spiritual body, and the dark star power immediately entered his body. My body can't absorb it. 99% of the energy is wasted. It seems that because the body is full of energy, the dark astral energy has nowhere to go. It needs the body to operate, and the energy inside will be exhausted before it can absorb new energy. No wonder it has to be cultivated in battle. Yi Xing understood the key immediately. He immediately dispersed the Dipper Fist and took a step forward. With pure physical strength, he punched out at the second dark figure. Yi Xing's physical strength was equivalent to the strength of a 4-star martial sage. Even a 1-star martial sage would not be able to withstand his punch. With a loud explosion, the second dark figure was also blown up by Yi Xing and turned into wisps of dark star power. Yi Xing did not use the Dipper Fist. He used his physical strength directly. The consumption of his physical strength was much greater. The dark star power he absorbed was more than before. However, this was far from enough to strengthen his physical body. If he wanted to strengthen his physical body and improve his attainment of the dark star spiritual body, he would need to absorb the dark star power of thousands of dark figures. The first floor is too easy. The target was blown up with one punch. I did not use much strength. Naturally, I cannot absorb much dark star power. I have to go to a higher floor. It has to be more difficult and stressful. When the third dark figure appeared, Yi Xing was already like a gust of wind. He quickly moved to the entrance of the second floor and went up to the second floor. The second floor was the same as the first floor. It was a space of several kilometers. In the opposite corner, there was a staircase leading to the third floor. There was already a dark figure in front. It had the aura of a 6-star martial sage. The second floor corresponds to the medial grade spirit stage. A 6-star martial sage appeared. It looks like a 1-star martial sage should appear on the third floor. The fourth floor should be a 6-star martial sage. Only on the fourth floor can I feel pressure. Yi Xing moved like the wind. After blowing up the 6-star martial sage with one punch, he quickly arrived at the entrance of the third floor and entered it. Indeed, the dark figure on the third floor had the aura of a 1-star martial sage. Yi Xing flew past it and directly charged into the fourth floor. The dark figure on the fourth floor had the strength of a 6-star martial sage. Be it its reaction speed or attack speed, it was much faster than the dark figures on the first 3 floors. Whoosh! Just as Yi Xing appeared on the fourth floor, a fist image shot over. Yi Xing also threw out a punch. When the two fists collided, Yi Xing's body shook violently. His body immediately flew backward, and the qi and blood in his body surged. Yi Xing's physical body was only equivalent to a 4-star martial sage's attack. Of course, he could not block it. In an instant, the black figure threw out a second punch. Good timing. Yi Xing immediately circulated the astral energy and executed the flaming astral fist to counterattack. Chapter 516. Even if Yi Xing didn't use astrology or the power of fire, just the power of the stars, his strength was not something a 6-star enlightened master could compare to. When the two fists collided, Yi Xing did not even take half a step back. However, the dark figure was pushed back more than 10 meters. At this moment, if Yi Xing attacked with his full strength, he could immediately kill the dark figure. However, Yi Xing felt that the consumption of his physical body was not that great. On the other hand, The dark figure that was equivalent to a 6-star sage contained much more dark astral energy than the dark figures on the previous floors. If his physical body could not absorb so much dark astral energy, killing this dark figure would be futile. It would not have much effect on the cultivation of the dark astral spirit body. Yixing secretly suppressed his astral energy. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the dark figure. He used the flaming astral fist and continued to attack. This time, Yixing suppressed his strength. He was evenly matched with the dark figure. The two of them exchanged punches and kicks. It was a head-on collision. This kind of battle consumed a lot of physical strength. In less than 3 moves, another dark figure appeared. It was also equivalent to a 6-star sage. It charged at Yixing. Because the Dark Star Treasure Pagoda was a body refinement technique, the attacks of these black silhouettes were all close-range attacks. Their moves were not exquisite and were very ordinary. However, their strength was astonishing. Naturally, close-range attacks would exhaust one's physical strength at a very fast rate. Fighting 1 against 2, Yixing felt a lot of pressure. He released his suppressed strength and reached a state of equilibrium. Soon, a third dark figure appeared on the 4th floor. Yixing released a little more astral energy. He was not at a disadvantage even though he was fighting 1 against 3. When the 4th dark figure appeared, Yixing faced attacks from 4 directions at the same time. Under the state of close combat, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. The pressure increased again. Bang, 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 bang. Yixing kept dodging. At the same time, he kept exchanging blows with the dark figures. Even though he was using astral energy, his physical strength was being consumed at an incomparably fast rate. When Yixing felt that his fleshly body's strength was almost depleted, he immediately utilized the grand momentum of fire. Yixing's grand aura of fire had already reached the realm of one with the heavens. This was a level of comprehension that only High Lords could achieve. The astral flame fist had fused with the grand aura of fire, causing its power to multiply. Bang! Yixing punched the head of one of the dark figures and blew it apart. The dark figure's body turned into pure, dark astral energy and was absorbed by Yixing. This time, Yixing's body had consumed a lot of energy. His flesh and bones also felt a little tired. The Dark Star Force, which had a strengthening effect on the body, flowed into his body. Suddenly, his flesh and bones were like a whale, rapidly absorbing the Dark Star Force and strengthening his body. While his body was being strengthened, the battle continued. Every once in a while, a dark figure condensed from the Dark Star Force would appear in the illusory formation. Yixing's opponents remained at 4. Yixing was fighting 4 at the same time. Although the pressure was great, the effect was very obvious. While his physical strength was being consumed, he was also absorbing the Dark Star Force crazily, constantly strengthening himself. When the 5th dark figure appeared, Yixing fully utilized the grand momentum of fire to immediately kill one of them. His opponents were always at 4. At the same time, he was constantly absorbing the Dark Star Force. The Dark Star Force of 6 Celestial Sage was very pure. Yixing couldn't absorb it at all in a short period of time. Most of it was wasted. However, this was already the fastest cultivation speed that Yixing could achieve. It was difficult to increase it any further. When Yixing absorbed the Dark Star Force of the 4th 6 Celestial Sage, his Dark Star Spirit body had already begun to show results. It was equivalent to the entry level. This was mainly because Yixing's physical strength was equivalent to that of a 4 Celestial Sage. Therefore, as long as he absorbed some Dark Star Force, he successfully reached the entry level. His physical strength was equivalent to that of a 4 Celestial Sage, which was equivalent to the Dark Star Spirit body's great success. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Yixing to cultivate his Dark Star Spirit body to the great success level. It could even be said that it was easy for him. The difficulty was to cultivate it to perfection from the great success level. Another dark figure equivalent to a 6 Celestial Sage was killed by Yixing. Then, a new dark figure appeared. Its aura was much stronger than the previous one. Its aura was equivalent to that of Venerable Seven Star. Counting the number, this was the 11th dark figure to appear. It seemed that 10 of them were considered a wave. After 10 of them, the cultivation of the dark figure would increase by one level. When Venerable Seven Star joined the battle, the pressure on Yi Xing increased by more than 10 times. Even if he used the grand momentum of fire, he couldn't stop the momentum and kept retreating. Whoosh! A starlight rushed out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows and turned into a huge flaming star. Extreme astrological form. Flame astrological form. Using the astrological form, Yi Xing's strength skyrocketed. Even Venerable Seven Star strength was nothing in front of Yi Xing. Soon, several dark figures equivalent to 6 celestial sages were killed by Yi Xing one after another. Venerable Seven Star replaced the previous 6 celestial sages. Yi Xing was besieged by Venerable Seven Star. In the sky, the flame astrological form floated and endless flame astral power fell. Yi Xing used the grand momentum of fire to perform the flame dipper fist. Its power was shocking. Even if 4 Venerable Seven Stars were besieging him, Yi Xing was still as steady as Mount Tai. As he performed the fist momentum, the 4 Venerable Seven Stars were forced to retreat. After killing several 6 celestial sages, there was still a lot of dark astral power left in his body. His body couldn't absorb it all in a short time, so Yi Xing wasn't in a hurry to kill his target. However, the speed at which the dark figures appeared in the illusion didn't slow down. The 7 stars besieging Yi Xing soon became 5, and then 6. With 6 Venerable Seven Stars besieging Yi Xing felt the pressure again. Facing such a terrifying attack, even Venerable 8 Stars would have to go all out. Although Yi Xing was strong, under the flame astrological form, he wasn't stronger than Venerable 8 Stars. Sunfire Spear Technique, Incinerate. Yi Xing raised his hand, and the Dragon Blood Spear appeared in his hand. He instantly performed the Sunfire Spear Technique. With a supreme-grade spirit weapon in hand, Yi Xing's strength increased again. The Dragon Blood Spear carried a raging sea of fire and instantly smashed the head of a Venerable Seven Star. The target equivalent to a Venerable Seven Star was killed. The pure dark astral power was much more than the Venerable 6 Stars, and the quality was also much higher. Yi Xing felt comfortable. His flesh and blood trembled as the pure dark astral power was absorbed into his body. His flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and skin were all rapidly strengthening. With the Dragon Blood Spear in hand, Yi Xing fought in close combat. It wasn't difficult for him to kill the Venerable Seven Stars. The dark figures equivalent to Venerable Seven Stars were killed one by Yi Xing. The intense battle caused Yi Xing's physical energy consumption to increase greatly. As a result, the speed at which he absorbed dark astral power also increased greatly. Chapter 517. There were more Venerable Seven Stars than Venerable 6 Stars in the 4th layer of the formation. The 21st dark figure that appeared was still Venerable Seven Star. The target of a Venerable Seven Stars contained too much dark star power. Yi Xing needed a long time to absorb it. It was no exaggeration to say that it would take at least 15 minutes for Yi Crossing to absorb the dark star power of a Venerable Seven Stars. Moreover, a lot of the dark star power would be lost. Of course, the dark star power that was lost wasn't really wasted. Instead, it was absorbed by the formation and turned into formation energy. In any case, there was an endless stream of figures coming out from the formation. Moreover, after the dark figures were killed, the dark astral energy would not be wasted. Yi Xing did not care if he could absorb the dark astral energy. Once the pressure became too great and there were too many dark figures besieging him, Yi Xing would unleash his full strength and kill one of them. However, the strength of a Venerable Seven Star wasn't to be underestimated. When a number of them reached a certain level, Yi Xing couldn't kill them just because he wanted to. When there were more than 20 Venerable Seven Stars besieging Yi Xing, even if Yi Xing unleashed his full strength, he was still forced to retreat. It was very dangerous, being besieged by 20 venerable 7 stars at the same time. Even a venerable 8 star would die if he couldn't break out of the encirclement quickly. Yixing wasn't stronger than a venerable 8 star, but Yixing had the super brain scan and knew the attack trajectory of most of the targets in front of him. It was easier for him to deal with them, but it was also very dangerous. Moreover, as time passed, the number of venerable 7 stars that appeared in the illusory matrix was still increasing. They pounced forward and attacked continuously. Yixing's strength was pushed to the limit under the flame astral form, but he could not withstand it. Whoosh! Another starlight shot out from Yixing's forehead and turned into a huge black hole vortex. Yixing used the black hole astral form. The dark astral pagoda was originally a pitch-black world. When the black hole astral form overlapped with the dark world, it was still pitch-black. The darkness couldn't block their vision at all. The black hole planet had no effect on them. However, when Yixing used the black hole astrology, the situation was very different. Under the black hole astrology, Yixing's perception was more than 10 times stronger. It was as if a super brain was scanning in all directions. Yixing knew everything that happened within a few miles. In this world of darkness, Yixing was like an omniscient god. Originally, Yixing's super brain scan could only scan half of the area in front of him. Now, under the black hole astrology, Yixing was able to scan the area without any blind spots. Furthermore, the super brain scan was based on the perception of the mind. Under the black hole constellation, it was based on the sense of touch. There was no need for the brain to think at all. The superbrain's reaction was even faster than the perception of the mind. Yixing used the momentum of the wind and pushed his speed to the limit. He shuttled through the gaps between the attacks of the venerable 7 stars and turned the tables in one fell swoop. He used the dragon blood spear as a pawn and unleashed flaming spear astrals to counterattack. Soon, another venerable 7 stars was killed by Yixing. However, the other party's attacks were too dense. Even though Yixing was as fast as lightning, it was difficult for him to dodge all of them. He also suffered some injuries. At this time, the importance of a movement technique was displayed. Yixing's attainments in the momentum of the wind were extremely high. In terms of speed, he was not inferior to some martial artists who had cultivated a top-grade movement technique to greater mastery. However, in terms of exquisiteness, it was inferior. Qigong movement techniques were not only fast and slow, but they also had many variations in movement techniques. Yixing's speed was straightforward. Therefore, the attacks he encountered were too dense, and he could not dodge in the most accurate way. He could only rely on his absolute speed to move from a distance. This way, he suffered even more attacks. If Yixing's attainments in the momentum of the wind had not reached an extremely high level, his life would have been in danger under such dense attacks, and he would have been teleported out of the Dark Star Pagoda. Time flew. One venerable 7 star after another fell to the Dragon Blood Spear. The intense battle caused Yixing's physical energy to be greatly depleted. At the same time, it was rapidly replenished. The cultivation speed of the Dark Star Spirit body was extremely fast. In less than 2 hours, Yixing had killed over 10 venerable 7 stars. Yixing's Dark Star Spirit body had made another breakthrough, reaching the small mastery realm. However, Yixing's physical body was originally very strong. He was still far from reaching his limit. At the very least, he would have to cultivate his Dark Star Spirit body to the large mastery realm before he would encounter any problems. Yixing fought as he replenished his energy. His body felt tired and comfortable and tired. He didn't completely exhaust his energy, which greatly extended the time he could fight. Around 18 hours later, Yixing had killed nearly 100 venerable 7 stars. Yixing's Dark Star Spirit body had made further progress, reaching the large mastery realm. To cultivate the Dark Star Spirit body to the large mastery realm in just one day, this speed was simply godly. If Yixing's physical body wasn't originally at the level of a 4-star sage, he definitely wouldn't have been able to reach this speed. The large mastery realm of the Dark Star Spirit body was extremely wide. The strength of the physical body ranged from a 1-star sage to a 5-star sage. Right now, Yixing's physical body was just barely at the level of a 4-star sage. Thus, there was still a period of rapid growth before reaching the large mastery realm. Once the dark star spirit body reached the level of a 4-star sage and reached the same level as Yixing's physical body, the true difficulty would come. After 100 venerable 7 stars had appeared, the dark figures that continued to appear had become much stronger. They were now at the level of an 8-star sage. Yixing was startled. It seemed that the longer he stayed in the illusion array, the stronger the dark figures would become. An 8-star sage was extremely powerful. If it was a one-on-one fight, Yixing wouldn't be afraid if he used all his trump cards. But if it was a group attack, Yixing definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if it was just an 8-star sage leading a group of 7-star sages, it would still be difficult to resist. Whoosh! Yixing used the power of wind to push his speed to the limit. In an instant, he crossed several miles from one side of the illusion array to the other, avoiding the attacks of the 7-star sages. As he moved, Yixing put away the dragon blood spear in his hand and replaced it with a strong bow. Top-grade spirit bow, 7-star bow. The dark figures that were equivalent to 8-star sages had to be dealt with first. Whoosh! In an instant, Yixing used the third astrological aspect, Sagittarius. In the sky, the Sagittarius astrological aspect and the black hole astrological aspect were side by side. Yixing's strength erupted as he drew the 7-star bow. The 7-star gem emitted a resplendent light that condensed into a starlight arrow and shot out. Arrow of Death, the ultimate arrow of the blazing arrow art, sure kill arrow. At this moment, Yixing's strength erupted. Coupled with the power of the Sagittarius astrological aspect, how powerful was he? The arrow pierced through the sky and pierced the heart of the dark figure that was equivalent to an 8-star sage. Last 24 hours, requesting monthly votes. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Chapter 518. First update, please give me a monthly recommendation. The arrow contained peerless power. When it pierced through the heart, the power exploded, blasting a huge hole in the dark figure's chest. The dark figure, who was equivalent to an exalted 8-star, instantly died and turned into surging dark star power that surged toward Yixing comfortable. The dark star power contained in the exalted 8-star was much purer than that of the exalted 7-star. It quickly nourished Yixing's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. The Big Dipper bow was a top supreme grade spirit bow. It was extremely powerful. With Yixing's current strength, he couldn't even draw the Big Dipper bow to a full moon. Therefore, even if it was just one draw, Yixing had used a lot of strength, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. However, the dark star power contained in the exalted 8-star was more than enough to make up for this consumption. As soon as Yixing killed the exalted 8-star, dozens of exalted 7-star attacked him. Exalted 7-star's reaction was extremely fast. A few miles away was like a square foot to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yixing activated the flame array flags and turned them into a flame shield formation to protect his surroundings. Although using the formation to kill enemies wasn't beneficial to cultivating the dark star spirit body, Yixing needed the formation to resist at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on. The flame shield formation could defend against the exalted 9-star's attacks. Although there were many exalted 7-star's attacks, they couldn't break through the flame shield formation's defense. Yixing was inside the formation's defense. He held the Big Dipper bow and drew it again. The 7 gems shone brightly and condensed into a starlight arrow that shot out. Burning arrow. The arrow carried the terrifying power of flames and instantly hit an exalted 7-star, killing him instantly. The exalted 7-star dissipated and turned into dark star power that surged into Yixing's body. Yixing frantically absorbed it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yixing continuously drew his bow and executed the incineration arrow art. The seven stars bow continuously shot out starlight arrows, killing venerable seven stars one after another. Even when the dark figure of the venerable eight stars appeared, Yixing unleashed his full power onto the Sagittarius constellation and killed it all the same. Even though Yixing was protected by the flame shield dipper array and wasn't attacked, he still had to stand still and shoot arrows. However, continuously shooting the Big Dipper bow exhausted him. Every time he drew the Big Dipper bow, he didn't just use the strength of his arms. His entire body's flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and skin were all moving. It was extremely taxing on his body. Even though Yixing was constantly absorbing the dark star power to strengthen his physical body, there was a limit to his absorption speed. The amount of energy his physical body could replenish was no longer comparable to the amount of energy he consumed. This was especially true for mental exhaustion, which was something that energy could not make up for. With the Big Dipper bow and the Flame Shield Dipper array, Yixing persisted for another hour. Then, he panted heavily and couldn't hold on any longer. He rushed to the third floor. The dark figures on the fourth floor were venerable 6 stars at first, then venerable 7 stars, venerable 8 stars, and finally half-step venerables. The dark figures on the third floor were from venerable 1 stars to venerable 5 stars. Yixing couldn't hold on the fourth floor. Naturally, the pressure on the third floor was greatly reduced. Furthermore, Yixing didn't stop on the third floor. Instead, he went all the way to the second floor. The Flame Shield Dipper array was set up around him, protecting him inside. Yixing sat cross-legged and absorbed the dark star power in his body. He also recuperated and recovered his mental exhaustion. If he stopped on the third floor, there would be too many venerable 1 stars to venerable 5 stars. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. After a long time, the Flame Shield Dipper array might not be able to hold on. However, on the third floor, the dark figures were from venerable 6 stars to half-step venerable 6 stars. No matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be able to shake the Flame Shield Dipper array. Yixing rested for more than 2 hours. His physical body, mental state, and astral energy had only recovered to their peak state. At this time, a large number of dark figures had already gathered outside the Flame Shield Dipper array. Fire burning the 9 heavens. Yixing killed all the dark figures around him with a group attack. Then, he quickly went to the third floor and finally to the fourth floor. Because Yixing had left, the dark figures on the fourth floor had all disappeared. As Yixing appeared, another venerable 6 stars appeared. The battle started from the beginning again. First, it was the venerable 6 stars. Then, it was the venerable 7 stars. Finally, it was the venerable 8 stars. Yixing fought fiercely on the fourth floor for nearly 20 hours. At the beginning, he fought with his fists. Slowly, he fought with his spear. Finally, he used the Sagittarius constellation to fight with his archery. When he was exhausted, he left the fourth floor and returned to the second floor to rest. Day after day, Yixing stayed in the dark astral pagoda. On the first day, Yixing's dark astral spiritual body reached greater mastery. After 3 days, Yixing's dark astral spiritual body reached great mastery. The great mastery of the dark astral spiritual body was very wide. Its strength was equivalent to a venerable 6 stars to a half-step venerable. When one reached great mastery, they would have the strength of a venerable 6 stars. When the dark astral spiritual body reached great mastery, it would be able to defeat a half-step venerable with its physical body. Yixing's physical strength was equivalent to a venerable 4 stars. Therefore, when the dark astral spiritual body reached great mastery, it only increased the strength of his physical body from a venerable 4 stars to a venerable 6 stars. The truly difficult part was the cultivation after great mastery. After one intense battle after another, Yixing's physical strength gradually increased. On the 5th day, Yixing could defeat a venerable 7 stars with his physical strength alone. On the 7th day, Yixing, who was in the midst of an intense battle, suddenly became much stronger. The power of his astral energy surged, and his cultivation broke through to the 6th tier of the astral realm. When Yixing was at the 5th tier of the astral realm, he wanted to strengthen his foundation through battle. However, whether it was in the Genius Trials or in the Divine Continent Mystery Realm, Yixing had not been able to unleash his full strength in a battle. However, in the Dark Astral Pagoda, Yixing had achieved his goal. In every battle, he would unleash his full strength and use all his trump cards. Day after day of battle, Yixing's foundation had long been strengthened. As he absorbed the dark astral energy, his physical body strengthened, and his cultivation rose as well. It was natural for him to break through to Venerable 6 stars. After becoming a Venerable 6 stars, Yixing's strength increased greatly. Together with his terrifying physical strength, it was easy for him to kill in Venerable 8 stars. In the battle, Yixing's dark astral spiritual body's cultivation was even faster. On the 8th day, the dark astral spiritual body had another qualitative improvement. He reached the level where he could kill in Venerable 8 stars with his physical strength alone. He had killed an 8-star Venerable Master with just his physical strength. How terrifying was that? A single punch from him was enough to destroy a mountain. Yixing's physical body was like a beast in human form. However, Yixing's dark astral spiritual body had not reached its limit. Right now, Yixing could draw his supreme grade spiritual bow to the fullest. He could kill a dark figure at the level of Venerable 9 stars. And the dark figure at the level of Venerable 9 stars contained extremely pure dark astral energy. It could continue to strengthen Yixing's dark astral spiritual body. Chapter 519. The second update is here. There's a third and fourth update today. Last 10 hours, please vote. When the dark figures, who were equivalent to Venerable 9 stars, attacked, the power was too terrifying. Even a flame shield astral formation couldn't withstand it. On the 9th day, the flame shield astral formation was destroyed, and Yixing lost his defensive formation. However, Yixing still had the Crimson Flame suit. When the suit appeared outside Yixing's body, Yixing's defensive power was even greater than a level 3 defensive formation. Yixing persisted for another day. However, when more and more Venerable 9 stars appeared, even Yixing couldn't withstand it with his Crimson Flame suit. Finally, on the 10th day, Yixing was blasted out of the Dark Star Pagoda. Outside the Dark Star Pagoda, the Black Biao King was still waiting. Zhou Kunshan stood to the side. Yixing had entered the Dark Star Pagoda and had only come out after 9 days. This caused the two of them to be somewhat surprised. However, 10 days was not a long time for venerables and kings. The venerables of the astral pole star could communicate with the universe and could completely abstain from eating or drinking. Just by absorbing the power of the universe, they could replenish their body's energy. Seeing Yixing come out, the two's eyes lit up. The Black Tiger King asked, "Why did you stay in the pagoda for so long? Aren't you tired?" Yixing said, "If I'm tired, I'll retreat to the 2nd floor and use the defensive formation to rest." The Black Tiger King smiled. "You can enter the Dark Star Pagoda repeatedly. You can fight inside until you die and come out to rest before entering again." Yixing said, "There's a great terror in the face of death. If you can resolve the crisis at the edge of death, it will greatly improve your mental state. However, if you can't resolve it, you'll really be killed. It's better to experience it less often." The Black Pangolin King nodded. Although dying in the illusory array wasn't real death, if one experienced this kind of death too many times, they would become accustomed to it. They might even lose the rapid reaction time when death was approaching. If they were to encounter this kind of situation in real life in the future, once their reaction time slowed down, the result would be very cruel. The Black Tiger King asked, "How's your cultivation?" Yixing said, "The Dark Star spirit body has reached perfection. His strength is close to Venerable 9 stars." The Black Biao King and Zhou Kunshan looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Zhou Kunshan exclaimed, "In such a short time, he has cultivated to the level of Venerable 9 stars. Yixing noticed their expressions and said, "Is this speed very fast?" "Perhaps it's because my physical body is strong to begin with. But before I entered the tower, my physical body was already equivalent to a 4-star sage's strength at the level of Dark Star Spirit Body's great success." The Black Biao King shook his head and said, "The Dark Star Spirit Body is not only about the strength of the physical body, but also the absorption of Dark Star energy. Do you know how long it took the fastest person in the Dark Star sect to cultivate the Dark Star Spirit Body to perfection? How long? 3 years. 3 years?" Yixing's eyes were immediately filled with shock. He had been cultivating in the Dark Star Pagoda and did not notice the passage of time. However, it had not been long, right? How big was the difference between 3 years and 3 years? The Black Biao King continued, "There's a limit to how much Dark Star energy the physical body can absorb. When we cultivate the Dark Star Xian body, we first temper our physical body outside and raise its strength to a certain level before entering the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate and absorb Dark Star energy. Once your body is satiated, you can continue to temper your body outside. Most of your time is spent on tempering your body. Once you cultivate, it may take a few months or even half a year. Could it be that you can absorb the power of the dark stars endlessly?" Absorbing dark star energy endlessly was the key point, and it was what shocked the Black Biao King and Zhou Kunshan. "I don't feel that there is a limit to how much dark star energy my physical body can absorb," Yixing said in a daze. As he spoke, his heart shook and a light flashed in his mind. Black hole astral form. During the battle, Yixing used the black hole astrology. The black hole astrology was the highest dark attribute astrology. Perhaps this was the reason why his physical body could absorb dark star energy endlessly. Other than the astrology, Yixing and other martial artists did not have anything special. Absorbing dark star energy was definitely not because of the Sagittarius constellation. It could only be because of the black hole astrology. Although Yixing could not explain the exact reason, he was certain that it was because of the black hole astrology. The black hole astrology has many uses. Not only does it allow me to cultivate dark martial arts with twice the result with half the effort, it also allows me to absorb dark star energy endlessly. Isn't the dark star spirit body a dark attribute body, refining technique? Yixing said in his heart. The Black Biao King looked at Yixing. Other than surprise, his eyes were filled with admiration. "You are indeed worthy of being called the Demon Star in troubled times. You're different from the rest. The Dark Star Pagoda can be cultivated repeatedly. Do you still want to continue cultivating? On the 4th floor of the Dark Star Pagoda, one could cultivate the Dark Star Spirit Body to perfection. It was equivalent to a top-grade spirit grade body refining technique. The highest level one could reach was the strength of a half-step honorable. However, to reach the strength of a half-step honorable, one had to absorb dark star energy from a half-step honorable. Yixing's current physical strength had already surpassed an 8-star venerable. The dark star energy from the dark figures below the 9-star venerable was no longer effective on him. With his current strength, the progress of cultivating the dark star spirit body was very slow. It would probably take a long time for him to consolidate his dark star spirit body to the level of a 9-star venerable. He still had an appointment with Mo Tong in 10 days. Yixing asked, "How long have I been in the pagoda?" The Black Biao King said, "Today is the 10th day." The 10th day? Counting from the day he returned to the Shuefeng Empire from the Divine Continent Mountain. Today was the 11th day. It was exactly 10 days after the appointment with Mo Tong. Yixing looked at the sky. The sun was high in the sky, and it was noon. Mo Tong should be waiting on the battle stage by now. He said that Yixing didn't put Mo Tong in his eyes, but since he had already agreed to it, he still had to abide by it. Yixing said, "It's very difficult for me to improve my Dark Star spirit body anymore. I'll cultivate it again in the future. I still have some matters to attend to at the Shuefeng Academy today. Brother Black Biao, can you send me back now?" The Black Biao King nodded. "You can cultivate it again next time." Your cultivation speed this time is already fast enough. Soon, the Black Biao King brought Yi Xing to the teleportation hall of the Dark Star sect. Through the teleportation formation, they returned to the teleportation formation in the depths of the Shui Feng Academy. The Black Biao King stayed in the teleportation hall, while Yi Xing left the hall and went directly to the Shui Feng Academy's battle stage. After returning to the Shui Feng Academy, Mo Tong began to spread the news of the battle. He had a huge network in the Shui Feng Academy. After 10 days of spreading the news, everyone in the Shui Feng Academy knew about the battle between him and Yi Xing. One was the #1 genius of the East Divine Continent, while the other was a rising star. Not only was he strong at his young age, he was also a level 3 array grandmaster. Everyone was very interested in this duel. Chapter 520. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Shui Feng Empire Academy. The square where the battle arena was located was packed with people. Basically, all the students in the academy had rushed here. Even some of the elders of the academy had come to watch the battle. Mo Tong sat cross-legged on the high battle arena. His eyes were focused on his nose, and his nose was focused on his heart as he waited quietly. Noon had passed, but Yi Xing still had not appeared. Although Mo Tong's expression was calm, his heart was not calm. Is that kid so scared that he doesn't dare to fight? Mo Tong snorted coldly in his heart. Although Yi Xing did not dare to fight and would definitely be ridiculed by others, who would actually show up and be beaten up by him, he had prepared well for this day. He purposely spent 10 days wantonly announcing the battle so that all the students in the academy would come to watch the battle. Moreover, Mo Tong had also arranged for a group of soldiers. As long as Yi Xing appeared, his group of soldiers would cheer for him and gather momentum. At that time, under the cheers of the crowd, he would unleash his invincible might and defeat Yi Xing as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he would ruthlessly beat Yi Xing up. When he thought of that scene, Mo Tong's heart was filled with incomparable joy. He could not help but smile. After waiting for a long time, Yi Xing still did not appear. Finally, Mo Tong could not wait any longer. He stood up and scanned the surroundings. Mo Tong could not find Yi Xing's figure. He could not help but feel a little restless. He stood on the battle arena and shouted loudly, "Yi Xing, you coward! Where are you hiding? Are you planning to hide in your turtle shell forever?" The sound waves were like waves that rushed in all directions. The calm void was stirred up by the sound waves for no reason. Below the battle arena, many students immediately shouted, "Brother Liu, you're the first one." Senior brother Mo Tong is wise and mighty. He is the #1 genius, and his strength is unparalleled. Yi Xing is just a nobody. How would he dare to fight with senior brother Mo Tong? That's right. Yi Xing must be a coward. He doesn't dare to fight and is hiding somewhere like a coward. Since I've already agreed to the duel, how can I not fight? Even if I don't dare to, I should at least show myself and beg senior brother Mo Tong for mercy. If I hide directly, wouldn't I be a coward? How can I face others in the future? The people who spoke were all members of Mo Tong's morale group. In the Blood Edge Empire, Mo Tong's status was noble, his strength was strong, and his aptitude was top-notch. There were countless students who wanted to be friends with him, and there were even quite a few who wanted to be his follower. These people were the main members of Mo Tong's morale group. There were a lot of them. More than half of the spectating students were Mo Tong's morale group. Their roars were earth-shattering. Just this aura alone was extremely terrifying. They stood behind Mo Tong, imperceptibly increasing his aura. "Yi Xing, how long are you going to hide? Come out." Mo Tong roared. His voice reverberated for dozens of li. At this time, Yi Xing was returning from the depths of the institute. He heard Mo Tong's voice from dozens of li away. Yi Xing focused his voice into a line and shouted, "What's the hurry? This you will be there soon." On the battle stage, Mo Tong's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Xing's voice. He was afraid that Yi Xing wouldn't come. Today's duel was in full view of everyone. It was a battle of martial strength. Arrays, forbidden weapons, and other external objects were not allowed. The only external objects allowed were weapons. As the number one genius, Mo Tong was the strongest among the younger generation in the East Divine Continent. The only thing he feared about Yi Xing was Yi Xing's arrays. If Yi Xing didn't use arrays, he wouldn't put Yi Xing in his eyes at all. Below the battle stage, the crowd's spirits rose when they heard Yi Xing's voice. They had been waiting for several days in anticipation of this duel. Of course, they didn't want it to end carelessly because someone was absent. Only with Yi Xing's arrival would there be a good show to watch. Yi Xing spurred his flame wings to fly and arrived at the center of the plaza very soon, landing on the battle stage. Mo Tong looked at Yi Xing and said with a chuckle, "Why? Scared? Hiding and not daring to come out? Ho! Already agreed to the agreement, can you hide? If you're scared, you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll spare you." Kowtow! Kowtow! Below the battle stage, a large number of martial artists started shouting, cheering for Mo Tong. Tens of thousands of martial artists shouted in unison. The aura accumulated shot straight to the clouds, shattering the clouds in the sky. It was as if an enormous sword pierced the sky. However, aura was only of great use when the strong were suppressing the weak. Or perhaps when the two people's strength was balanced, it would affect the change in the outcome of the two people. In front of even stronger martial artists, aura was basically useless. Yi Xing's current strength was much stronger than Mo Tong's. No matter how powerful Mo Tong's aura was, Yi Xing did not take it seriously. Yi Xing smiled faintly, looked at Mo Tong, shook his head slightly, and said, "Kowtow to you? You're just a chicken or a pottery dog. Are you worthy?" Mo Tong's face instantly turned cold, and his complexion became livid. In the Divine Continent Mystic Realm, Yi Xing had called Mo Tong, Ing Chongkong, and Ing Xiangyang 3 chickens and pottery dogs. This was something that Mo Tong viewed as a disgrace. Now, Yi Xing called him a chicken or a pottery dog again. It was undoubtedly tearing open Mo Tong's scar and touching his reverse scale. Whoosh! A beam of starlight rushed out from Mo Tong's glabella, turning into a huge star suspended in the air. Mo Tong's hands instantly donned a pair of supreme-grade spirit weapon gloves. He shouted loudly, "Yi, if I Mo Tong don't beat you until you can't get up today, I'll write my name backward from now on. Beat him! Beat him! Senior brother, Mo Tong will win. Senior brother, Mo Tong will win." Below the battle arena, countless students cheered in unison. "Kill!" Mo Tong shouted loudly and instantly attacked. He used his supreme-grade spirit weapon, Fierce Blood Claw, and clawed at Yi Xing. Astral energy circulated, and surging astral energy fell from the sky, condensing into a huge blood claw that shot out explosively. Mo Tong used all his strength. This attack was not inferior to the peak attack of a top 7-star Exalted Cultivator. Even an ordinary 7-star Exalted Cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Faced with the terrifying power of the blood claw, Yi Xing snorted. He did not use astral energy or astrology, but only punched out. Yi Xing's small fist was not worth mentioning compared to the huge blood claw. However, when Yi Xing's fist collided with the blood claw light was instantly smashed into pieces as if it was a piece of rotten wood. Yi Xing took a step forward and arrived in front of Mo Tong, pushing forward with both palms. Yi Xing's physical strength was terrifying. The air in front of him was forcefully compressed by Yi Xing's push, forming a wall of air that crushed forward. Boom! Mo Tong's defense could not withstand a single blow from Yi Xing. As soon as Yi Xing's palms touched Mo Tong's body, Mo Tong shot backward like a cannonball. There are only 3 hours left. Please vote for me. Chapter 521. Yi Xing's physical strength had already surpassed that of an 8-star Venerable Master. How terrifying was that? Even though Yi Xing hadn't used his full strength, an attack with only 80% of his strength wasn't something Mo Tong could withstand. Mo Tong's astral energy had already crumbled layer by layer under the pressure of Yi Xing's palms. When Yixing's palms landed on Mo Tong's hands, Mo Tong was naturally sent flying in an instant. Puffed. Mo Tong spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair. In the blink of an eye, Mo Tong's body flew more than 1,000 meters out of the edge of the square and crashed into the wall outside the square. With a loud boom, Mo Tong's entire body sank into the wall. The students who saw this scene were all stunned and dumbfounded. This was over too quickly. Yixing had scattered Mo Tong's ferocious blood claw with a punch and then pushed with both palms. Mo Tong was sent flying more than 1,000 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. Under Yixing's palms, Mo Tong's body was like a piece of paper. This result was too unbelievable. The battle arena was a level higher than the ground of the square. Standing below the arena would obstruct one's vision. Only the students on this side had seen the entire process when Mo Tong had been sent flying. Many of the students on the other side had been blinded. They had never expected that Mo Tong would be sent flying as soon as the battle began. Therefore, some of the students were still cheering loudly. Senior brother, Mo Tong will win. Senior brother, Mo Tong will win. However, at this moment, the atmosphere was very strange. When the students who were shouting saw that the other students had quieted down and were all shocked and dumbfounded, they felt strange and gradually stopped shouting. More than 1,000 meters away, Mo Tong's body struggled and tumbled down from the sunken wall. Mo Tong's injuries weren't light. His internal organs were damaged, and his meridians were in excruciating pain. He couldn't circulate the astral energy in his body. After falling to the ground and struggling, Mo Tong couldn't get up. With his injuries, he wouldn't be able to get up without 20 to 30 breaths of time. Yixing stood on the battle arena. His gaze swept across Mo Tong in the distance, indifferently as he said, "An ant trying to shake a tree. You overestimate yourself." After saying that, Yixing leaped down from the arena and landed beside Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxuan's eyes were filled with surprise as she said, "You've become much stronger." Wei Qingxian had also cultivated the Dark Star spirit body of the Dark Star sect, but she had yet to reach Yixing's level. After not seeing Yixing for 10 days, the strength of his physical body had become so terrifying. Wei Qingxian naturally knew where Yixing had gone. She knew this in her heart. There was no need to say it out loud. Yixing smiled faintly at Wei Qingxian and said, "I'm going to the Bloody Edge Palace. Can you lead the way?" Although it had been 10 days since he entered the Bloody Edge Academy, Yixing was still unfamiliar with the geography of the academy. The battle arena was in the square, so Yixing could easily find it. However, he had to ask the others where the Bloody Edge Palace was. Wei Qingxian nodded and said, "Follow me." Yixing and Wei Qingxian walked side by side. The rest of the students hurriedly made way for them as they looked at Yixing with reverence. As a new student, Yixing was going to duel with Mo Tong, the #1 genius. Most of the students thought highly of Mo Tong, so they didn't take Yixing seriously. But after personally witnessing Mo Tong being heavily injured by Yixing, Yixing's image in the hearts of the students immediately underwent a complete change. Who would dare to belittle him? Even students at level 9 Astral Realm did not dare to look down on him. Although Mo Tong was not the strongest person in the academy, he had the highest potential and was known as the #1 genius. Yixing was younger than Mo Tong and had a lower cultivation, but he was stronger than Mo Tong. Even a fool could see that Yixing had amazing potential. Who would dare to look down on a monstrous genius with amazing potential? The Bloody Edge Palace was the place where the Bloody Edge Academy practiced cultivation techniques and martial arts. It was named after the academy, which showed how important it was. Cultivation techniques and martial arts were the foundation of a martial artist. They were the most important. In the Dark Star Pagoda, Yixing found that his biggest weakness was his lightness skill. Although he had high attainments in wind momentum and was very fast, he did not have any technique. Once he faced too many attacks, he would not be able to dodge them. Therefore, the purpose of going to the Bloody Edge Palace today was to pick a top spiritual level lightness skill. Lightning Step Technique, Fire Lotus Step Technique, water flow step technique, afterimage step technique, misty cloud step technique. The Bloody Edge Academy had a total of 5 top spiritual level lightness skills. Yixing picked the Fire Lotus step technique and afterimage step technique, which were the most suitable for him. Fire Lotus step technique was of the fire attribute, while afterimage step technique was of the dark attribute. Comparing the two, Yixing chose the afterimage footwork because it was more flexible and unpredictable. On the other hand, the Flaming Lotus footwork's strength lay in its speed. Yixing's speed was fast enough, but he lacked flexibility. Afterimage step technique could make up for it. After learning afterimage step technique, Yixing's 5,000 merit points were cleared. If he wanted to learn other top spiritual level martial arts, he would have to earn merit points himself. Yixing had a photographic memory. He read the cultivation method of afterimage step technique once and memorized it in his mind. Then his superbrain explained the cultivation method and created a simulation in his mind to cultivate. When Yixing's mind was completely familiar with afterimage step technique, Yixing began to practice it. Half a month later, in the depths of the institute, on a mountain range, a figure could be seen moving between 2 mountain peaks. He was like a phantom, moving at high speed, constantly splitting into afterimages that merged back and forth. Soon, there were more and more afterimages, and they were everywhere between the 2 mountains. In the end, the afterimages merged into one, and Yixing appeared between the 2 mountains. He let out a long sigh. Afterimage step technique has finally reached greater mastery. Yixing murmured with a joyful expression on his face. In just half a month, Yixing had managed to reach greater mastery of a top-tier spiritual movement technique. He was satisfied with this speed, which could be considered as godly. There were many reasons as to why his cultivation speed was so fast. First, Yixing's superbrain played a huge role. Before he started practicing, Yixing had already simulated a human figure in his superbrain countless times. Therefore, he was very clear about afterimage step technique. Secondly, Yixing's wind momentum was at the peak of minute subtlety. It was very close to greater mastery, which was even more profound than a lot of seniors. It had a huge effect on the cultivation of lightness skill. Thinking about it, it would be very easy for a senior to cultivate a top spiritual level lightness skill. Moreover, afterimage step technique was a dark attribute martial art. Yixing's dark momentum had already reached greater mastery, the realm of being one with nature. This was something that only a high-level astral reaching realm master could achieve. Therefore, Yixing's afterimage step technique was naturally easy for him. Fourth update. June's explosion has ended. July 1st, the explosion will level up, and there will be more updates. My brothers and sisters, I hope for a guaranteed ticket for July. Chapter 522. Zixian, I'm going to make a trip to the Falling Star Sect. Yixing said. At the end of this year, it would be the 3rd genius election. At that time, Yixing's identity would definitely be exposed. With the help of the Black Biao King, Yixing could escape. However, if the Diyuan dynasty were to shift their anger onto the Falling Star Sect or the Ye family, it would be too late for Yixing to move them away. Therefore, he had to take precautions and move the Falling Star Sect and the Ye family secretly. At that time, even if the Diyuan dynasty were to take revenge on the Falling Star Sect and the Ye family, it would be difficult to find them after such a long time. If it were Yixing, the Diyuan dynasty would look for him no matter how long it took. However, the Falling Star Sect and the Ye family did not have much influence on the Diyuan dynasty. I'll go with you, Wei Qingxian said. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Together, the two of them took a leave of absence from the school. Yixing returned to the sect to settle some matters, while Wei Qingxian accompanied him as his girlfriend. After leaving the school, Yixing first went to the Blood Edge Empire to purchase some items such as pills, formation materials, etc. He had plenty of star crystals on him. The Blood Edge Empire was one of the 3 biggest cities in the East Divine Continent. All sorts of spirit-grade treasures were sold here. As for mystic-grade treasures, they were hard to come by. Then, the two of them used the Level 4 complete teleportation formation in the Blood Edge Empire and teleported to the Green Cloud region. The Blood Edge Empire was located in the center of the East Divine Continent. The Level 4 complete teleportation formation could teleport 1 millions of miles away. Therefore, one could teleport to almost any place in the East Divine Continent. Because it was not a point-to-point teleportation, one could not determine the exact location of the teleportation. One could only determine the distance and direction. In the Green Cloud region, deep within the Green Cloud Mountains, ripples appeared in the calm void, forming a space vortex. Instantly, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's figures appeared from the space vortex. Then, the space vortex disappeared. This is the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, Yi Xing said with a faint smile as he looked at the boundless mountain range. There was a familiar aura. I've been away for more than 2 years, and now I'm back. Wei Qingxian looked at the surrounding scenery and felt a sense of homecoming. Let's go. A pair of flaming wings appeared behind Yi Xing. It was the Fire Cloud Sect Master's supreme-grade flying spirit artifact. In the past, Yi Xing didn't dare to use it in the True Xian region to avoid trouble. But now, Yi Xing could use it without any worries. This was the confidence brought by strength. A pair of wings also appeared behind Wei Qingxian, and the two of them flew towards the Falling Star Sect at full speed. Their current speed was so fast that no one in the True Xian region could match them. In less than 2 hours, the Falling Star Sect was already in sight. The Falling Star Sect was overseen by Exalted Wu Yu, who governed it in an orderly manner. There were sentries 100 miles away in all directions as a warning. When Yi Xing was 100 miles away from the Falling Star Sect, he was discovered by the Falling Star Sect's warriors. When Yi Xing returned to the Falling Star Sect, Gu Tianshang had already come out to welcome him. Gu Tianshang was once an elder, and now he was the sect master. However, he placed great importance on a junior like Yi Xing. When he learned that Yi Xing had returned, he immediately sent people to inform Exalted Wu Yu, Hua Tianfeng, and the others while he came out to welcome him. Yi Xing, huh? I heard that you became a student of the Blood Edge Empire Academy. I thought you wouldn't be back for a while. Gu Tianshang waved at Yi Xing from afar and laughed. Sect Master Yi is back. Sect Master Yi is back. In the Falling Star Sect, some warriors shouted loudly and ran around to spread the news. The martialists from the True Xian domain had taken close to a month to get to the Divine Continent Mountain. However, when they returned from the Divine Continent Mountain, they went directly to the nearest capital city of the Upper Rank Empire and used the teleportation array to return quickly. Yi Xing's achievements in the Tournament of Geniuses had already spread throughout the True Xian domain and back to the Falling Star Sect. This Tournament of Geniuses was a tournament of the younger generation of the entire East Divine Continent. Many of the participants were the younger generation of empires, and their strength was exceedingly high. Some of the outstanding ones had the battle strength of a 7-star venerable at a young age. However, Yi Xing's performance was extremely outstanding among the younger generation of geniuses. He had become one of the strongest under the 10 great prodigies and was ranked among the younger generation. This was the glory of the True Xian domain and even more of the Falling Star Sect's glory. In particular, the fact that Yi Xing had been chosen by a high-rank empire, the Blood Edge Empire, and had become a student of the Blood Edge Empire Academy made the warriors of the True Xian domain even more excited. Studying in the Imperial Academy of a high-rank empire, Yi Xing's future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. He was already a true dragon that the True Xian domain could not contain. Most of the younger generation of the True Xian domain viewed Yi Xing as their idol, especially the disciples of the Falling Star Sect. They worshipped Yi Xing even more. Today, when Yi Xing returned to the Falling Star Sect, the warriors of the Falling Star Sect were all excited. Yi Xing had once been the sect master of the Falling Star Sect. Later on, he had passed the position of sect master to Gu Tianshang, but he still held the title of Grand Sect Master. The disciples of the Falling Star sect, naturally, still called him Sect Master Yi. Uncle Tianshang, the Falling Star sect is my root. How can I not come back? Yixing quickly flew in front of Gu Tianshang and chuckled. Wei Qingxian and Yixing arrived together. Wei Qingxian was wearing women's clothes with Yixing. Even the old man Gu Tianshang's eyes lit up when he saw Wei Qingxian. Gu Tianshang said with surprise, "This fairy is?" Wei Qingxian was delighted to hear Gu Tianshang call her a fairy. She bowed sweetly to Gu Tianshang and said, "Junior Zixian greets Uncle Tianshang. I'm a student of the Bloodblade Academy." A student of the Bloodblade Academy? Gu Tianshang was startled. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was higher than his, and her status was higher than his. He was not used to her calling him a junior and calling him Uncle Tianshang. Yixing was originally a disciple of the Falling Star sect, and Gu Tianshang had known him for a long time. Therefore, Gu Tianshang could accept Yixing treating him like an elder. However, Gu Tianshang felt that he could not accept Wei Qingxian. Gu Tianshang hastily said, "You flatter me, you flatter me. Fairy is a student of the Bloodblade Academy. I should be the one greeting you." With that, Gu Tianshang cupped his fists at Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian raised her hand to stop him and said, "Uncle Tianshang, I'm Yixing's girlfriend. I'll treat you the same way he treats you. You don't have to be so polite." Gu Tianshang was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed loudly. He raised his hand and patted Yixing's shoulder. "Good lad. You've only been in the Bloodblade Academy for a few days, and you've already—" "Ha ha. Good. Very good." Yixing had been in the Bloodblade Academy for less than a month, but he had already gotten such a beautiful girl to be his girlfriend. Gu Tianshang admired Yixing from the bottom of his heart. Wei Qingxian covered her mouth and laughed. Two deep dimples appeared on her cheeks. Yixing smiled embarrassedly and said, "Ha, Uncle Tianshang, let's go inside and talk. The first chapter is here. I'm crying for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Brothers, Chocolate's 4 chapters are the foundation. Then, I'll add 50 monthly votes and 1 chapter. Today's pretty generous, right? But today's monthly votes are too pitiful. Last month, I aimed for the top 10 in the Xuanhuan section. This month, it's still the same. But now, I'm ranked 25th in the Xuanhuan section. My God, 1/10 of 250. That's too far away from the top 10. Chocolate is crying. Brothers, give Chocolate some hope. I beg for monthly votes. I beg for monthly votes." Chapter 523. After entering the sect, Wu Yu and Hua Tianfeng came one after another. Hua Tianfeng naturally recognized Wei Qingxian, but Yixing had secretly sent him a message first, so Hua Tianfeng didn't show any surprise. Wei Qingxuan's identity was related to the Great Yuan dynasty, so even if he was surrounded by trustworthy people, he couldn't reveal her identity. If he did, it wouldn't do anyone any good and would only bring trouble. Only Hua Tianfeng knew about the relationship between Yixing and Wei Qingxian. The others all thought that Yixing had won the heart of this beautiful girl Zixian in less than a month after entering the Bloodblade Academy, and they admired Yixing from the bottom of their hearts. "Master Wu Yu, did anything happen to the Starfall sect while I was away?" In the Falling Star Hall, Yixing asked Wu Yu. Wu Yu nodded and said, "Yixing, did you meet a 6 stars enlightened master called Long Hong in the Sun Moon sect?" Yixing raised his eyebrows. He knew very well that no one in the true Xian region dared to find trouble with the Falling Star sect. If there was trouble, it could only come from the Blue Dragon Empire. And Long Hong, who he had let go, was a hidden danger. At that time, Yixing's strength was not enough to kill Long Hong. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of the Blue Dragon Empire. So he let Long Hong go. He didn't expect Long Hong to be so unrepentant and dare to come to the Qingyun region to find trouble with the Falling Star sect. Wu Yu saw Yixing's reaction and knew that Yixing did know Long Hong. So he continued, "Half a month ago, Long Hong brought 2 8 stars enlightened masters from the Blue Dragon Empire to the Falling Star sect, saying that they were looking for you. I saw that they looked unfriendly, so I didn't let them in, but they attacked the formation. Seeing that the formation was blocked by the great success of the level 3 formation, they left unwillingly and said that they would come again. At that time, I would ask the Venerable to destroy the Falling Star sect. Yixing's expression turned cold and his voice chilled. Did he really say that he would destroy the Falling Star sect? Wu Yu, Gu Tianshang, and Hua Tianfeng all nodded. Yixing's eyes revealed killing intent as he said, I spared Long Hong's life the last time, but he doesn't know how to repent. The next time I see him, I'll definitely kill him. Master Wu Yu said, this person does indeed deserve to be killed. However, he's someone from the Azure Dragon Empire. Moreover, he said that he'll ask the Venerable One to act next time. How are we going to resist? Pausing for a moment, Master Wu Yu continued. Moreover, if we kill him, how will we face the wrath of the Blue Dragon Empire? Yixing said, I have a plan to secretly move the Falling Star sect and the Ye family away. The world I am in contact with is getting wider and wider, and the martial artists I meet are getting stronger and stronger. Some are friends, and some are enemies. If some of my enemies can't find me, they will very likely vent their anger on the Falling Star sect and the Ye family. Therefore, for the next few years, the Falling Star sect and the Ye family should conceal their identities and hide in secret. One day, when I have the strength to protect them, they will show themselves to the world. Yixing did not mention the Great Yuan dynasty, so as not to scare the crowd. Yixing's plan to move the Falling Star sect surprised everyone. Gu Tianshang asked, what do you plan to move to? Yixing said, if we're too close, it'll be easy for others to find us. Therefore, I plan to move out of the true Xian domain and find a remote place to live in seclusion in the Cyan Feather domain. Move out of the true Xian domain? The Cyan Feather domain, that's the Cyan Feather Empire's territory. Everyone chimed in. Yixing said, I have some friendship with Venerable Chunyu of the Cyan Feather domain. It won't be difficult to secretly move the Falling Star sect there. However, the two places are too far away. If there are disciples who are unwilling to leave their hometowns, then let them return to their families. Yixing then said to Wu Yu, please make a trip to the Cyan Feather Empire and find Venerable Chunyu. Report this matter to him and ask for his help. Since the Black Tiger King could tell Venerable Chunyu about his relationship with Yixing, it was obvious that Venerable Chunyu was on Yixing's side. Yixing believed that Venerable Chunyu would help him. Wu Yu looked surprised and said, you have a friendship with Venerable Chunyu? Yixing nodded and said, he's the Venerable who has been teaching me behind my back. Although this matter was fake, since it had already been decided, Yixing naturally treated it as true. Wu Yu suddenly realized and said, so that's how it is. Yixing said, go and come back quickly. I bought a large amount of array materials in the Blood Edge Empire. I will strengthen the sect's array in the next few days. If anyone from the Blue Dragon Empire dares to come again, I'll kill them one by one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. Yixing had learned Venerable Qi Yan's 9 serial killing arrays, but he had been lacking the materials. However, he had already bought all the materials in the Blood Edge Empire. This time, he was going to set up the same 9 serial killing arrays as Venerable Qi Yan's burial ground. The Venerables that Long Hong invited were definitely not 2 or 3-star Venerables. In the Blue Dragon Empire, 2-star Venerables and 3-star Venerables were extremely rare. In total, there were only 3 of them, and their status was extremely high. Then, it was only possible to invite a 1-star Venerables. Yixing set up the 9 serial killing arrays. If the 1-star Venerable who came was unreasonable, then Yixing would activate the 9 killing arrays and kill them all. Wu Yu took Yixing's token and immediately set off for the Blue Feather Empire. Yixing seized the time to set up the array outside the Falling Star sect. On the first night that Wei Qingxian arrived at the Falling Star sect, she secretly left and returned to the Purple Mountain County and Azure Sky City to secretly meet with her family. Azure Sky City didn't even have a martial saint, so Wei Qingxian naturally came and went as she pleased. Apart from her parents in this life and her sister, no one knew that she had returned. Taking advantage of the night, Wei Qingxian rushed back to the Falling Star sect. Other than Yi Xing, no one knew that she had left. The next day, Yi Xing continued to set up the array. Yin Yang Fire Serpent Array, Golden Saber Array, Purple Thunder Berserk Array, Holy Light Array. One after another, Greater Success Stage 3 formations were set up by Yi Xing. 3 days later, the 9 killing arrays were completed. However, a large number of mid-tier star crystals were used as the source of the arrays to carve the runes, allowing the 9 arrays to be connected into one. It was exactly the same as the 9 serial killing arrays at the Scarlet Flame Martial Highness's burial ground. Yi Xing was fully prepared at the Falling Star sect. He was only waiting for someone to come and die. Long Hong, if you dare to come again, this will be your burial ground. Yi Xing stood among the layers of killing arrays and mumbled to himself. In Yi Xing's room, Wei Qingxian came forward and said in a low voice, "Yi Xing, I'd like to pay a visit to the old site of the Spirit Moon sect. Since you've finished setting up the arrays, come with me." Yi Xing shook his head and said, "The Spirit Moon sect was destroyed by the Dayuan dynasty. It's highly possible that they've left something behind. It's better if you don't go." Wei Qingxian said, "I'll just take a look from afar. I'll feel uneasy if I don't go." Yi Xing pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll go with you, but not now. We'll talk about it when we're done with our business and leave the true Xian domain. Otherwise, it won't be good if we attract the experts of the Dayuan dynasty." Second update. Chocolate, please guarantee monthly votes. Please recommend votes. Chapter 524. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed since Yi Xing finished setting up the formation. On this day, the cultivators of the Azure Dragon Empire finally arrived. This time, there were many people, a total of 7. 1 half-step Venerate, 1 9-star Venerate, 2 8-star Venerates, 2 7-star Venerates, and 6-star Venerate Long Hong. Long Hong belonged to a side clan in the Azure Dragon Empire. They did not have a Venerate. Although Long Hong had said that he would invite a Venerate to destroy the Falling Star sect, it was only true that he wanted to destroy the Falling Star sect. Inviting a Venerate was just arrogance. There were only 7 Venerates in the Azure Dragon Empire. Each of them was high and mighty. The 7 Venerates would only make a move if it was a major matter of the Azure Dragon Empire or if their family was in trouble. The 7 Venerates represented the 5 main clans of the Long clan. Long Hong was just a side clan cultivator. Why would the Venerates make a move for a personal grudge? Even if Long Hong died, the Venerates would not interfere. The Azure Dragon Empire had its own organization to investigate. Compared to the entire Azure Dragon Empire, Long Hong was just a small figure. However, compared to the side clan that Long Hong was in, he was a core member and had a high status. Last time, he invited 2 8-star Venerates, but they ended up suffering because of the Falling Star sect's protective formation. This time, he used his connections and paid a price to invite a half-step Venerable One from his clan and a grade 3 formation Grandmaster from 9 stars Venerable One. He was determined to get back at Ouyangming. Although the Azure Dragon Empire had a lot of resources, they were mainly occupied by the 5 main clans. The side clans had much less. Long Hong befriended Yin Hong Dan of the Sun Moon sect because he wanted to take the Sun Moon sect's resources. However, Yi Xing ruined his plan. Hence, Long Hong came to take revenge to regain his face. The more important reason was to take the Falling Star sect's resources. To the Azure Dragon Empire, the Falling Star sect's resources were nothing. However, to Long Hong, it was still very attractive. The Azure Dragon Empire cultivators were discovered by the Falling Star sect's sentries when they were 100 miles away. By the time they arrived outside the Falling Star sect, Yi Xing had already flown into the sky. He spread his wings of fire and stood in the air. Yi Xing's cultivation aura spread out. This aura was violent and surging. It didn't seem like a 6-star perfected being at all. It was almost on par with an 8-star perfected being. The Blue Dragon Empire cultivators stopped in their tracks. They were somewhat surprised by the powerful aura emitted by Yi Xing. Long Hong looked at Yi Xing in surprise. It had only been 2 months, But Yi Xing's aura had actually become so much stronger, which was somewhat out of his expectations. According to what he had heard about Yi Xing's performance in the genius election was below the top 10 prodigies. His strength was above that of a 6-star perfected person, and he was at the bottom of the 7-star perfected person. However, the surging aura was almost equivalent to that of an 8-star venerable. However, even if Yi Xing really had the strength of an 8-star venerable, Long Hong wasn't afraid. This time, he had invited his family's half-step venerate and rank 3 array grandmaster. As for Yi Xing being favored by Honorable Mo Jian and being recommended to become a student of the Blood Edge Empire's Academy, only the true Xian domain cultivators knew about it. Long Hong didn't know about it. Yi Xing, I finally met you this time. Today, I'll let you know the price of looking down on my Imperial Dragon Clan. Long Hong's surprise disappeared in an instant. He stared at Yi Xing like a venomous snake as he shouted coldly. Yi Xing's aura surged. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like lightning, releasing killing intent as he swept towards the Azure Dragon Empire cultivators. Yi Xing shouted, "Scram now, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy." The Azure Dragon Empire cultivators were stunned. This line, this tone, it should be us who said it. Are you kidding me? Long Hong and the other 6 looked at each other and smiled disdainfully. The half-step venerable swept his cold gaze towards Yi Xing and said, "You want us to scram?" The cultivators at the side all sneered. Long Hong shouted, "Yi Xing, this is our Imperial Dragon Clan's Honorable Long Yu. Crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. How dare you ask us to scram?" Then Long Hong pointed at the 9-star venerable and said, "This is Honorable Long Chao. Not only is he a 9-star venerable, but he's also a rank 3 array grandmaster. He can also kill you easily. How dare you say that again?" Honorable Long Yu and Honorable Long Chao's aura surged. They raised their heads slightly, revealing arrogance in their eyes. A terrifying aura pressed towards Yi Xing. Air surged, and the terrifying aura swept over, causing the wind to howl. However, Yi Xing stood in the air like a reef in the sea. No matter how strong the wind and waves were, he stood firm. There seemed to be an aura around Yi Xing that blocked the wind. His voice was cold as he said, "Either you get lost or die. How dare you?" A 7-star venerable shouted. When he saw Yi Xing standing outside the Falling Star Sex array, he took a step forward and said, "What an arrogant brat. You only performed well in the junior competition. Who do you think you are in front of us seniors?" This 7-star venerable was called Long Chung, and he was Long Hong's cousin. He was in the late 7th stage of the astral realm, and his strength was the best among the 7-star venerables. Yi Xing's performance in the junior competition was the weakest among the 7-star venerables. Naturally, he didn't take Yi Xing seriously. If Yi Xing was in the 3rd level array, he wouldn't dare to show off. But now that Yi Xing was outside the range of the array, Long Chung strode forward. Long Chung shouted, "Arrogant brat, I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant in front of the Royal Dragon Clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chung suddenly sped up. With one step, he was in front of Yi Xing and punched at Yi Xing. The gloves on Long Cheng's hands were upper-grade spiritual weapons, and the martial art he used was the supreme-grade rushing wave fist. As he punched out, waves of energy blasted out like waves. In an instant, the power of the fist reached its peak. Among the 7-star venerables, Long Cheng's strength was 1 level lower than Mo Tong's. Moreover, Long Cheng didn't use his astrology. Even Mo Tong couldn't withstand a single blow from Yi Xing, let alone Long Cheng. Even though the power of the fist was at its peak, Yi Xing didn't take it seriously. He faced Long Cheng's fist aura with both hands and pushed. In an instant, the air exploded and the energy compressed into a wall, shattering Long Cheng's rushing wave fist aura. Bang! Then, Yi Xing's palms collided with Long Cheng's fist, and there was a loud explosion. The upper-grade spiritual weapon gloves instantly changed shape, and Long Cheng's arm exploded. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered everywhere. As for Long Cheng's body, it instantly shot backward. His entire body was shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. He looked like a bloody man, flying several miles away. He didn't even have time to scream before he was pushed to death by Yi Xing's push. He died instantly. Do you still have a monthly ticket? Chapter 5:25. The martial artists of the Falling Star sect were stunned. The martial artists of the Blue Dragon Empire were also stunned. How could Yi Xing be so powerful? His opponent was a venerable 7-star, a late-stage venerable 7-star. However, Yi Xing had shattered Longqing's arms and body with a push of his palms. He had killed Longqing with a single push. Was Longqing's body made of mud? Was it made of paper? Was this still the body of a 7-star venerable? All the martial artists were stupefied and shocked. The only one with a normal expression was Wei Qingxian. She was at the Shuefeng Empire Academy and had seen with her own eyes how Yi Xing had heavily injured Mo Tong with just a push. Yi Xing had shown mercy to Mo Tong. Longqing's strength was not as good as Mo Tong's, and he did not use his astrology. Moreover, Yi Xing did not show mercy either. Instead, he killed Longqing. How could Longqing withstand the force of this push? Of course, he would die with a single push. Among the martial artists of the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Hong and the other 7-star venerable looked at Yi Xing with fear. Even the 2 8-star venerables looked at Yi Xing with fear. Their hearts were thumping. The force of Yi Xing's push was even more terrifying than the 8-star venerable's all-out attack. Even if the 8-star venerable could kill Longqing with his all-out attack, he would still need to pay attention to killing techniques. He would not use such a brutal push. Yi Xing's push was ordinary. It was a pure attack. Obviously, it was much more powerful than the 8-star venerable's attack. Only Venerable Long Yu and Venerable Long Chao were shocked. One of them was a half-step venerable, and the other was a 9-star venerable and a level 3 array grandmaster. Even if Yi Xing was more powerful than the 8-star venerable, they did not take him seriously. Longqing's corpse fell to the ground after flying for a few miles. He did not struggle at all. He was completely dead. Yi Xing looked at Longqing's corpse falling and said, "You're asking for death." Long Yu Martial Highness was infuriated as he glared at Yi Xing with a tremendous aura and snapped. "Yi Xing, how dare you kill the people of the Blue Dragon Empire?" Yi Xing glanced at the remaining 6 people and said, "He asked for death. Why wouldn't I dare to kill him? I'll say it again. Get lost or die." "Bastard." Venerable Long Yu was furious. He shouted, "Long Chao, capture this kid alive. I wanted to watch the Falling Star sect, and then torture him to death." Even if Yi Xing killed Longqing and was more powerful than the 8-star venerable, as a half-step venerable, Venerable Long Yu did not take Yi Xing seriously. He also did not see Yi Xing as an opponent. He thought that Long Chao could easily capture Yi Xing alive. As a 9-star venerable and a level 3 array grandmaster, Long Chao was very powerful. He was almost invincible under the half-step venerable. He could even take down a 9-star venerable. He was Yi Xing. Venerable Long Chao stared at Yi Xing coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, "Venerable Long Yu, don't worry. I'll capture this kid alive and make him suffer." As he spoke, Venerable Long Chao moved forward. The supreme grade flying spiritual artifact behind him flapped, and he walked in the air toward Yi Xing. Whoosh! Formation flags appeared around Long Chao. Each formation flag was shining with golden light and had a golden saber imprinted on it. They were the formation flags of the level 3 golden saber formation. As a level 3 array grandmaster, Venerable Long Chao's formation flags were obviously level 3 advanced. The formation flags shone brightly and stood around Venerable Long Chao. Soon, they formed a golden saber that was dozens of feet long. It floated above Venerable Long Chao. He could control this golden saber to slash down at any time. Even a 9-star venerable would not be able to block the attack of this golden saber. Yi Xing's expression was normal. He did not show any fear because Venerable Long Chao was a 9-star venerable and a level 3 array grandmaster. Instead, his eyes shone with killing intent. "You're digging your own graves." Yi Xing said slowly. At this moment, he really wanted to kill all the martial artists from the Azure Dragon Empire. Before this, Yi Xing could give up as long as they retreated. However, now that Venerable Long Chao had made his move, Yi Xing would definitely expose something. If they were allowed to return alive, the Azure Dragon Empire would definitely guess that he was the one who crippled the 9th Prince Long Shao. At that time, even the Emperor of the Azure Dragon Empire would probably come to the Falling Star sect. Therefore, Yi Xing had to kill everyone from the Azure Dragon Empire when he used some of his hidden strength. Although these people would definitely attract the Venerables from the Azure Dragon Empire to investigate, it was still less of a threat than the Azure Dragon Empire knowing who Long Zhao's murderer was. Since these people had died here, the one who came to investigate should be a 1-star Venerable. And the one who knew Long Zhao's murderer was most likely the Emperor of the Azure Dragon Empire, a 2-star Venerable. Venerable Long Chao sneered. Digging your own graves? You're the one who's digging your own graves. As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Long Chao waved his hand and slashed at Yi Xing whoosh. The huge golden saber that was dozens of feet long in the sky suddenly split the clouds and broke through the waves, slashing at Yi Xing. The air currents were instantly cut in half. It looked as if the sky was split open. In the blink of an eye, the golden saber was already above Yi Xing. Even Venerable 9-star would find it difficult to block this attack. If he was hit, he would be cut in half. Yi Xing did not dodge. He snorted coldly and said, "Are you the only level 3 array Grandmaster?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the flame array flag shot out and stood around Yi Xing, forming a flame shield. It was also a level 3 array Grandmaster. The golden saber slashed on the flame shield. There was an explosion and sparks flew. The flame shield trembled but did not crack. The golden saber was blocked outside the flame shield. Venerable Long Chao said in shock, "You're also a level 3 array Grandmaster?" Venerable Long Yu and the other Azure Dragon Empire martial artists were all shocked. Such a young level 3 array Grandmaster? How is this possible? Even if he started cultivating array formations in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to become a level 3 array Grandmaster so quickly. This was simply abnormal. When the word abnormal flashed through their minds, the Azure Dragon Empire martial artists immediately thought of another abnormal level 3 array Grandmaster. Last year, in the Sky Corpse Mountain Range, a level 3 array Grandmaster with a level 3 Astral Realm cultivation had annihilated a powerful team from the Azure Dragon Empire and crippled the 9th Prince of the Azure Dragon Empire, Long Shao. Furthermore, a half-step Venerable from the Azure Dragon Empire, Venerable Lu Shan, had also lost his life because of this. They were all level 3 array Grandmasters. Yi Xing was abnormal because he was young. His current cultivation was level 6 Astral Realm. Although level 3 array Grandmasters who were 6 stars Venerable were rare, they were not non-existent. The person who crippled Long Zhao's cultivation was abnormal because his cultivation was low. He was only level 3 Astral Realm. Instinctively, the Azure Dragon Empire martial artists compared Yi Xing to the level 3 array Grandmaster who had crippled Long Zhao's cultivation. The promised 4 chapters have been completed. Next, I'll add chapters according to the monthly votes. Please support me with the monthly votes. Chapter 526. Fifth update. I wouldn't know if I didn't compare, but now that I did, I was shocked. It seemed that Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Astral Realm at that time last year. Whether it was such a young 3rd level array Grandmaster or a 3rd level array Grandmaster, they had never even heard of them. They could be called abnormal. Such a person was definitely very, very rare. Then, could these 2 abnormal 3rd level array Grandmasters be the same person? When the Blue Dragon Empire martial artists thought this, they felt that it was very possible. Moreover, the more they thought about it, the more likely it was. How could there be 2 of such abnormal people? It was reasonable that they were the same person. Moreover, Yi Xing's cultivation at that time just happened to match and the time difference was only half a year. Since Yixing was a third-level array grandmaster at such a young age, then it was reasonable that he was a third-level array grandmaster at half a year younger. So it's you. You're the culprit who crippled the ninth prince. Venerable Long Yu, Venerable Long Huang, and the other Blue Dragon Empire martial artists cried out in surprise at almost the same time. At this time, there was no need to deny it. Yixing nodded. Looks like you guys aren't too stupid. Hearing Yixing's admission, the Blue Dragon Empire martial artists were all stunned, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on their backs. Last year, the Blue Dragon Empire had lost a strong team. In that team, there were two third-level array grandmasters, a venerable 9-star, and even more venerable 7-star and venerable 8-star. However, the team was completely wiped out, and the ninth Prince Long Xiao was captured alive. Later, Venerable Lu Shan, who was guarding Wu City, investigated this matter and lost his life while chasing that third-level array grandmaster. Instead, he died at the hands of that third-level array grandmaster. Facing such a person, the Blue Dragon Empire had long come to the conclusion that those below the Venerable realm could only investigate and determine the culprit. Only Venerables could deal with such a person. Now, there were no Venerables among the Blue Dragon Empire martial artists. Although Venerable Long Yu had the title of Venerable, it was just a title used to flatter a half-step Venerable. It was far from a true Venerable. At this moment, in their eyes, Yixing was no longer a junior that they didn't take seriously. Instead, he was a terrifying expert that caused their souls to tremble. Even Venerable Long Yu felt his hair stand on end when he saw Yixing. His strength wasn't stronger than Venerable Lu Shan's. Venerable Long Yu was confused. Even if Yixing was a rank 3 formation grandmaster and had the Crimson Flame set, it was impossible for him to kill a half-step Venerable one. Therefore, Venerable Long Yu did not run away. If it had not been for the death of Lu Shan Venerable, Long Yu Venerable would never have believed that Yixing would be a match for him. However, Lu Shan Venerable's death served as a warning to Long Yu Venerable. Yixing could see Venerable Long Yu's intention of retreating. He knew that Venerable Long Yu would definitely not attack. There was no chance of him killing Venerable Long Yu with the 9 serial killing arrays. Now, the only person who had a chance of killing him was Venerable Long Xiao, a Venerable 9-star and a rank 3 formation grandmaster. When Yixing's murderous gaze locked onto Venerable Long Xiao, Venerable Long Xiao's hair stood on end as he felt threatened. Yixing said, "I'll kill you first." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Yixing spoke, the 9 serial killing arrays were activated at the same time and unleashed a terrifying attack. 9 terrifying array auras appeared as 9 peerlessly powerful array attacks arrived in front of Venerable Long Xiao in an instant. There were golden sabers, greenwood sword auras, yin-yang fire snakes, water dragons, flying stones, wind arrows, purple lightning, white light rays, and black light rays. Even though Venerable Long Xiao immediately retreated when he felt his hair stand on end, he couldn't outrun the attacks of the 9 serial killing arrays. The 9 attacks were as fast as lightning. In an instant, Venerable Long Xiao's golden sabers array was shattered into pieces. Then, it was Venerable Long Xiao's body. Under the attack of the 9 serial killing arrays, the dignified Venerable 9-star was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Not even dregs were left of him. As the saying went, not even bones were left. The 9 serial killing arrays were activated. Even though Venerable Long Yu and the others were far away, they were still scared out of their wits by the terrifying array auras. "Run!" Venerable Long Yu screamed, and was the first to turn around and run. The remaining 4 also turned around and ran. The array was too powerful. Even a half-step Venerable would be killed instantly. Who would dare to stay for a moment? Their only goal now was to escape to the Tsang Long Empire and report this matter to the Emperor of the Tsang Long Empire so that Venerable Yuan Guang could deal with it. After killing Venerable Long Xiao, the 9 array attacks were retracted. Yixing was still standing in the air. He raised his hand, and the Big Dipper bow appeared in his hand. With his current strength, it was more than enough to draw the Big Dipper bow into a full moon. When he drew the bow, the 7 gems shone brightly and condensed into starlight arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yi Xing drew the bow 4 times in a row. 4 starlight arrows shot out like a string of pearls. With the Big Dipper bow fully drawn and Yi Xing's attainments in archery, the shooting range was extremely far and the speed of the arrows was extremely fast. With 4 sounds of the bow, 4 starlight arrows pierced through the sky. In the distance, other than Venerable Long Yu, the other 4 Tsong Long Empire martial artists fell from the sky and were instantly killed by the starlight arrows. Venerable Long Yu's speed was much faster than the other 4. In just a few breaths' time, he had already escaped dozens of miles away. He flapped his supreme grade flying spiritual artifact and pushed his speed to the limit to escape. He had never imagined that as a half-step Venerable Realm expert, he would be fleeing with all his might from a 6th-level Astral Realm Junior. But fortunately, he had escaped. Without that terrifying array, Venerable Long Yu wasn't afraid of Yi Xing. In Venerable Long Yu's opinion, Venerable Lu Shan must have died because he had fallen into Yi Xing's trap and was killed by Yi Xing's formation. The azure cloud wings appeared behind Yi Xing. Yi Xing instantly turned into a streak of azure light and flashed across the sky as he chased after Venerable Long Yu. The azure cloud wing speed was the limit of a supreme grade flying spiritual artifact. It was even faster than the flame wings. Furthermore, Yi Xing's wind force was close to greater mastery, which greatly increased his speed. He was much faster than Venerable Long Yu. Yi Xing's gaze locked onto Venerable Long Yu from afar. In his eyes, Venerable Long Yu was already a dead man. The 2 of them were too fast. They were like 2 streaks of light that streaked across the sky. Soon, they disappeared from the vision of the Falling Star Sect's martial artists. That's a half-step Venerable. Will Sect Master be in danger if he chases after him? The Falling Star Sect's martial artists were shocked. In their opinion, the array was Yi Xing's trump card against a half-step Venerable. How could he be a match for a half-step Venerable if he chased after him? Not to mention the Falling Star Sect's disciples. Even Gu Tianshang and Hua Tianfeng were worried. How strong was a half-step Venerable? Chapter 527. Begging for monthly votes for the 6th update. Since Yi Xing dares to chase after them, he must be confident. Wei Qingxian understood Yi Xing very well and was not worried about Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing and Venerate Long Yu could no longer be seen in the distant sky, every cultivator of the Falling Star Sect still looked at them anxiously. Time ticked by. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Xing's figure appeared in the distant sky. He had returned. Sect Master Yi is back. The cultivators of the Falling Star Sect immediately cheered and heaved a sigh of relief. The worry on Gu Tianshang's and Hua Tianfeng's faces disappeared and was replaced with joy. Did he catch up to Venerate Long Yu? He returned so quickly. I don't think so, the cultivators guessed. On the other hand, Wei Qingxian was shocked. He killed a half-step Venerate and returned so quickly. It looks like Yi Xing still has a heaven-defying trump card. When Yi Xing returned to the sect, Gu Tianshang could not wait to ask, how was it? Did that half-step Venerate escape? The cultivators of the Falling Star Sect blinked and looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, killed him. He will be a disaster if he returns. Why leave him alive? Killed him? Yi Xing said it casually, but the cultivators of the Falling Star Sect were dumbfounded. Yi Xing killed a half-step Venerate without using the 9 serial killing formations. His strength was even more heaven-defying than they had imagined. After Gu Tianshang's joy, he could not help but worry. A half-step Venerate is dead. The Azure Dragon Empire will definitely send Venerates to investigate. What should we do? Yi Xing said, there are 9 serial killing formations. If a 1-star Venerable comes, it'll be useless. If a 2-star or 3-star Venerable comes, then we can only hope that Venerable Chenyu comes as soon as possible. As long as the Falling Star sect secretly moves away, where will the Blue Dragon Empire find them? Wei Qingxian walked over and smiled at Yixing had heaven-defying trump cards that she didn't know about, but so did she. There are some things that were related to one's own secrets. Even to those who were close to one's heart, it was difficult to speak of them. Blue Dragon Empire, capital city. Panic broke out in one of the residences of the Imperial Dragon Clan. The sole jade plate of the strongest expert of their side clan, the half-step Venerable Long Yu, had shattered. When a martial artist reached the half-step Venerable realm, they could communicate with the power of the universe. Their soul would begin to grow tremendously. Through special means, they could separate a wisp of their soul and make it into a soul jade plate to record their life and death. Before this, if one wanted to record the life and death of a cultivator, they could only rely on arrays that monitored their life aura. However, engraving arrays on the body was not a good thing for a cultivator, especially when it would affect their cultivation. Therefore, although this method could record the life and death of a cultivator, there were very few people who used it. Only those who valued their lives more than the future of martial arts would use it. Separating a wisp of green soul and making it into a soul jade plate was much less dangerous than carving formations on one's body. However, it was not without its disadvantages. The more complete one's soul was, the more thorough one could comprehend martial arts and communicate with the universe. Therefore, unless the martial artist's life and death were very important to their family or sect and had reached the end of their martial path, they would only separate their soul and make it into a soul jade plate. Long Yu, as the strongest expert of a side clan, was very important to this side clan. Moreover, he was old, and his martial path potential had been exhausted. Therefore, he had carved a soul jade plate. Now that the soul jade plate had shattered, it meant that Long Yu was dead. How could this side clan not panic? Of course, such a big matter would be quickly reported to the main clan of the Dragon Clan. There were only 7 venerables in the Blue Dragon Empire, and the empire's territory was more than 2 million miles wide. There were countless people and many things to do. Managing the world required a lot of people, even the higher-ups. 7 venerables were far from enough. Even if they did not cultivate and were busy from day to night, they would not be able to handle all the affairs of this huge empire. Therefore, the 7 venerables would only deal with matters related to the ruling status of the Dragon Clan or the life and death of important people in the clan according to the severity of the matter. The rest of the affairs were decided by the half-step venerables of the Dragon Clan. They each managed their own territories separately. Venerable Long Yu was one of the higher-ups who made decisions. His life and death was, of course, a big matter for the Dragon Clan. After the Emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, Venerable Yuan Guang, heard the news, he immediately summoned Venerable Yi Ming, one of the 4 one-star venerables of the empire. Venerable Yi Ming was a middle-aged man who looked around 30 years old. He was only 60 years old and was the youngest venerable in the Blue Dragon Empire. Imperial Palace, Main Hall. Venerable Yi Ming greeted Venerable Yuan Guang and said, "Brother, why did you summon me?" Venerable Yuan Guang said, "Long Yu's lineage is closer to yours, right?" Venerable Yi Ming nodded and said, "Yes. That lineage was separated from mine. We belong to the same lineage for 5 generations." Venerable Yuan Guang said, "Long Yu is dead." The reason was that he stood up for his nephew, Long Hong. He went to the Falling Star sect in the Qingyun area of the True Xian domain to teach Yixing a lesson. Go and find out what happened. Venerable Yi Ming said in surprise. Yixing? The monstrous genius from the True Xian domain who shone in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius Competition? Venerable Yuan Guang nodded and said, "It's him." Venerable Yi Ming said, "This person is from the lower domain, but he is so monstrous. He is indeed a talent of his generation. Brother, what should I do when I go to the Falling Star sect?" Venerable Yuan Guang said, "It's a pity to kill such a person, but it's unforgivable for him to kill a martial artist of the Imperial Dragon family. Capture him alive and make him a slave. Train him well, and he may be a good weapon in the future. Venerable Yi Ming took the order and left. Yes, brother. Falling Star Sect, Back Mountain. Yi Xing sat on top of a stone peak with his eyes slightly closed, calming his mind and calming his mind. He was not cultivating, but comprehending the heaven and earth. A breeze blew past, making his clothes flutter. As the airflow blew past his body, he could feel the direction, power, and changes of the wind. Yi Xing specialized in the three forces of heaven and earth, the force of fire and the force of darkness. Because of the opportunity, he had broken through to the realm of unity of heaven and man. As for the force of wind, he was still one step away. Yi Xing's understanding of the force of heaven and earth started from the force of wind, but now it was suppressed by the force of fire and the force of darkness. Yi Xing's focus now was on the force of wind. Wei Qingxian was also sitting cross-legged on the top of another mountain not far away. She had accumulated enough cultivation in the stage 6 astral star realm, and she was trying to break through to the stage 7 astral star realm. She was blessed by the heavens and had no bottlenecks in her cultivation. Up until now, she had been able to make breakthroughs in any realm. Now that the barrier of astral star realm stage 7 had been broken, it seemed like breaking through to venerable 7 stars would also be a piece of cake. 6 chapters have finished. Please support me with a monthly vote. 6 chapters a day. Brothers, are you enjoying it enough? In fact, according to the plan, he should be able to write more chapters today. Unfortunately, the monthly votes ranking was too dismal. It greatly dampened Chocolate's enthusiasm for writing. Furthermore, the monthly votes for today were only enough for him to write 6 chapters. He did not have enough motivation, so he dragged it out and only finished writing at midnight did he finally explode with power. Archer God was ranked 29th in the fantasy category on the monthly vote ranking, 82nd in the overall ranking. Ever since Chocolate started writing, he had never gotten such a bad ranking on the first day of the month. Today, he had broken a record. Tears. Although it was because of the combined votes of Genesis and Qi Dian, his ranking was too low. It made him lose the mood to write. Tragedy. Brothers, I will continue to explode tomorrow, but I need to see some hope. If I continue to fall behind, my passion for writing will be worn down sooner or later. Brothers, please vote for Archer God. Thank you. Please support Archer God. Please give me a monthly vote. Please give me a recommendation vote. Your support is the only motivation for Chocolate to continue to explode. Tomorrow, I will continue to explode with 50 votes and 1 chapter. Chapter 528. Great Success of Aura, Unity of Heaven and Man. This was the comprehension of aura of heaven and earth that only high-level astral-reaching realm venerables could achieve. Aura of fire and aura of darkness. Yi Xing had only broken through aura of heaven and man due to a fortuitous encounter. Right now, Yi Xing was calmly comprehending. Even if his perception was heaven-defying, it would still be extremely difficult for him to take that final step. Many venerables could not reach aura of heaven and man even after comprehending for their entire lives. One could imagine how difficult it was. This meant that Yi Xing's perception was not good enough, but that it was truly difficult to reach aura of heaven and earth. Yi Xing's experience also proved that fortuitous encounters could not be underestimated. Originally, Yi Xing had comprehended aura of fire and aura of darkness a bit later than aura of wind, but now he was the first to take that step. Then, if 2 martial artists with similar talent, one immersed himself in cultivation while the other encountered some fortuitous encounter, their accomplishments would definitely be the same as Yi Xing's comprehension of aura of heaven and earth. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation base naturally broke through the 7th level of astral star realm, becoming a venerable 7-star. Yi Xing's aura of wind, however, did not break through. It remained at the peak of minute subtlety. If he wanted to break through this step, he would need an opportunity. Otherwise, it would take an extremely long time. A few days later, Venerable Wu Yu returned to the Falling Star sect. Accompanying him was the Emperor of Qingyu Empire, Venerable Chunyu. Yi Xing's expectations were correct. Venerable Chunyu, as a trusted subordinate of Ink Tiger King, personally rushed over after learning that Yi Xing wanted to relocate the Falling Star sect. Moreover, Venerable Chunyu brought a large profound grade flying spirit tool. It was a huge flying boat that could hold over 1,000 people. With this, the only difficulty of the migration was resolved. Originally, Yi Xing had planned to move them in batches. Now, he only needed to use this flying boat to move them once. Now, there were not many people in the Falling Star sect. Moreover, some people were unwilling to go too far away from their families and chose to return to their families. In this way, with the addition of the members of the Ye family, this flying boat was more than enough to carry them. Because they had already made preparations for the migration, it didn't take much time. It only took a day for all the members of the Meteor sect to be loaded. From now on, the Ye family would be part of the Meteor sect. The flying boat rose into the sky. Venerable Chunyu stood at the bow of the boat and looked down at Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. He said, "Yi Xing, why aren't you two coming up?" Yi Xing waved his hand at the sky and said, "You guys go first. The two of us still have some matters to attend to. We'll leave on our own once we're done." Honorable Chunyu said, "You've angered the Blue Dragon Empire. The Blue Dragon Empire will definitely send honorables to investigate. Be careful." After saying that, Venerable Chunyu steered the flying boat, turned into a ray of light, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. "Let's go. We're going to the old site of the Spirit Moon sect." Yi Xing glanced at Wei Qingxian. The two of them steered their supreme grade flying spirit tools and took to the sky, quickly disappearing into the distance. It was night. Two figures shuttled through the darkness. Yi Xing was worried that the great Yuan dynasty would leave something behind at the old site of the Spirit Moon sect, so he didn't come during the day. Instead, he waited until night fell before coming over with Wei Qingxian. Darkness Force. When they were still dozens of li away from the Spirit Moon sect, Yi Xing used the Darkness Force. The aura of darkness enveloped him and Wei Qingxian. Yi Xing's darkness force had already reached the realm of being one with the world. His aura of darkness had completely merged with the night. Even honorables wouldn't be able to discover it. Before long, the two of them arrived near the old site of the Spirit Moon sect. The Spirit Moon sect had already been reduced to ruins. Broken fences and broken walls were everywhere. It was hard to imagine that more than 2 years ago, this place used to be a low-class 1-star sect that controlled a country with a radius of 10,000 li. The prosperity it once had was gone. "Can we go to the Misty Moon Peak?" Wei Qingxian sent a voice transmission to Yi Xing, pointing at a tall mountain peak. The Misty Moon Peak was where Wei Qingxian used to live. During the few months she stayed at the Spirit Moon sect, she had always stayed at the Misty Moon Peak. Yi Xing nodded. The aura of darkness enveloped Wei Qingxian, and they went to the Misty Moon Peak. Before they arrived at the Misty Moon Peak, Yi Xing instinctively activated his super brain to scan the Misty Moon Peak. "Wait!" Yi Xing sent a voice transmission to stop Wei Qingxian, saying, "Don't go. Someone is hiding at the Misty Moon Peak." At the peak of the Misty Moon Peak, under the dilapidated walls, there was an underground secret room. A black-clothed man sat cross-legged. Feeling Yi Xing's gaze, the black-clothed man in the underground secret room seemed to have sensed something. He let out a cry of surprise and looked in Yi Xing's direction. Through the earth and rocks, the black-clothed man certainly could not see Yi Xing. Moreover, Yi Xing was now shrouded in darkness. Even without the earth and rocks, the black-clothed man could not see him. However, Yi Xing instantly became nervous. He immediately pulled Wei Qingxuan's hand and sent a voice transmission to her. "Let's go. The person hiding here is at least a venerable one. Under the cover of the aura of darkness, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian became one with the night. They quickly left and changed their positions in an instant. Bang! On the misty moon peak, there was an explosion, and earth and rocks flew everywhere. The black-clothed man in the underground secret room appeared above the peak in an instant. He stepped on the void and came to the place where Yi Xing was standing just now. Was someone here just now? The black-clothed man secretly frowned and whispered to himself. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? The black-clothed man did not find anything. He muttered to himself in surprise and returned to the misty moon peak. He disappeared and hid again. When the explosion sounded, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian stopped and held their breaths. The two were shrouded in the dark aura of the oneness of heaven and man, so they were not discovered by the black-clothed man. When the black-clothed man hid, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian dared to continue moving away from the old site of the Spirit Moon sect. After they were hundreds of miles away, Yi Xing made sure that no one was following them. Only then did he disperse the dark aura and speed up with Wei Qingxian. Looks like I was right. The Great Yuan dynasty did have a backup plan. If you really went up the misty moon peak, you would definitely be discovered. A venerable one. There's no way we can escape. Yi Xing said. Sigh. Wei Qingxian sighed and said, the Great Yuan dynasty is not only vicious, but also so cunning. I can't even go back to have a look. The only thing we could do now is to seize the time to cultivate. Only by increasing our strength can we take revenge and return to the old site. Yi Xing said firmly, there will be such a day. The two used the best flying spiritual weapon to fly and left the green cloud region in the night. They headed for the Green Feather Empire. On the third day after Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian left, Venerable Yi Ming of the Green Dragon Empire came to the Falling Star sect in the Green Cloud region. There was no one in the Falling Star sect. However, Yi Xing's formation was still there. The 9 serial killing formations were still there. Are there any monthly votes? Looking for monthly votes. Looking for recommendation votes. Looking for excitement. Chapter 529. Outside the Falling Star Martial School, Reverend Yi Ming released his power. His horrifying reverend aura exploded, bringing up rolling chi waves. People of the Falling Star Martial School, get the hell out here. Reverend Yi Ming yelled. The chi waves in front of him suddenly became more than 10 times more intense, as if they could topple mountains and seas. This voice could be heard clearly even from hundreds of miles away. However, there was no response from the Falling Star Martial School. After waiting for a couple of breaths, the Falling Star Martial School was still silent. Reverend Yi Ming snorted coldly, looking quite unhappy. He thought that the martial artists of the Falling Star Martial School were all hiding, but he didn't know that the Falling Star Martial School had already moved. It was a big deal for a martial school to move, and it was very complicated. Even if they were well prepared, it wouldn't be done in a day or two, unless they had a profound realm flying spiritual item. However, the Falling Star Martial School was only a low-grade 1-star martial school. How could they have a profound realm flying spiritual item? Therefore, Reverend Yi Ming didn't even consider that the Falling Star Martial School had already moved. Hide? I am here, and you still dare to hide? I will destroy your sect protection formation. Let's see how you can hide then. Reverend Yi Ming yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already attacked. He threw out a punch. All of a sudden, the sky changed color, and the clouds started to surge. Chi flow poured down from the sky like a waterfall. There seemed to be endless power coming from the sky, making the power of Reverend Yi Ming's punch extremely horrifying. Astral-reaching realm warriors could sense the universe, and their attacks could draw the power of the universe. They were far more powerful than astral star realm warriors. Although half-step reverends could also draw the power of the universe, there were too few of them. They couldn't be compared to real reverends. Without exaggeration, even a casual attack from a normal 1-star reverend would be more powerful than a full power attack from 10 half-step reverends. Boom! The fist aura shot out, attacking the falling star Marshall School's formation like a small mountain. The air was compressed by the fist power, making an explosive sound. After Venerable Yi Ming threw out a punch, he relaxed and slowed down the circulation of the astral energy in his body. In his opinion, any LV3 formation would not be able to withstand his punch and would be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the fist aura blasted onto the grand protective array of the falling stars sect. The Yin-Yang Golden Light Array was the first to appear. The Golden Light Array defended itself with golden light, but it was directly crushed by the fist aura. At the same time that the Yin-Yang Golden Light Formation was shattered, the 9 serial killing formations were activated. In an instant, the 9 formations were activated simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. 9 explosions rang out as the 9 killing formations unleashed 9 attacks with a terrifying aura. These 9 attacks contained the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. When combined together, it was as if they had formed an even more terrifying formation that contained a peerless power. Bang! The gust of wind with the size of a hill, which was enough to kill a half-martial highness, was instantly shattered by the combined attacks of the 9 formations. At that instant, the 9 attacks tore through the air and landed in front of Yi Ming the Venerable. Reverend Yi Ming's eyes widened. His face was filled with astonishment and fear. The power of this formation? It was so horrifying that it could almost be compared with the weakest LV4 formation. However, how powerful was LV4 formation? Even the weakest LV4 formation would be more than enough to kill a 1-star Venerable. How could this be? Reverend Yi Ming could not believe his eyes. These formations were only LV3 formations, but their power was close to LV4 formations. The counterattack of the 9 killing formations was way too fast. Even though Reverend Yi Ming was an astral reaching realm Venerable, he could not dodge in time. All he could do was block. In a hurry, Reverend Yi Ming activated his astral energy. A beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had used the star form. Moreover, endless chi flow poured down from the sky, drawing in a huge amount of universe power. All of the power formed a round shield around Reverend Yi Ming. After all, it was done in a hurry, and Reverend Yi Ming was not prepared enough. Although this shield was much more powerful than half-step Venerable, it was still not as powerful as his most powerful defense. Boom! A horrifying explosion sounded, shaking the sky and the earth. The power of the 9 formations was way too horrifying. 512 times the power of the formation exploded. It was like killing a god. Even if Reverend Yi Ming was in his most powerful defense, he would not be able to block out the power of this formation, not to mention right now. That round shield was shattered instantly. The attacks of the 9 formations landed on Reverend Yi Ming, who immediately let out a scream and backed out while puking out blood. While he was in the air, blood kept pouring out of his body, turning him into a bloody man. Reverend Yi Ming was blown 10 miles away by the power of the 9 formations. He landed on the ground, creating a huge hole in the ground. After breaking through to the astral reaching realm, the power of a martial artist's body would increase drastically. Reverends would be able to crush half-step Venerables with their bodies alone. Because of this, Reverend Yi Ming was not turned into a cloud of blood missed by the power of the 9 formations. However, the injuries he suffered were also fatal. His internal organs were all shattered, his tendons and bones were all broken, and countless cracks had appeared on his skin. Not only did blood flow out from his mouth, it also flowed out from all over his body. Even though Reverend Yi Ming had an extremely powerful life force, he could not move anymore after he landed on the ground. This is Red Flame, Reverend's formation. Reverend Yi Ming opened his eyes wide. The light of life in his eyes gradually disappeared. He struggled to say a sentence and then breathed his last. More than 100 years ago, 2 1-star Reverends from the Blue Dragon Empire had died at the hands of the Red Flame Reverend. However, They were not killed by him directly, but by his formation. The Red Flame Reverend's battle power was indeed powerful. However, he could only fight evenly with one-star Reverends. He was not powerful enough to kill one-star Reverends. However, his 9 serial killing formations could. 100 years ago, Reverend Yi Ming had not been born yet. However, as a Reverend from the Blue Dragon Empire, he naturally knew about the matter of the Red Flame Reverend killing the 2 Reverends from the Blue Dragon Empire. He had never expected that 100 years ago, 2 one-star Reverends from the Blue Dragon Empire had died under the Red Flame Reverend's 9 serial killing formations. 100 years later, he had died under the same formation. A Reverend, who was like a legend in the true Xian region, had come to a low-grade 1-star sect to investigate something, and had died. This result was something that Reverend Yi Ming and Reverend Yuan Guang had never expected. However, these 9 killing formations were not controlled by anyone. If Reverend Yi Ming had been vigilant enough, he would have had time to escape when the 9 killing formations destroyed his fist aura. Unfortunately, he had let down his guard after throwing out a punch. Facing the attacks of the 9 killing formations, he had neither time to escape nor time to defend in his best state. Of course, he had been killed on the spot. Chapter 530. At the edge of the Green Feather region, the Barbaric Mountain Range was a huge mountain range that was several times larger than the Green Cloud Mountain Range. It stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Just like the Green Cloud Mountain Range, the Barbaric Mountain Range was also the territory of the demonic beasts. Moreover, there were more demonic beasts here, and their levels were higher. Legend had it that in the deepest part of the Barbaric Mountain Range, there were even level 4 demonic beasts that were equivalent to supremacies. Of course, this was just a legend. No one knew if it was true or not. This was because even supremacies were unwilling to enter the deepest part of the Barbaric Mountain Range. Level 4 demonic beasts were called demon supremacies. They were extremely powerful and could change their form. For example, they could change their body size or become human and walk upright. However, demon supremacies could only transform into human form. Although they could walk upright in human form, the hair on their body would not recede, and their head would remain in the form of a beast. Only level 5 demon kings could completely transform into human form and be no different from humans. Regardless of whether there were level 4 demon supremacies in the Barbaric Mountain Range, there were definitely many level 3 demonic beasts. Even level 3 high-tier demonic beasts that were equivalent to supremacies were not rare. Although many martial artists came to the Barbaric Mountain Range to train and hunt demonic beasts, there were many places that were deserted. There were even some places that were deserted. The location of the Falling Star Sect's migration was in a deserted area in the Barbaric Mountain Range. Yi Xing wanted secrecy. Supremacy Chunyu did not have this condition and chose this place. According to the map given by Supremacy Chinyu, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian arrived at the new location of the Falling Star Sect in less than 10 days. The speed of the Mystic class flying spiritual weapon was much faster than the two of them. The martial artists of the Falling Star Sect had already arrived a few days ago. After a few days, many wooden houses were built under a hidden cliff in this deserted area. There were also many stone rooms dug on the cliff. Martial artists were much faster than ordinary people when it came to construction. It did not take long for them to build all the necessary buildings and residences. Yi Xing did not stay idle. He set up formations around the new location of the Falling Star Sect. Killing formations, defensive formations, illusory formations, and various other formations were essential. While Yi Xing was busy setting up the formations, the Emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, Supremacy Yuan Guang, arrived at the Falling Star Sect. 10 miles away from the Falling Star Sect, Honorable Yuan Guang saw the corpse of Honorable Yi Ming. The Tsang Dragon Empire only had 7 martial highnesses. The death of any one of them would be a great loss, resulting in the decline of the empire's strength. Honorable Yuan Guang was enraged by Honorable Yi Ming's death. The furious Honorable Yuan Guang destroyed all of the falling star sect formations. A 2-star honorable was much stronger than a 1-star honorable. Honorable Qi Yan's 9 formation chain was also unable to stop a 2-star honorable. An insignificant disciple of an inferior 1-star sect, who merely obtained the inheritance of that old bastard Scarlet Flame, actually dared to slaughter so many experts of my Azure Dragon Empire and cripple my beloved son's martial arts. Yi Xing, you deserve to die. Your sins are unforgivable. I'm going to exterminate your entire clan. Looking at the empty falling star sect, Honorable Yuan Guang roared furiously. Honorable Qi Yan's burial ground also had 9 formation chain. The level 3 formation grandmaster who broke the formation had killed a team of martial artists from the Azure Dragon Empire and crippled 9th Prince Long Zhao's martial arts. Now that Honorable Yuan Guang had seen Honorable Qi Yan's 9 formation chain in the Falling Star sect, how could he not know that Yi Xing was the level 3 formation grandmaster who had crippled his son's martial arts? After the Falling Star sect moved, Honorable Yuan Guang went to the Falling Star country to gather information. However, no one knew where the Falling Star sect had moved to. He only heard that Yi Xing's family was located in the Azure Sky City of the Purple Mountain County. Honorable Yuan Guang's anger was then transferred to the Ye family. In the end, when Honorable Yuan Guang arrived at the Azure Sky City, the Ye family was also gone. It had also moved. The furious Honorable Yuan Guang went to the Azure Sky region to search for Yi Xing and the Falling Star sect. He didn't find any news in the Azure Sky region, so he searched within the True Xian region, but he still didn't find any news. However, it wasn't that he didn't find any news. Honorable Yuan Guang found out that Yi Xing had become a student of the Blood Edge Empire's Academy. Yi Xing, my Azure Dragon Empire will not live under the same sky as you. Even if you're a student of the Blood Edge Empire's Academy, you will still die. Honorable Yuan Guang's anger burned, and his killing intent soared. As the Emperor of the Azure Dragon Empire, Honorable Yuan Guang obviously couldn't leave the Empire for too long. After returning to the Azure Dragon Empire, Honorable Yuan Guang gave the mission of hunting down Yi Xing to his brother, Long Yuanji. Honorable Yuan Ji, one of the 2 2-star honorables of the Azure Dragon Empire, left the Azure Dragon Empire and headed to the Blood Edge Empire. No matter where the Falling Star sect had moved to, Yi Xing was a student of the Blood Edge Empire's Academy. There would be a day when he would return to the Blood Edge Empire's Academy. Azure Feather Region, Barbaric Mountain Range, Falling Star Sect. After a month of construction, the martial artist residences had been completed. Yi Xing had also finished setting up the array. The Falling Star Sect had been settled, and it was time to return to the Blood Edge Empire's Academy. After leaving this time, Yi Xing wouldn't return for a while. Therefore, Yi Xing handed a large amount of resources to Gu Tianshang and Hua Tianfeng for safekeeping. For example, the elixirs he had bought in the Blood Edge Empire, the herbs he had obtained in the Divine Continent's secret realm, the corpse jade he had obtained in the Sky Corpse Mountain Range, and some Grade 3 array materials. He only kept the Grade 12 spiritual grade corpse jade for future breakthroughs. As for the Grade 11 spiritual grade corpse jade, Yi Xing had already consumed it and raised his cultivation to the late 6th level of the astral realm. With these resources, the Falling Star sect wouldn't have to worry about rapid development in the next few years. When the day came for Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian to leave, Wu Yu, Gu Tianshang, Hua Tianfeng, Lin Tongyu, and the others all sent Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian off. Senior sister, Jing Wei really doesn't want to see me? Yi Xing asked Lin Tongyu in the Falling Star sect's newly built administrative building. Lin Tongyu said, "You know that she doesn't dare to see you in her current state. She doesn't want you to see her." Yi Xing sighed and said, "Help me tell her that I'll definitely find a heavenly treasure that can prolong her life and cure her." Lin Tongyu nodded. "Wu Yu, Master, Uncle Tianshang, I'm leaving. Take care." Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian left. Everyone watched Yi Xing's back disappear from their sight before retracting their gazes. Gu Tianshang raised his hand and patted Lin Tongyu's shoulder. "Dan Yu, Yixing's future is limitless. Only Ms. Xian can accompany him on his path of martial arts. Calm down. Lin Tongyu's eyes welled up with tears as she nodded silently. That Ms. Jing, what's going on? Yixing and Wei Qingxian flew side by side. Wei Qingxian asked. Yixing recounted the past of the Falling Star sect, which made Wei Qingxian sigh. Wei Qingxian looked at Yixing and said, I will also help you find a treasure that can prolong your life. Yixing smiled and nodded. Chapter 531. Yixing and Wei Qingxian first arrived at the capital of the Qingyu Empire and met with Honorable Chenyu. After asking him for some help, they used the teleportation array in the Qingyu city and arrived at the border of the Qingyu Empire. Then, the two of them flew to the capital of the Tianlang Empire and used the level 4 teleportation array to teleport to the capital of the Shui-Feng Empire. In less than half a month, the two of them arrived at the Shui-Feng Empire Academy in the middle of the third month. It took less than a day to travel from the Shui-Feng Empire to the Falling Star sect, but it took more than 10 days to return. This showed how convenient the teleportation array was. This kid is finally back. I have my eyes on you. The next time you leave the academy, it will be the time of your death. Honorable Yuanji was hiding outside the Shui-Feng Empire Academy as he watched Yixing and Wei Qingxian enter the academy. The Shui-Feng Empire Academy was located in the Shui-Feng Empire. Even if Honorable Yuanji was given 100 guts, he would not dare to kill a student of the Shui-Feng Empire Academy in the Shui-Feng Empire. He could only wait for an opportunity. As long as Yixing left the academy, he would secretly follow him and have a chance to kill him. Yixing, my cultivation has just broken through to the 7th stage of the astral realm, and I need to consolidate it. I plan to cultivate in the cultivation tower for a while to consolidate my cultivation. How about you? Do you want to cultivate with me? Wei Qingxian asked after entering the academy. My cultivation has already been consolidated, and I need more experience. Let's do some missions to gain merit points and try to learn 2 supreme spiritual martial arts before the end of the year. Yixing said after thinking for a while. All right then, be careful when doing missions. Wei Qingxian said as she looked at Yixing with a smile. The two of them separated. Wei Qingxian went to the cultivation tower while Yixing went to the mission hall. In the mission hall, Yixing accepted a mission to kill the rapist Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong's introduction was written in the mission description. Yi Xingkong, Astral Star Realm Stage 8, a traitor of the Black Raven Empire Academy. He was born in the royal family of the Black Raven Empire, but he was expelled from the royal family of the Black Raven Empire for raping and killing the students of the Black Raven Academy. Since then, Yi Xingkong had been roaming around the lower rank empires and various lower regions, raping and killing female warriors for fun. In just 2 years, he had raped and killed more than 260 female warriors. Yi Xingkong's movement technique was outstanding. His whereabouts were mysterious, and he was cunning. Furthermore, he was proficient in the art of disguise. The reward for killing him was 1,000 merit points. Yi Xingkong's latest crime was in the South region's South Continent city. If a martial artist above Venerable 9-star appears, this person will immediately flee and disappear without a trace. The person who accepts the mission must have a cultivation base lower than the 9th level of the Astral Star Realm. Most of the missions would only reward a few hundred contribution points, but this mission was worth 1,000 contribution points. It was obvious that this Yi Xingkong had committed too many crimes, which made him annoying. Since he was doing missions, of course Yixing would choose the one with the highest reward. With 5 missions like this, he would be able to choose a supreme, quality spiritual martial art to learn. Yixing rested in the academy for a night and set out to kill Yi Xingkong the next day. As soon as he left the Blood Edge Academy, Honorable Yuanji secretly followed him. However, Yixing did not leave the Blood Edge Empire. Instead, he went to the teleportation hall. The South region was located in the south of the East Continent. It was very far from the Blood Edge Empire and was not much closer than the true Xian region. Therefore, Yi Xing had to use the teleportation formation to reach there directly. After paying the teleportation formation fee and confirming the direction and distance, Yi Xing was teleported to the south region in the blink of an eye. Flapping his flame wings, Yi Xing's speed was extremely fast. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. The teleportation formation was used for long-distance teleportation. Every time it was used, it had to wait for 15 minutes before it could be used again. After 15 minutes, Honorable Yuanji was also teleported to the south region. However, Yi Xing was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, where the hell did I teleport to? Honorable Yuanji was teleported directly through the teleportation formation that Yi Xing had adjusted, so he did not know where the destination was. Soon, Honorable Yuanji found a martial artist and asked around. Only then did he know that this was the South region. The South region is so vast. Where exactly is this kid going? If I look for him, it will be like looking for a needle in the sea. He must have something to do here. After finishing his business, he will go back. He must use the teleportation formation to go back. I will go to the South Sky City and wait for this kid to walk in a trap. Honorable Yuanji thought for a while and then went to the South Sky City. In the South region, only the South Sky City had the teleportation formation. After 2 hours, Yi Xing arrived at the South Region City. The South Region City was also one of the big cities in the South region. There was one superior one-star family and 2 intermediate one-star families in the city. During the day, Yi Xing naturally could not find any information about Yi Xingkong's mission. This person was proficient in disguise. Even if Yi Xing knew him, he could not find him. However, Yi Xing believed that as long as Yi Xingkong was still in the South Region City, he would definitely commit another crime. He found an inn and booked a good room. During the day, Yi Xing gathered information in the restaurant on the first floor of the inn. At night, Yi Xing went out and went to the top of the South Star Tower, the tallest building in the city. He looked into the distance and observed the surroundings. Every time a suspicious person appeared, Yi Xing would use the dark force to hide his figure and secretly track him to see what he was going to do. On the first and second night, Yi Xing tracked a few suspicious people, but none of them were Yi Xingkong. On the third night, a black-clothed man attracted Yi Xing's attention. This black-clothed man came out from the Lin family, one of the 2 intermediate one-star families in the South Region City. He was even carrying a blanket. In the middle of the night, he would definitely not carry the blanket and run around. There must be a woman in the blanket. The woman's identity must not be ordinary. Soon, the Lin mansion was filled with torches. Dozens of middle-level perfected masters rushed out from all directions to track the murderer. However, the black-clothed man was very fast. He blended into the night and soon disappeared. Those middle-level perfected masters did not notice him. However, he could not escape from Yi Xing's pursuit. The dark force enveloped Yi Xing, and Yi Xing blended into the night. Even an honorable would have a hard time discovering him. Naturally, the black-clothed man did not know that someone was following him. The black-clothed man carried the blanket and soon arrived at a remote courtyard. He entered the room and threw the blanket on the bed. Indeed, there was a beautiful girl in the blanket. The girl's eyes were filled with fear. However, she could not speak or move. Her acupoints were sealed. The black-clothed man took off his mask. He looked like a young man in his 20s. His face was pale. The black-clothed man looked at the girl on the bed and laughed. "Little beauty, don't be afraid now. I, Yi Xingkong, will make you feel so good that you want to die. After you are done, I will cut you into pieces. It won't be too late for you to be afraid then." This man was indeed Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong finished speaking and was about to take off the girl's clothes. At this moment, a voice came from outside the room. "Yi Xingkong, I finally found you." Into the 4th update. The Archer God did not make any progress on the monthly votes list. He was still very far behind. Brothers, do you still have any monthly votes? Tomorrow will be another 50 monthly votes. Please support me with monthly votes. Please also give me a free recommendation. Thank you. Chapter 532. Yi Shinkong's hair stood on end, and he was shocked. He had always been cautious. Although he had committed crimes many times, he would immediately run away and find another place to commit crimes whenever a venerable 9-star or above appeared nearby. Therefore, although he had been hunted many times over the past 2 years, he had always managed to escape. However, this time, someone had tracked him to his residence without him noticing. This was the first time. In Yi Shinkong's opinion, if the person wasn't a venerable, how could they track him without him noticing? However, when did a venerable come to South Continent City? It shouldn't be. Countless thoughts flashed through Yi Shinkong's mind at that moment as he stared at the door with vigilance. Bang! The door was blasted open by Yi Xing. Yi Shinkong immediately wanted to break the window and escape, but the moment he saw Yi Xing, he forcefully stopped that thought. The person who had blasted open the door was a young man younger than him. Moreover, his aura wasn't that strong. He wasn't a venerable at all, but a young martial artist. Yi Shinkong's courage was boosted when he saw that the person wasn't that scary. He stared at Yi Xing and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Xing also stared at him and said, "Yi Xing from Bloodblade Academy, the person who's going to kill you." Yi Shinkong sensed Yi Xing's aura and sneered, "A venerable 6 stars dares to kill me. Yi Shinkong, how dare you? In the past 2 years, I've killed several people like you who don't know what's good for them. Kill me? I think you're here to die." Seeing that Yi Xing was alone and was only a venerable 6 stars, Yi Shinkong didn't take him seriously at all. Although Yi Xing's tracking technique was amazing, it was just a tracking technique. How strong could a venerable 6 stars be? Even if he could challenge those of a higher level, he wouldn't be that strong. As he spoke, Yi Shinkong's aura became more violent and stronger. His hands were covered with a layer of black flames, and the temperature of the air around him rose rapidly. Yi Shinkong laughed and said, "Since your surname is Yi, I'll leave your corpse intact." "Who?" As he spoke, Yi Xing's figure flashed and appeared in the courtyard. Then he struck his palm toward Yi Xing Black Crow Academy's Supreme Class Spiritual Martial Art, Black Flame Palm. The wind from the palm hit his face, and a wave of heat hit him. The crackling sound of burning fire could be heard in the air. It could be seen how hot this palm was. Yi Shinkong's palm strike could even kill a venerable 7-star, let alone a 6-star venerable. Yi Xing was indifferent in the face of this terrifying palm. He did not dodge or evade. He only used the strength of his physical body to push his palm forward. There was an explosion in the void. Yi Xing's pushing force was too strong, and his speed was too fast. The air was compressed and exploded, instantly colliding with Yi Shinkong's palm. The Dark Star Spirit Body was a part of the Divine Level Body refining technique. It was not only powerful in terms of strength, but also greatly enhanced the strength of the body, making the body as tough as a precious weapon. After the Dark Star Spirit Body was completed, Yi Xing's physical body was almost as tough as an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Therefore, Yi Xing did not use the Burning Flame Gloves at all. He just used his palm to fight. Spiritual weapons that were not of the highest grade were useless against Yi Xing Bang. Yi Xing's palm and Yi Shinkong's black fire palm collided, and there was an explosion. Yi Xing did not even take half a step back, but Yi Shinkong was instantly sent flying. There was another explosion. Yi Shinkong's body crashed into the wall of the house, and a part of it collapsed. When the two palms collided, a layer of dark light appeared on Yi Xing's palm. The force of the opponent's palm entered Yi Xing's body and quickly disappeared. Darkness had the effect of devouring and absorbing. The Dark Star Spirit Body was not only powerful and sturdy, but also had the ability to absorb the force of the enemy's attack. This kind of absorption did not absorb the enemy's force for one's own use. Instead, it dissolved the enemy's force into nothingness, greatly increasing one's physical body's endurance and defense. Yi Shinkong could not believe that he, an 8-star Venerable Master, was sent flying by a 6-star Venerable Master. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot up to the sky. Yi Shinkong instantly used his astrology, and a blazing astrology floated in the sky. "Die!" Yi Shinkong shouted angrily. The black flames on his palms became more intense. Using astrology, his strength doubled. Whoosh, whoosh, Yi Shinkong rushed up again and struck out with his palms. A terrifying heat wave surged out, and its power was shocking. That's all you got, Yi Xing said calmly. He was still using his physical strength to fight against his opponent. Every time he struck out with his palms, the air would explode. It contained a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and earth. Bang, 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 bang. Yi Xing stood still while Yi Shinkong attacked him from all directions. Their palms collided with each other at an extremely fast speed, and a loud sound could be heard. Yi Xing's physical strength was too strong. Even though Yi Shinkong used his astrology, Yi Xing was not at a disadvantage. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Yi Shinkong became more and more surprised. This 6-star venerable's physical body was too strong. Suddenly, Yi Xing clenched his fist and activated his astral energy. He threw out a flaming fist and used the flaming astral fist, combining his physical strength with astral energy and martial arts. Yi Xing's strength increased by another level. In an instant, the tie was broken, and Yi Shinkong was forced to retreat. Whoosh! Yi Xing used the flaming astrology. It was an extreme flaming astrology, which was one level higher than Yi Shinkong's astrology. This caused Yi Xing's strength to increase even more. Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Yi Xing used his ultimate move. The flaming astral energy fell, and his fist was extremely terrifying. Bang! With a loud explosion, the fist and palm collided. Yi Shinkong was sent flying again, and he spat out blood. He was injured. Yi Xing took a big step forward and continued to attack. He threw out another punch. Kill him while he's down. Do you really think I'm only an 8-star venerable? You're digging your own grave. Yi Shinkong, who was sent flying, roared angrily. His aura increased again. His aura increased by 1 level, and he became a 9-star venerable. It turned out that Yi Shinkong had used a secret technique to suppress his cultivation. The 9th level of the astral star realm was his true cultivation level. Bang! Yi Shinkong's strength increased, and he threw out a palm. Yi Xing's fist was blocked, and Yi Shinkong was forced to take a few steps back. The 9-star venerable was too strong. Yi Xing was no match for him. However, his physical body was strong, and his dark astral energy could dissolve Yi Shinkong's palm energy. It was easy for Yi Shinkong to push him back, but difficult to injure him. Die for me. Yi Shinkong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He unleashed his full strength and threw out another 2 palms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Xing activated the flaming shield formation flag and blocked Yi Shinkong's attack. He smiled and said, "You've hidden your strength well. However, the 9-star venerable is nothing to me." Level 3 Array Grandmaster? Yi Shinkong exclaimed. He was shocked and could not believe it. Brothers, you don't have a monthly vote, but you can vote for me for free. Thank you. Chapter 533. A 6-star perfected being whose physical strength was stronger than an 8-star perfected being was already very freakish. Yet he was also a level 3 formation grandmaster. How was he supposed to survive? Ever since Yi Shinkong was expelled from the royal family of the Black Crow Empire, he knew that he had lost his backer. He could only rely on himself if he wanted to survive. Therefore, Yi Shinkong had always been very cautious. After he broke through to level 9 Astral Star Realm, he used a secret technique to suppress his cultivation to level 8 Astral Star Realm so that others would not know his true cultivation. He purposely learned the art of disguise and constantly changed his appearance when he was outside. This way, people would only know who he was when he was committing a crime. He always paid attention to his surroundings. If there was any trouble, he would run away. He even had to avoid opponents of the same level to avoid risks. That was the exact reason why he never failed, even though he had committed more than 200 crimes over the past 2 years. This was because his targets were all targets that he could afford to offend. Once a Venerable One or a half-step Venerable One investigated him, he would always disappear without a trace. But today, he had taken a tumble. He did not expect a 6 stars enlightened master to have such terrifying strength. Moreover, Yi Shinkong was so young, but he was a level 3 array grandmaster. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yi Shinkong activated the flame shield array to block Yi Shinkong's attack. Then, he immediately activated the azure wood sword array. The array flags were placed in 4 directions. They were about 3 meters long and shone brightly. Streaks of azure wood sword chi were shot out. Damn it, Yi Shinkong cursed. If Yi Shinkong only had defensive array flags, he could only protect himself. However, Yi Shinkong had offensive array flags. If he continued to fight, Yi Shinkong would definitely die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Shinkong's figure suddenly split into 3, like 3 rays of light, shooting in 3 different directions. 2 of the figures were hit by the azure wood sword array and disappeared without a trace. The other figure instantly rushed out of the range of the azure wood sword array. A supreme-grade flying spiritual device appeared behind him, and he quickly flew away. Yi Shinkong's comprehension of the grand force of wind had reached an extremely profound level. His speed was very fast, even faster than other cultivators of the same level. Yi Xing didn't give chase. Instead, he raised his hand, and the Big Dipper bow appeared in his hand. He instantly drew the bow into a full moon. The 7 gems emitted starlight and condensed into a starlight arrow, locking onto Yi Shinkong, who was flying in the sky. Whoosh! The starlight arrow pierced through the air and shot out 20 miles in the blink of an eye. Yi Shinkong, who was flying, was pierced through the heart by the arrow and fell from the sky. When the Big Dipper bow was pulled into a full moon, it had the power to kill venerable 9 stars. Yi Shinkong was flying with all his might. He didn't expect Yi Xing to be an expert in archery. His heart was pierced through, and he died. Before Yi Xing landed on the ground, Yi Xing had already flown over and caught him. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. It had already alerted all the cultivators in the South Continent City, especially the Lin family's cultivators, who had already rushed over. Yi Xing led the Lin family's cultivators into the house. The young girl captured by Yi Shinkong was saved. The Lin family's cultivators thanked Yi Xing profusely. After confirming Yi Shinkong's death, Yi Xing took his storage ring and handed the corpse to the Lin family. When he killed Yi Shinkong, he had recorded it with a recording formation. This was the proof of his killing. The next day, Yi Xing left the South Continent City and headed toward the South Sky City. There was a teleportation formation there, which could save him a lot of time. At noon, Yi Xing arrived at the South Sky City. "Little brat, you really came." In the South Sky City, on a certain tall building, Honorable Yuanji opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and scanned the surroundings. He saw Yi Xing from afar. After astral reaching realm cultivators connected with the universe, they could open their martial Dao Heavenly Eye, which was located between their eyebrows and had the ability to see far. The martial Dao Heavenly Eye of Honorable Realm cultivators could see from 100 to 100 Li. Yi Xing's Azure Cloud Eyes had already been cultivated to an extremely high level. Even so, he could only see 100 Li or so. For Honorable Realm cultivators, this was a huge advantage. But for Honorable Realm cultivators, it was nothing. Yi Xing hadn't even entered the South Sky City when he felt a horrifying aura locking onto him. This made his expression change, and he stopped moving forward. Looking into the distance, he looked in the direction of that horrifying aura. He saw an expert treading on the void above the South Sky City. Treading on the void, it was an Honorable Realm cultivator. Yi Xing was startled. How could an Honorable Realm cultivator lock onto him with an aura and reveal killing intent? Yi Xing didn't know who this Honorable Realm cultivator was, but he could feel the danger. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. The flame wings were replaced by the azure cloud wings. Yi Xing used the momentum of the wind to increase his speed to the limit. He was like a ray of light streaking across the sky. However, Honorable Yuanji, who was behind him, was even faster. Honorable Yuanji walked in the air. He communicated with the universe of heaven and earth. His body was like a molecule of heaven and earth, and the air was like land. In fact, the airflow under his feet formed flowing clouds, increasing his speed. Not long after, Honorable Yuanji had already caught up to Yi Xing for a few li. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at Yi Xing rip. A huge astral hand grabbed out, tearing through the air. In the blink of an eye, it grabbed several li and arrived behind Yi Xing. This palm was the size of a small mountain. When its 5 fingers opened, it was dozens of feet wide. Compared to this huge hand, Yi Xing's figure was like a small insect under a normal palm. The 5 fingers of the huge hand bent and grabbed fiercely. The palm was still behind Yi Xing, but the fingertips were already in front of Yi Xing. It was like a cage. As the 5 fingers closed in, the space in the palm became smaller and smaller. Although Yi Xing was moving forward rapidly, the speed of the palm was not slower than Yi Xing's. Under this grab, Yi Xing would not be able to dodge. He would definitely be caught by this astral hand. Faster. I need to be faster. At this critical moment, Yi Xing's essence, energy, and spirit were raised to the limit. He circulated the astral energy and controlled the azure cloud wings to flap rapidly. The momentum of the wind was also used to the limit, increasing his speed to an even faster level. Faster. Yi Xing roared in his heart. Whoosh! Just as the 5 fingers closed in and were about to grab completely, Yi Xing's speed suddenly increased by a notch. Yi Xing's small figure shot out from the gap between the 5 fingers the moment the 5 fingers closed. Boom! The 5 fingers of the astral hand grabbed together. The air in the space in the palm was squeezed and exploded, making a loud noise. Whoosh! Yi Xing let out a long breath, thinking that it was a close call. Fortunately, at the last moment, his comprehension of the momentum of the wind had finally broken through to the great success stage of the momentum. Only then did he suddenly increase his speed and escape the grasp of the astral hand. At this point, Yi Xing's wind, fire, and darkness forces had all reached the great success stage. Chapter 534. Yi Xing had escaped from Honorable Yuanji's grasp, and his wind momentum had reached the realm of being one with the world. However, Yi Xing did not feel happy. The difference between a perfected being and a venerable was too great. He was still in danger. That was indeed the case. Even though Yi Xing's speed had increased due to the breakthrough of the wind momentum, Honorable Yuanji, who was behind him, was only slightly surprised. He was still confident in chasing after Yi Xing. Kid, your speed is indeed incomparably fast among perfected beings. No one can compare to you. However, you're still far from being comparable to me. Honorable Yuanji shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura became even more terrifying. A venerable speed was related to the strength of the stars, the strength of the universe, the wind momentum, and the attainment of lightness techniques, and so on. Once a venerable unleashed his speed to the limit, his speed would be extremely terrifying. Under Honorable Yuanji's feet, the flowing clouds flew like a ray of light across the sky. His speed gradually increased, and the distance between him and Yi Xing gradually shrank. Not long after, the distance between the two of them was reduced to less than 5 kilometers. Kid, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Honorable Yuanji snorted coldly. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at Yi Xing. In an instant, a large hand of stars tore through the air and grabbed at Yi Xing's back. Yi Xing's heart tightened. This time, he had already unleashed his speed to the limit. No matter what, he could not increase his speed again. There was no way he could dodge this grab. The only way was to forcefully break the palm print behind him. The flame astral projection instantly rushed out from between Yi Xing's brows. The supreme-grade spirit weapon, the Dragon Blood Spear, instantly appeared in Yi Xing's hand. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing used the ultimate move of the Solar Flame Spear technique and turned around to stab behind him. Just as Yi Xing turned around, a look of shock flashed across his eyes. He saw a palm print the size of a small mountain coming towards him. However, in the distant sky, there was an even bigger palm descending from the sky. If the hand that was grabbing at Yi Xing was like a small mountain, then the hand that was descending from the sky was like a giant mountain. When that huge hand opened up, it truly blotted out the sky. Not only was this enormous hand larger than exalted Yuanji's astral hand, its speed was also much faster. Seeing that Yi Xing was about to be grabbed by his astral hand, the corners of Honorable Yuanji's lips curled up slightly. However, before he could feel the joy in his heart, all the hair on his body stood up as he sensed a fatal danger. The sky suddenly darkened. Honorable Yuanji raised his head and saw a gigantic palm descending from the sky. This huge hand covered an area of several miles, blotting out the sky and the sun. Naturally, the light in the void below was dimmed. Honorable Yuanji's heart was filled with fear. What kind of powerhouse would be able to pull out such a huge astral hand? The person who attacked was at least 10 times stronger than him. No, more than 100 times stronger. Honorable Yuanji did not have time to guess the owner of this astral hand at all. The speed at which it was descending was unbelievably fast. The moment he saw the astral hand, he felt an immense pain at the same time. His surroundings turned into darkness as the astral hand grabbed him. The immense pain came so quickly and violently that Honorable Yuanji did not even have time to think. His body was crushed into a ball, and he was directly crushed to death by the astral hand. Until his death, he did not know who the owner of this astral hand was. He did not have time to guess why this astral hand wanted to kill him. In just a moment of shock, he had lost his life. With Honorable Yuanji dead, the astral hand that was grabbing at Yi Xing naturally dissipated. It did not even touch Yi Xing's spear, which showed how fast Honorable Yuanji died. The hand that crushed Honorable Yuanji to death retracted into the void and disappeared. The Black Biao King's voice sounded in Yi Xing's ear. "Brother Yi, the danger has been eliminated. You can go back without worry." Yi Xing felt relieved. No wonder the astral hand was so powerful and could kill Honorable Yuanji in an instant. It was the Black Biao King who attacked. Of course, the only king that Yi Xing knew was the Black Biao King. The king who saved him was, of course, the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King indeed valued Yi Xing, the demon star in troubled times. Ever since Yi Xing participated in the second genius election, he had been secretly guarding him. After all, Yi Xing's identity had already been suspected by the Great Yuan dynasty. Although the Black Biao King believed that the Great Yuan dynasty would definitely make a move after the third genius election, he still had to be prepared. What if the Great Yuan dynasty secretly killed all the suspects before the third genius election competition? Of course, the Black Biao King would secretly guard Yi Xing. The Blue Dragon Empire only had two two-star honorables. Sending one of them to kill Yi Xing should have been an easy task. Who would have thought that Yi Xing had a king secretly guarding him? In the end, he had sent himself to death. To the Blue Dragon Empire, this was a heavy blow. The death of Honorable Yuanji was a much greater loss than the death of Honorable Yi Ming. Soon, Yi Xing returned to the South Continent City. Using the transportation formation, he was transported to the border of the South Sky region. Then, he hurried to the nearest middle-class empire. Most of the middle-class empires had completed level 4 transportation formations that could quickly return to the Blood Edge Empire. 10 days later, Yi Xing returned to the academy and handed in the mission. He had received 1,000 merit points. Learning a supreme rank spiritual martial art required 5,000 merit points. He also had to continue doing some academy missions. However, a 1,000 merit point mission was relatively rare. It was not easy to find one. Most of the missions were only a few hundred merit points. Yi Xing's strength was already at the top of the enlightened masters. Every time, he would choose the missions with the most merit points. After spending more than a month, he finally collected 5,000 merit points. Heading to the Blood Edge Palace, Yi Xing used 5,000 merit points to exchange for a supreme rank spiritual martial art, Wind Shadow Spear Art. The Wind Shadow Spear Art was related to both wind and darkness attributes. Yi Xing's wind force and darkness force had reached the major success stage of force, reaching the realm of one with the heavens. Therefore, cultivating the wind shadow spear art would be twice the result with half the effort. After exchanging for the wind shadow spear art, Yi Xing was not in a hurry to do the Academy's missions. Instead, he practiced martial arts until he mastered the wind shadow spear art. Yi Xing's flaming dipper fist and sunfire spear art were both at the transformation stage. Yi Xing had to at least reach the stage of great success for the wind shadow spear art's power to be on par with the flaming dipper fist and sunfire spear art. If he could reach the perfection stage, his power would be even higher than the flaming dipper fist and sunfire spear art. Yi Xing first practiced using the superbrain. Then he practiced his spear in the Academy's backyard deep in the mountains. His improvement was godly. In less than half a month, Yi Xing's wind shadow spear art had reached the limit of great success and was close to the perfection stage. Chapter 535. Yi Xing planned to cultivate his wind shadow spear arts to perfection in one go, increasing his strength a bit more. Just like the previous 10 days, Yi Xing woke up early in the morning and headed for the mountains. Yi Xing had just left when he was stopped by Wei Qingxian. You came out of the cultivation tower. Yi Xing stopped and saw Wei Qingxian. His mood inexplicably improved a lot. Yeah, I've already consolidated my cultivation to peak 7th layer. There's no need to continue cultivating in the cultivation tower. I've come out to explore. Who knows? Maybe I'll break through one day. Wei Qingxian faintly smiled and walked in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing, why are you going out so early? I've already exchanged for an extreme grade spirit martial art. I'm planning to cultivate in the backyard. I came out of the cultivation tower and passed by the mission palace. The Academy has issued a big mission. I think we should go. Wei Qingxian said. What mission? Enter the ancient ruins to find the eternity flower. Hand over one eternity flower to the Academy, and you'll get 5,000 merit points. Such a high reward? Yi Xing was astonished. The eternity flower can help people communicate with the universe. It has a great effect on half-step venerable breaking through to venerable or venerable. It's incomparably precious. Of course, it's worth such a high reward. Wei Qingxian clearly knew more than Yi Xing. The eternity flower is an extremely rare and exotic flower. There are very few places in the star continent that can produce it. The ancient ruins is the only place in the East Divine Continent that can produce it. Every year, the eternity flower will bloom in the 6th and 8th months. Ancient ruins? Yi Xing had heard of this place before and said, I heard that there are restrictions in the ancient ruins. Once a warrior above the astral reaching realm enters, the restrictions will be activated. Only warriors below the astral reaching realm can enter. That's right. Therefore, even though the eternity flower is precious, venerables and kings cannot enter the ancient ruins. Cultivators who are too weak cannot survive in the ancient ruins. Wei Qingxian said, only saint-level martial artists have the qualifications to search for the eternity flower. When martial artists enter the ancient ruins, they enter in teams. I think the two of us will be enough. All right, let's go together. Yi Xing nodded. When are we leaving? It was too difficult to earn merit points by doing other missions. Even though Yi Xing was powerful and chose the missions with the highest merit points, he still spent more than a month to earn enough merit points to learn extreme grade spirit martial art. As for the eternity flower, as long as one could find one, they would be rewarded with 5,000 merit points. Yi Xing naturally had to go. Moreover, the eternity flower was so precious. It was useful for breaking through to the venerable realm. It will be good for him to find more and keep them. The day after tomorrow, it will be June. Let's leave now. It will take some time on the road. Wei Qingxian said. There is no need to go to the mission hall to find the eternity flower. As long as one could find the eternity flower and hand it over to the Academy, they would be rewarded with 5,000 merit points. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian directly left the Blood Edge Academy. To be exact, the ancient ruins were not located in the East Divine Continent, but in the ocean west of the East Divine Continent. The Star Continent was not a single entity, but a collective name for many continents. These continents were all surrounded by oceans, and their surface areas varied. Among them, there were 5 continents that were larger than 10 million li. There was one in each direction and one in the center. Moreover, the center continent was the largest, which was the Middle Sky Continent. The other 4 continents were the East Divine Continent, the South Continent, the Westy Continent, and the North Nether Continent. The East Divine Continent and the Middle Sky Continent were separated by a vast ocean, tens of millions of li away. There were incomparably powerful demonic beasts in the ocean. If one did not use transmission arrays, it would be very difficult for cultivators to travel between the East Divine Continent and the Middle Sky Continent. It was the same for the other 4 continents. This was the reason why the Great Yuan dynasty had great control over the Middle Sky Continent, but not the other 4 continents. Other than the 5 large continents, the other continents were relatively small. They were like islands, densely packed together. The larger ones were tens of thousands of li wide, and the smaller ones were only the tip of the ocean. The ancient ruins was one of the larger continents, about 2 million li away from the East Divine Continent. Compared to the tens of millions of li from the Middle Sky Continent, 2 million li was naturally very close. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian bought some necessities in the Blood Edge Empire. Through the large success Grade 4 transmission array, they confirmed their location. The furthest they could be teleported was 10 million li in the blink of an eye. It was no longer land under their feet, but a vast ocean. The wings of the Supreme Grade Flying Spirit artifact spread, and the 2 floated in the air. There was nothing but ocean around them. There was no land in sight. The waves in the ocean came wave after wave, never stopping. The ocean feels so good. Yi Xing enjoyed the sea breeze and waves. He was in a good mood. Let's go this way. Wei Qingxian took out a map and confirmed their location. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 patted the Supreme Grade Flying Spirit artifact and flew across the sky like 2 streaks of light. The place where they were at was not far from the ancient ruins. It was only a little more than a day's journey. As the 2 of them continued to advance, it did not take long for them to see land. One island after another streaked past their feet. In the evening, the 2 arrived at a relatively large island called East Ruins Island. East Ruins Island was located in the eastern part of the ancient ruins. It was only tens of thousands of li away. If an esteemed master had a Supreme Grade Flying Spirit artifact, it would only take 2 to 4 hours to travel tens of thousands of li. It was a very short distance. East Ruins Island was one of the 3 places one had to pass through on their way to the primordial ruins from the East Divine Continent. As more and more martial practitioners came and went, they gathered together and naturally formed a market. As time passed, some people even settled down on East Ruins Island. The 2 found an inn on East Ruins Island and rested for the night. They would depart the next day and enter the ancient ruins. Rest early, Yi Xing. You too. The 2 booked a room each. After chatting for a while in Yi Xing's room, Wei Qingxian returned to her room. There are ancient demon beasts in the ancient ruins. They are as strong as the geniuses of the human race who can fight above their level. Moreover, the danger in the antiquity ruins doesn't only come from the antiquity demonic beasts. There must be a lot of martial artists who have entered the antiquity ruins to search for the eternity flower. These martial artists are at least sages, and many of them are top astral realm experts. It's hard to fathom a person's heart. It's inconvenient for me to expose my trump cards in certain situations. Therefore, I need to improve my own strength. Yi Xing sat quietly in his room and thought carefully. Then he raised his hand, and the 12th grade spirit grade corpse jade appeared in his hand. My cultivation has stabilized to the limit of the 6th level of the astral realm. If I absorb this corpse jade, it'll be enough for me to break through to the 7th level. Yi Xing held the corpse jade in his hand and circulated the spirit grade supreme grade falling star art to absorb and cultivate. Chapter 536. A 12th grade spirit grade corpse jade was even useful for exalted 9 stars. Yi Xing was now a 6 stars enlightened master. Although his astral body was powerful, and his requirements for the grade of the corpse jade were much higher than those of the same level, it was only comparable to an 8 stars enlightened master. This piece of corpse jade was obviously enough for him to make a breakthrough. Yi Xing channeled the falling star incantation, and his black hole stellar vortex spun at the same time, creating a suction force to absorb the star energy in the corpse jade. Yi Xing's absorption speed of the corpse jade was much faster than when he was a 3 or 4 stars enlightened master. In just one night, Yi Xing had absorbed almost half of the 12th grade spirit grade corpse jade, and his cultivation had naturally broken through to the 7th level of the astral body realm. The remaining half of the corpse jade could help him consolidate his cultivation at the 7th level of the astral body realm. Yi Xing put away this half of the corpse jade. The star energy in the corpse jade was extremely pure, especially the 12th grade spirit grade corpse jade. It was incomparably pure and of high quality. He wasn't like Wei Qingxian, who could make a breakthrough naturally. There were more or less obstacles in every realm. When his cultivation reached the peak of the 7th level of the astral body realm, this half of the corpse jade might be useful for him to break through to the 8th level of the astral body realm. Compared to using it now, it was obviously more useful for him to break through to the 8th level of the astral body realm. The next day, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian continued their journey to the ancient ruins. June, July, and August were the months when the eternity flower bloomed. Every year at this time, many high-level astral body enlightened masters would enter the ancient ruins to search for the eternity flower. These enlightened masters came from various 2-star forces in the East Divine Continent. Some even came from the Middle Sky Continent. June was the next day, and it was the peak time for martial practitioners to enter the ancient ruins. The East Ruins Island was one of the 3 places that the East Divine Continent had to pass through to reach the ancient ruins. Therefore, many martial practitioners who were heading to the ancient ruins spent the night at the East Ruins Island. Yesterday evening, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had just arrived at East Ruins Island. After that, they found an inn to stay in, so they didn't sense too many foreign martial practitioners. However, when the duo set off from East Ruins Island, they saw group after group of martial practitioners heading towards the ancient ruins from East Ruins Island. The smaller teams had 3 to 5 people, while the larger ones had 7 to 8 people. There was at least one venerable 9-star in each team. In comparison, Yi Xing's and Wei Qingxuan's teams were very thin. There were only 2 of them, and both of them were only venerated 7 stars. In the eyes of some people, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were 2 fat sheep. There were tens of thousands of kilometers between East Ruins Island and the ancient ruins. 3 great pirate forces occupied this area: Green Dragon Island, Westwater Fort, and the Sea Shark Gang. The martial practitioners heading to the ancient ruins were at least in the astral realm. The fact that these 3 pirate forces were able to survive near the ancient ruins meant that they were powerful, and they had at least one venerable 9-star. The number 1 pirate force, Green Dragon Island, even had 2 venerable 9 stars. The sea between East Ruins Island and the ancient ruins wasn't small, and the 3 pirate forces had divided it into 3 regions. Each of them controlled a region and minded their own business. When Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian left East Ruins Island, the route they took was under the Sea Shark Gang's control. They were targeted by the Sea Shark Gang since a long time ago. Illo! Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were about 5,000 kilometers away from East Ruins Island when a series of shouts suddenly came from ahead. Suddenly, dozens of people rushed out from one of the islands toward Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. These martial artists were all Taoist masters of the astral realm. There were early, middle, and high levels of the astral realm. The one with the highest cultivation was a burly man at the 9th level of the astral realm. In addition, there was an 8-star venerable master and 2 7-star venerable masters. There were a total of 4 venerable masters. It was the Sea Shark Gang's men. They had long known about Yi Xing's route through their informants and had planned to intercept them. Soon, the Sea Shark Gang's warriors stood in a line in front of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. Congratulations, faction leader. This little girl is so beautiful. She's like a fairy. Faction leader is in luck, haha. An 8-star venerable master glanced at Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian and said to the Sea Shark Gang's leader with a chuckle. The Sea Shark Gang's leader ignored Yi Xing and was completely captivated by Wei Qingxian. He chuckled and said, Qiu Gang, Nangong Ping, the two of you go and kill that kid. Capture this little girl alive. Yes, faction leader. The two 8-star venerable masters shouted in unison. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian exchanged a glance and smiled. There was no panic in their eyes. The 8-star venerable master named Qiu Gang charged toward Yi Xing and yelled, Kid, you're a 7-star venerable master at such a young age. You must be a young genius from a high-rank empire. Hee. I love killing geniuses like you. Yi Xing smiled, and a pair of supreme-grade spiritual weapon gloves appeared on his hands. He had obtained them from Yi Xing Kong. The weapon he used to attack Qiu Gang was a supreme-grade spiritual weapon saber. He did not use Star Gang when he faced Yi Xing. Instead, the saber aura expanded and split the air in half. In an instant, it was right in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing was not interested in fighting with pirates for a long time. He only wanted to kill them. Whoosh! Yi Xing instantly used the fire astrology and unleashed his full strength. He performed the Flame Gang Fist and punched out. Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. The saber aura was shattered by Yi Xing's punch. However, Yi Xing's punch did not slow down and landed on Qiu Gang's chest. Bang! Qiu Gang's body was torn into pieces. Blood splattered across the sky. He had been killed by Yi Xing's punch. On the other side, 8-star venerable master Nangong Ping was also fighting with Wei Qingxian. Nangong Ping was much more cautious than Qiu Gang. He used his astrology as soon as he attacked. Nangong Ping's sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had slashed out countless times. His sword aura was like a stream of light that attacked Wei Qingxian from different directions. Fluttering snow palm. Wei Qingxian struck out with her palm. Snow and cold wind blew in all directions. The seawater below was instantly frozen and spread in all directions. The sword aura that was as fast as a stream of light was frozen by the extreme cold and slowed down greatly. Wei Qingxian danced in the snow. She moved and dodged all the sword aura attacks. Nangong Ping was shocked. He was about to use a more powerful ultimate move when the sound of Qiu Gang being killed by Yi Xing shocked him. He glanced at Qiu Gang's miserable state and was scared out of his wits. At this moment, an icicle on the frozen surface of the sea suddenly enlarged and shot toward the sky like a sharp sword. At the same time, Wei Qingxian struck with her palms. Icy palm prints whistled toward Nangong Ping. Nangong Ping was shocked. He swung his sword twice to block the two icy palm prints. However, he did not notice the icicle that suddenly shot up from below. A shrill scream rang in the air. The icicle pierced between Nangong Ping's legs and came out from the top of his head. He was killed instantly as well. Chapter 537. In the blink of an eye, two 8-star venerables had died at the hands of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The warriors of the Sea Shark Gang gawked and dropped their jaws in fright. They could accept the fact that a young genius from a high-rank empire had the strength to challenge someone of a higher rank, but killing an 8-star venerables in 1 or 2 moves was unbelievable. If it weren't for the gang leader, the 9-star venerables, the pirates would have fled long ago. Even Sea Shark Gang's gang leader couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There were millions of young martial practitioners, and there were plenty of geniuses among them. Geniuses who could kill someone of a higher rank were extremely rare. However, he had encountered 2 of them at the same time. Moreover, they had managed to kill someone of a higher rank in 1 or 2 moves. Sea Shark Gang's gang leader naturally had some ability to become the leader of a group of pirates and survive in the sea between East Ruins Island and the ancient ruins. If he had to face either Yi Xing or Wei Qingxian, he wouldn't be afraid with his cultivation at the 9th level of the astral realm. However, it would be a little troublesome to face both of them at the same time. He wasn't confident. "Boss, what should we do?" A 7-star venerable shouted, his voice trembling slightly. Sea Shark Gang's rationality told him to turn and run, but as the leader of the pirates, he wouldn't be able to maintain his dignity if he was scared out of his wits. Suppressing the thought of turning and running, Sea Shark Gang glared at Yi Xing and shouted, "Kid, you're only a 7-star venerables. Brat, you're only at the 7th stage of the astral star realm, but you have the strength to kill an 8-star venerable master. It seems like you're a reputable person. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Sea Shark Gang was wary of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian teaming up, but he was still confident in a one-on-one fight. As for the Sea Shark Gang members, Sea Shark Gang didn't take their strength into account at all. They might be able to deal with an ordinary 7-star venerables, but they were useless against an expert who could kill an 8-star venerables. One-on-one, Yi Xing smiled faintly and flew forward. The dragon blood spear appeared in his hand, and he said, "It's enough to kill you. Bring it on." Wei Qingxian believed in Yi Xing's strength. She retracted her astral avatar and stood quietly in the void. She had no intention of making a move. Seeing this, gang leader Sea Sharks harumphed coldly and barked, "Shameless boasting. Your daddy here isn't called gang leader Sea Shark for nothing." Whoosh! Gang leader Sea Shark immediately used his astrology, and a supreme-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. His power burst to the limit as he slashed down at Yi Xing. Yi Xing lightly snorted, the dragon blood spear in his hand piercing towards the astral saber. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing thrusted out countless spears. Each spear was as fast as lightning, shooting into the sky like a stream of light. Superb spiritual martial art. Wind Shadow Spear Technique. This was a spear art that pursued extreme speed. Yi Xing's Wind Shadow Spear art was only half a step away from perfection. The speed of the spear was so fast that it was shocking. That terrifying astral saber was instantly shattered by Yi Xing. The tip of the spear flashed with countless cold light as it pierced towards gang leader Sea Shark's body. Although Yi Xing only had one spear in his hand, in gang leader Sea Shark's eyes, there were countless spear shadows. He was shocked and quickly retreated while brandishing his saber to block. He couldn't even see Yi Xing's spear speed clearly. How could gang leader Sea Shark not understand that his strength was far inferior to Yi Xing's? Ding, 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 ding. Crisp sounds rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, dozens of explosions rang out. Puff! An arrow of blood shot out, accompanied by a miserable cry. Gang leader Sea Shark's body flew back. A large hole pierced through his throat. Yi Xing's spear speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, gang leader Sea Shark had blocked dozens of spears. However, he was still a little slow. Yi Xing's spear pierced through his throat, and he died. Blood spurted out from gang leader Sea Shark's throat as his body fell into the sea. Seeing this, the gang leader Sea Shark's martial artist screamed and fled in terror. It's not easy to cultivate to the sage realm. Yet, you chose to become a pirate. You're committing a crime. Die. Yi Xing's voice was cold. He didn't intend to let these pirates go and chased after them. Even if the 9-star and 8-star venerables of Sea Shark were dead and they couldn't survive in this sea region with their strength, if they returned to the East Divine Continent and continued to be pirates, it would be a disaster for any lower region. It was fine if he didn't encounter such people. However, now that he encountered them, Yi Xing wouldn't be merciful. Yi Xing's speed was incredibly fast. With a flash of his spear, 2 7-star venerables were killed and fell into the sea. The rest of the pirates begged for mercy while fleeing in different directions. Yi Xing chased after them in one direction, while Wei Qingxian chased after them in the other. Not long after, all the pirates were killed by Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. Apart from a few members of Sea Shark Gang, the rest had died in the battle. The Sea Shark Gang only existed in name. This sea region was the Sea Shark Gang's territory. Since the Sea Shark gang was eliminated, the rest of the journey was unhindered. An hour later, the two arrived at the ancient ruins. Compared to other islands, the ancient ruins was like a piece of land that stretched as far as the eye could see. Some supremacies had once measured the area of the ancient ruins along the sea region surrounding it. It was said that it was close to 1,000,000 kilometers in length and width. With such a vast area and the inability to fly in the ancient ruins, no warrior had ever explored the entire ancient ruins. They only knew that it was a ruin left behind from the ancient era. The buildings inside were from the ancient era. The fey beasts inside were from the ancient era. There were also ancient-era array formations and restrictions. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian landed on a beach in the ancient ruins and walked forward. They could no longer fly here. There were no footprints on the beach. Clearly, no one had entered from here. Although there were many warriors who entered the ancient ruins in search of the Ian Extreme Flower, the ancient ruins were truly vast. It spanned 1,000,000 li and the coastline was millions of li long. Very few teams entered from the same spot. Furthermore, no matter how many warriors entered the ancient ruins, it was like throwing a stone into the sea. They wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Not long after entering the ancient ruins, Yi Xing acutely sensed that the surrounding void was slightly different from the outside. It was as if the entire space was enveloped by a force field. However, Yi Xing could only sense it. He couldn't sense the strength of the force field or the actual nature of the mission. This should be the ancient-era array formation that stopped martial highnesses and kings. This array formation was too advanced. Yi Xing could only sense it, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. Martial highnesses and kings communicated with the universe and had their own force fields. Once they entered the ancient ruins, they would activate the array formation. Or, if a half-step martial highness used the power of the universe in the ancient ruins, they would also activate the array formation. Once a half-step martial highness made a move, they would instinctively channel the power of the stars. Therefore, even though half-step martial highnesses could enter the ancient ruins, no half-step martial highnesses entered. My headache is acting up today. I'm also a little dizzy from looking at the computer. I can only update twice. I'll make up for the 4th update tomorrow. I'll have more monthly updates the day after tomorrow. It's Monday today. Please give me a recommendation ticket. Chapter 538. The deeper they ventured into the ancient ruins, the darker the sky became. Everywhere they looked was dilapidated and desolate. The mountains were broken, and the ground was riddled with ravines. If there were any buildings, they were even more dilapidated. This made one wonder if the ancient ruins had been a battlefield in ancient times, and if there had been an earth-shattering battle. However, if it had been a battlefield, it shouldn't have been too big. But the ancient ruins were over 1,000,000 li in radius, and it was said that such a situation was everywhere. If it had been a battlefield, then the area was a little too vast. The star continent has existed for who knows how long. Even the kings only have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Who knows how long the past has been lost in the long river of time? Yi Xing muttered. Even the civilization on Earth had been around for thousands of years, and the star continent was many times larger than Earth. It had existed for countless years, and its civilization must have been much longer. Time is a cultivator's greatest enemy. Even if a true god can live for tens of thousands of years, once their lifespan is up, they will still die. Wei Qingxian sighed. Yi Xing was surprised that Wei Qingxian also knew about true gods. However, when he thought about how close Wei Qingxian was to Dark Star Sect's Queen Lan Qin, Yi Xing felt relieved. The two of them walked in the ancient ruins, crossing over broken mountain peaks and shattered lands. Occasionally, they would encounter ancient demonic beasts. Since the two of them were powerful, they were able to kill them. Since venerables and kings couldn't enter the ancient ruins, level 4 and level 5 demonic beasts naturally couldn't survive. As for level 3 demonic beasts, no matter how strong they were, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian could handle them. In the blink of an eye, Several days had passed since the two entered the ancient ruins. The Ian Extreme flower was indeed rare. After several days, the two still couldn't find a single Ian Extreme flower. Moreover, the ancient ruins were in ruins. Even if there were ancient buildings, they were in ruins. The two didn't find any treasures either. Over the past few days, he had encountered quite a number of ancient demonic beasts. If it wasn't for the Eternity Flower, it wouldn't have been worth entering the ancient ruins. On the sixth day, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian ran into big trouble. They were trapped in the valley by a pack of demon wolves. Ancient demonic beast, Howling Moon Demon Wolf. This pack of Howling Moon demon wolves were all adults. Some were mid-rank 3 demonic beasts. Some were high-rank 3 demonic beasts. There was not a single early-rank 3 demonic beast. The most powerful Wolf King had a cultivation level equivalent to a 9-star venerable. However, ancient demonic beasts were powerful and could fight above their level. The Howling Moon Wolf King's strength was comparable to a half-venerable. Apart from the Howling Moon Wolf King, there were also more than 100 Howling Moon Wolves that were equivalent to 7-star venerables and 8-star venerables. Hundreds of Howling Moon demonic wolves were scattered around the valley, surrounding Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The situation was extremely dangerous. Yi Xing took out his supreme-grade spiritual weapon, the Dragon Blood Spear, while Wei Qingxian also took out her supreme-grade spiritual weapon, the Icicle Sword, which emitted a chilling aura. From what Yi Xing had seen, Wei Qingxian had always been using the fluttering snow palm to fight. This was the first time she had taken out her sword. It was obvious that her sword techniques were more powerful than her palm techniques. Both of them knew that the situation was dangerous. While taking out their supreme-grade spiritual weapons, they also used their astrology. The fire astrology and ice astrology hung high in the sky. Ice and fire reflected each other's brilliance. Both of them looked at each other and saw the seriousness and excitement in each other's eyes. That's right, it was excitement. When the two of them worked together, the ancient demonic beasts they encountered in the ancient ruins were no match for them. Although it was dangerous this time, they could still have a good battle. This was a true battle of life and death. It was even more intense and exciting than the battle in the dark astral pagoda. Awoo! On the peak of a nearby mountain, the Howling Moon Wolf King howled and gave the order to attack. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. From all directions, Howling Moon Wolves charged over one after another. Their movements were like the wind, and their speed was extremely fast. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian moved at the same time. Wind Shadow Spear Art. Yi Xing thrust out the Dragon Blood Spear in his hand. Numerous spear shadows shot out like a shooting star. Regardless of whether it was a group attack or a solo attack, the Wind Shadow Spear Art was very useful. When the speed of the spear reached a certain level, the enemy would be killed one by one. Puff, 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 puff. As the Dragon Blood Spear thrust and retracted, more than 10 Howling Moon Wolves fell to the ground like dumplings. Their throats were pierced with a large hole. Ice Congealing Sword Art. Fluttering Snow Palm. Wei Qingxian was multitasking. She held the icicle sword in her right hand and executed the Ice Congealing Sword Art. With a swing of the sword, an icy sword beam shot out dozens of feet. The Howling Moon Wolves along the way were all turned into ice sculptures and fell to the ground. With a palm strike from her left hand, snowflakes drifted down. Icy chi spread out in all directions. Within a 100-meter radius, everything was covered in a layer of frost. The cold chi was extremely oppressive. All the Howling Moon Wolves that were within a 100-meter radius of the two stepped into the frost area. They were affected by the cold chi, and their speed slowed down. When the two worked together, their coordination was flawless. The Howling Moon Wolves were slowed down, while Yi Xing's spear was as fast as a shooting star. As one side decreased and the other increased, Yi Xing's killing power became even more terrifying. Wherever the astral spear passed, the Howling Moon Wolves died even faster. Around Yi Xing, the Howling Moon Wolves' corpses fell one after another. Every Howling Moon Wolf that fell to the ground had a large hole in their throats. They were all killed by Yi Xing's spear. However, most of the Howling Moon Wolves that died were mid-rank 3. These Howling Moon Wolves' strength was only equivalent to a 5 or 6-star sage. The strongest among them was only equivalent to a 7-star sage. Naturally, they could not block Yi Xing's fast spear. However, the high-rank 3 Howling Moon Wolves' strength was equivalent to an 8 or 9-star sage. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xing could easily kill a high-rank 3 Howling Moon Wolf. However, when there were many of them, Yi Xing's attacks were scattered and it was difficult to kill one of them. Wei Qingxuan's Ice Condensation Sword was the same. Killing a high-rank 3 Howling Moon Wolf was as easy as flipping her hand. The moment the astral sword touched it, it would die and turn it into an ice sculpture. However, the high-rank 3 Howling Moon Wolves were only covered in a layer of frost and did not die. With a shake of their bodies, they shook off the frost. Bang, bang, bang. As some of the Howling Moon Wolves died, a series of crisp sounds could be heard. Yi Xing could clearly feel the rebounding force from a spear tip. This was the collision between the high-rank 3 Howling Moon Wolves and the Dragon Blood Spear. The Howling Moon Wolves that were equivalent to an 8-star sage were still fine. After being affected by Wei Qingxuan's ice-cold qi, their speed was reduced, and Yi Xing could still kill a few of them. However, the Howling Moon Wolves that were equivalent to a 9-star sage were not affected by the ice-cold qi. Yi Xing's attacks were scattered and could not threaten them. Awoo! The Howling Moon Wolf King howled, and more high-rank 3 Howling Moon Wolves charged forward. The pressure on Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian instantly multiplied. So, a ray of starlight shot into the sky, and the surroundings suddenly turned dark. Yi Xing had used the black hole astrology. Requesting recommendation votes. Chapter 539. In front of Wei Qingxian, Yi Xing did not consider revealing his trump card. Moreover, there were too many high-rank 3 Howling Moon Demon Wolves surrounding them. The two of them could not fend them off. Yi Xing had no choice but to use his trump card. A huge black hole vortex was floating in the air, pushing the two extreme-grade astrology, the flame astrology and the ice astrology, aside. Wei Qingxian did not have Yi Xing's attacking gaze and was not enveloped by the darkness. However, the surrounding Howling Moon Wolves had all fallen into a world of darkness. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yi Xing displayed his wind shadow spear art. His spear was as fast as a stream of light as it pierced in different directions. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding Howling Moon Wolves fell like rain. Tens of them were pierced by Yi Xing's spear and fell to the ground dead. Many of them were high-rank 3 Howling Moon Demon Wolves. In the world of darkness, Yi Xing's senses were more than 10 times sharper. He could clearly see all the changes around him. No matter how many Howling Moon Demon Wolves attacked at the same time, Yi Xing was clear about their attack trajectories and where their vital points were. As for the Howling Moon Demon Wolf, it had sunk into a world of darkness and lost track of Yi Xing. At this moment, Yi Xing only needed to thrust out his spear. His spear art was fast and powerful, and the Howling Moon Demon Wolf would react according to the sound of the spear being thrust out. There was no way it could dodge or block in time. Naturally, it would be pierced by the spear and die. Wei Qingxuan's damage had also increased significantly. She wasn't affected by the black hole astrology. Although her senses weren't enhanced like Yi Xing's in the world of darkness, the Howling Moon Wolves around her were blinded. Their reaction speed had decreased, and the number of wolves that died under Wei Qingxuan's sword naturally increased. Wei Qingxian glanced at the black hole astrology in the sky. She seemed to be deep in thought as she looked at the Howling Moon Wolves around her, whose reactions had slowed down. Kill! Yi Xing shouted loudly. Taking advantage of the Howling Moon Demon Wolf's shock due to the darkness, he executed the Wind Shadow Spear art faster and faster, continuously killing. If this continued, even if most of the remaining Howling Moon Demon Wolves were high-tier rank 3 demonic beasts with strength equivalent to 8 or 9-star venerables, they would not be able to withstand Yi Xing's massacre. Roar! The Howling Moon Wolf King let out a long howl. This time, His howl was filled with rage. He charged down from the peak of the mountain and personally attacked Yixing. The Howling Moon Wolf King's eyes shone with two dim lights. These two dim lights gave him the ability to see in the dark. The Howling Moon Demon Wolf originally possessed the ability to see in the dark. However, the dark world created by the black hole astrology was much darker than the night, causing the Howling Moon Demon Wolf to lose its vision. However, the Howling Moon Wolf King's eyesight was much stronger than an ordinary Howling Moon Demon Wolf. Even under the black hole astrology, he could still see Yixing clearly. One by one, Yixing killed the Howling Moon Demon Wolves. Yixing was in the mood to kill, but suddenly his hair stood on end as he felt a sense of danger. Yixing was aware of everything that was happening around him. Naturally, he knew that the Howling Moon Wolf King was coming for him. Hence, he focused his attention on the Howling Moon Wolf King. Boom! When the Howling Moon Wolf King was about 100 meters away from Yixing, it suddenly opened its mouth. A beam of moonlight shot out from the Howling Moon Wolf King's mouth. The moonlight beam was like a sword aura that instantly shot towards Yixing. It was equivalent to an attack from a half-step to honorable realm. It was extremely terrifying. Afterimage footwork. Yixing's body split up in an instant, leaving many afterimages. Under the black hole astrology, the afterimage footwork was even faster, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. With the afterimage footwork at the perfection stage and the integration of heaven and man's wind momentum, Yixing's speed was not inferior to an ordinary supremacy's. Naturally, he dodged the Howling Moon Wolf King's attack. Whoosh! Some of the afterimages were hit by the Howling Moon Demon Wolves or the Wolf King and turned into nothingness. Some of the afterimages merged together and Yixing's figure appeared. He stabbed his spear towards the Howling Moon Wolf King. The Howling Moon Wolf King's reaction was extremely fast. It instantly locked onto Yixing's figure and opened its mouth to spit out another beam of light. Yixing did not dare to fight it head-on. He used the afterimage footwork and withdrew his spear to dodge. The spear aura that he stabbed out was shattered by the beam of light. While moving, Yixing did not forget to attack and kill the Howling Moon Demon Wolf beside him. He was fast, and his spear was even faster. Other than the Howling Moon Wolf King, the rest of the Howling Moon Demon Wolves could not fight back against Yixing's spear. Even the Howling Moon Demon Wolves that were as strong as venerable 9 stars were no exception. In the world of darkness, they could not dodge Yixing's spear aura. The Howling Moon Wolf King roared angrily. It leaped forward and charged towards Yixing. Its speed was at its maximum. Its wolf claws tore through mountains and cracked rocks as it chased after Yixing fought and retreated at the same time. He was constantly moving quickly. The speed of the afterimage footwork was at its maximum. His hands were also constantly using the wind shadow spear technique. In an instant, the entire valley was filled with the shadows of Yixing's spear. His figure. As for Wei Qingxian, she had already retreated out of the valley. Yixing and the Howling Moon Wolf King's attacks were too fast. She could not interfere at all. Awoo! The Howling Moon Wolf King roared angrily. At that moment, it was the only one left among the hundreds of Howling Moon Demon Wolves. Its voice was filled with grief and anger. It would not rest until it killed Yixing. Although the valley was filled with Yixing's figure and spear aura, the Howling Moon Wolf King still had the upper hand. The Howling Moon Wolf King was very strong. It had been taking the initiative to chase after the Howling Moon Wolf King. On the other hand, Yixing was constantly dodging and finding the time to counterattack. It's still too slow. The speed of the spear needs to be faster. As long as it reaches a certain level, I will definitely be able to kill the Howling Moon Wolf King before it can react. Yixing thought to himself. The wind shadow spear technique was executed faster and faster in his hands. His understanding of the wind shadow spear technique was getting deeper and deeper. The wind shadow spear technique was only one step away from the Great Circle realm. Now that Yixing was engaged in an intense battle of life and death, This last step was getting closer and closer. Faster, Yi Xing shouted in his heart. Finally, after countless spear strikes, Yi Xing had finally crossed the last bit of distance. Yi Xing's wind shadow spear technique had a qualitative breakthrough and reached the Great Circle Realm. The Great Circle Realm represented that a martial art had been cultivated to its peak. For ordinary warriors, no matter how long they cultivated, they would only be able to reach this realm. Above, that was the extremely mysterious, transformative realm. Only martial artists with exceedingly high perception could possibly reach this realm. Whoosh! After reaching the Great Circle Realm, the speed of the wind shadow spear technique suddenly increased by a level. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing had stabbed nearly 100 times with his spear. Ding, 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 ding. Crisp sounds rang out continuously. Yi Xing's spear stabbed at the same spot every time. Even though the Howling Moon Wolf King had the strength of a half-step martial saint, it was unable to block the continuous stabs of over 100 spear strikes at the same time. After blocking over 70 spears, the Howling Moon Wolf King's defense was finally torn apart by the dragon tip. The following 10 spears all stabbed into the Howling Moon Wolf King's body. A large hole appeared in its chest, and its heart was pierced. The Howling Moon Wolf King died. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.